Chapter 1. Zane, 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 get up. We're going to be late for school. Kai's voice echoed through the room for what felt like the 10th time. I groaned and turned over in bed, pulling the duvet tightly around me. I tried to block out the sound, but it was of no use. Come on, get up already. Kai shouted, his voice sharper, more insistent. Leave me alone, I muttered, pressing my face into the pillow. You don't want to miss school today. Kai's voice came from the stairs now, teasing, like he knew I was trying to avoid it. I could hear the smirk in his voice, but I ignored it, hoping he'd go away. Zane, he called again, this time with a little more patience. I know you're trying to avoid it, but you can't keep doing this. He yanked the duvet off me, exposing me to the cold air. What is it, Kai? I snapped, my frustration boiling over. Why do you keep pushing me? His eyes gleamed with amusement, like he was waiting for this moment. It's your birthday, man. Don't act like this. I'm not acting. I just don't feel like talking about meeting my mate today, okay? I sat up, rubbing my eyes. For all we know, Lila could be my mate. We both know she's not. Stop pretending you don't care about this, Kai said, his voice softening a little. I didn't respond right away. Kai had been on me for months now about the fact that my wolf hadn't responded to Lila the way it should have. Everyone around me expected me to accept that she was my mate, but it felt wrong. I couldn't help it. My wolf had never felt that pull towards her. No matter how much I tried to ignore it, it just wasn't there. That bothered me more than I was willing to admit. Kai knew that, but still, he pushed me, trying to get me to face the truth. He wasn't wrong. I could feel the frustration building inside me every time we talked about it. But the idea of finding someone else, someone who could be my true mate, that terrified me. I'd spent years with Lila. How could I walk away from that? I'm not ready for that, I muttered under my breath. I don't want someone else. I just don't know how to deal with it. You're not ready, but you can't keep pretending that it's not a thing, Kai said, his voice getting a little more serious. I stared at the floor, my heart pounding. The thought of my mate appearing uninvited was unsettling. I wasn't prepared for that. I wasn't ready for the uncertainty it would bring into my life. My heart belonged to someone else. Or so I thought. Why am I even thinking about this right now? I mumbled, shaking my head. The last time I thought about my mate was during the shifting process. They'd always said that shifting without a mate could be dangerous, that many wolves didn't survive the change. Lila had been there with me. She'd been my constant, and in that moment, even my wolf had accepted her. Or so I thought. Are you done battling with yourself? Kai asked, standing in front of me with his arms crossed. I'm not battling with myself, I grumbled, rubbing my face. Just leave me alone for a bit. Ouch, he said, raising an eyebrow, feigning a hurt expression. This is how you treat your future beta? I glared at him. I do what I want. Don't forget I'm still the alpha. Soon to be, Kai corrected with a smirk. And you're not alpha yet. He stepped back and motioned toward the door. Come on, get ready. Mom and Dad are waiting for you. I sighed, knowing he was right. I wasn't alpha yet, but once I was, I'd have to settle down. The pressure of it all hit me like a ton of bricks. I didn't want to think about the future, about being bound to someone I might not even like. Do you need a horse to get down here? Kai shouted from downstairs. I rolled my eyes and got up. I was never going to hear the end of this. I walked downstairs to find Kai in front of my father. My mother was sitting next to him, chatting away, her smile wide and bright. She caught sight of me and immediately lit up, like she was thinking about something sweet. Finally. The future alpha woke up from his beauty sleep, Kai grinned, his words laced with sarcasm. I rolled my eyes but didn't say anything. Oh, come on, Kai, don't be so harsh on my beautiful son, Mom cooed, her voice sweet as always. Beautiful. Dad scoffed, shaking his head. With all those piercings? Did you get your nose pierced again? What were you thinking? I shrugged, nonchalant, standing there with my thumbs tucked inside my pockets. Honey, don't scold him. It's his birthday today, Mom reminded him, her tone gentle. Dad huffed, but shot her a quick glare. Clearing his throat, he pulled on a strained smile. I couldn't help but smirk. Dad always had a soft spot for me, but I also knew he wasn't a fan of my rebellious side. The mate situation was the least of my problems with him. Zane, I really hope you find your mate today, Mom smiled at me. I have a feeling it's going to be Lila. Bring her home today. I flashed a fake smile, doing my best to hide the frustration building inside me. I agree with her, son, Dad added with a sincere smile. Fine, I'll be late for school. Kai, you coming or not? I asked, eager to leave the house. Yeah, I'm coming. He walked out the door, and I followed behind. Let's race to see who gets to school first. Kai grinned over his shoulder. You'll lose, I smirked back. We'll see about that, he said before taking off. I ran after him, catching up with ease. How the hell did you beat me here? Kai huffed, crouching down to catch his breath. I'm faster than you, I said with a smile, patting his back. Come on, let's get to class. Hey, Zane, Kai said, trailing behind as we entered the school building. What's up? I asked, glancing at him. Tell me something. What are you going to do if you meet your mate today? What if she's not Lila? I stopped walking, my chest tightening. I don't know what to do. I've always wanted her to be my mate, but now I'm not sure what's going to happen. I don't think I can accept someone else. Are you serious? Kai's voice was full of disbelief. Zane, you're not thinking straight. This is bigger than you realize. I'm just not ready, I tried to explain, but he cut me off. I get that you love her, but you can't keep ignoring this, he said, his voice softening. I won't regret it, I assured him, trying to smile through the unease gnawing at me. I hope not, he said, his voice tinged with concern. Anyway, you haven't found your mate yet either, I pointed out, hoping to shift the focus off me. Mine's out there somewhere, Kai said with a sigh, the disappointment evident in his voice. I just hope she shows up soon. I felt a pang of guilt. I'd raised a touchy subject, and now I regretted it. Sorry, man, I mumbled. Don't apologize, Kai laughed, trying to shake off the tension. Hopefully, everything works out for you today. I couldn't help but hope he was right. I needed everything to go smoothly today. Chapter 2. Zane. We will undoubtedly find our mate today, my wolf purred eagerly, his voice a soothing hum inside my mind. Do you really think so? I asked, still unsure. Yes. I can feel it. His response was confident. Don't get your hopes up too high, I warned, my voice laced with uncertainty. You might regret it later. Regret? Why would I regret finding my mate? He growled, irritated by my doubt. We're not going to find her today, I muttered, trying to silence the thoughts that swirled in my mind. I couldn't shake the feeling that today would be no different. I sometimes wonder how I ended up with a companion like you, he sighed, frustration creeping into his tone. What do you mean? I frowned, sensing the change in his mood. You're too stubborn, he muttered, his voice fading. What? I shot back, taken aback by his bluntness. Never mind, he added, his presence slipping away. I shook off the irritation and followed Kai into the classroom. My mind still buzzed with the conversation, the uncertainty lingering like a heavy fog. Do you smell her yet? Kai asked, glancing at me with hopeful eyes. No, I answered flatly, my gaze scanning the room. As I walked in, my eyes found Lila sitting at her desk, her focus entirely on the book in front of her. Is she your mate? Kai asked, his voice full of expectation. No, I sighed, feeling a twinge of disappointment. I had hoped, but the air still felt empty, devoid of that elusive spark I longed for. But you love her, Kai added softly, as if it were obvious. I walked to my seat, my heart heavy with unspoken thoughts. I loved Lila, I had for years, but something was missing, something I couldn't ignore. Suddenly, a group of girls appeared before me, their voices high and excited. Happy birthday, Zane, they chirped in unison, drawing attention from everyone around, including Lila. I can't wait to see you lead the pack, one of them said, placing a hand lightly on my arm. Lila's protective side flared up immediately. Stay away from him, she snapped, her voice sharp, and the girls immediately backed off, unnerved by her glare. I couldn't help but smile at her possessiveness, a warm feeling bubbling inside me despite everything. Hey, Lila said, her voice softening as she met my gaze. Hi, I replied, adjusting myself in my seat to give her more room. To my surprise, she sat beside me, her presence both comforting and distracting. Instead of just sitting next to me, she shifted closer, the warmth of her body brushing against mine. I froze for a moment, feeling the weight of her nearness. Her arm lightly brushed against mine, and I could feel her steady breath against my skin as she leaned in slightly. "Happy birthday, love," she whispered. "I missed you." The words lingered in the air, and for a brief moment, everything else faded. My wolf stirred inside me, his voice urgent. "What are you doing? She's not our mate." I couldn't deny the truth of his words. I knew he was right. "I know," I whispered back, but I couldn't bring myself to pull away. "You can't say I'm not attached to her." The tension in the air felt thick, and I could feel my wolf's frustration mirroring my own. "I know," I replied, struggling to make sense of everything. "But she isn't our mate. I should be looking for the one I'm supposed to be with." With a heavy sigh, my wolf faded into silence, leaving me alone with my thoughts. Just then, a voice interrupted the quiet tension, and everyone in the room turned toward the door. "May I come in?" The voice was calm and smooth, but it hit me like a lightning strike. "Mate." My wolf's voice was sharp and unmistakable, filled with certainty, and I felt the rush of emotions hit me all at once. I could barely catch my breath as I stared at the girl standing in the doorway. She didn't even glance in my direction, her attention entirely focused on the front of the class. Lila's concern was immediate. "Zane, are you all right?" she asked, her hand gently rubbing my back. I nodded, trying to steady my breath as I took the water she handed me. My mind was in chaos, the girl's presence already lingering in my thoughts, pulling at me in ways I couldn't understand. Aria, did you pack everything you need?" my mother asked, her voice gentle as she handed me my breakfast. "Yes, Mom," I answered, taking a bite of the omelet she made for me. "Do you want Andrew to drop you off?" she asked, concern etched on her face. "No, I'm 16. I can handle it," I said quickly, swallowing my bite. "All right, mind link me when you get to school," she sighed, though I could tell she was still worried. I didn't want to trouble Andrew. He was already busy with his duties as the future alpha of the Shadow Light Pack. And honestly, I was anxious about being at school today, especially since it wasn't entirely within our territory. The school sat between our pack's land and the DarkMoon Packs, and I didn't have much reason to be here except for my friends. "Bye, Mom." "I'll see you later," I said, standing up and grabbing my bag. "Have a great day, honey," she smiled warmly, though her worry lingered. I wasn't alone for long. Nina, my best friend, ran up beside me. "Can I come with you?" she asked, grinning from ear to ear. "Sure," I replied, but before I could say anything more, she pulled me into a tight hug. "I missed you, Aria," she said, squeezing me tightly. "Nina, I can't breathe." I gasped. "Oops. Sorry," she laughed, releasing me. "How's Matt?" I asked, curious about her relationship. "He's amazing. I love him so much," she sighed, her face glowing with happiness. "You're so cheesy," I teased, though I couldn't help but smile at her joy. "You'll understand soon when you find your mate," she winked at me. I laughed, but inside, a part of me dreaded the thought. Would I even find my mate? And if I did, would it be the right time? Suddenly, I noticed something in the scent in the air. It was subtle at first, but it grew stronger as we walked closer to the school. It was intoxicating. I looked around, my heart skipping a beat when my eyes locked on him. Zane. He was with a girl, her lips on his neck, and I felt my heart drop. The connection was undeniable, but the sight of him with her twisted something deep inside me. After class, I found myself standing alone by my locker, staring at the floor, trying to make sense of everything. I cursed under my breath and slammed my fist against the locker in frustration. Why couldn't I ignore the pull? Then a low growl behind me made me turn. There he was, Zane. His expression was conflicted, like he was battling with something deep inside. "Look," he started, his voice barely above a whisper. "I don't know how to say this." "What is it?" I snapped, my emotions too raw to be controlled. "I can't do this." His voice was thick with regret. "I love someone else." The words hit me like a punch to the gut. I've been in love with someone for the last 6 years, he continued, his gaze shifting to the floor. I don't think I can be with you. I stood frozen, the words sinking in. I'm sorry. I, Zane Wellington, the future alpha of the DarkMoon Pack, reject you. Before he could finish, my voice cut through the air, firm and resolute. I, Aria, reject you, Zane Wellington, the future alpha of the DarkMoon Pack, as my mate. The pain surged through me, but I held my head high, my steps confident as I walked away. The words echoed in my heart, a sharp reminder of how quickly things could change. Chapter 3. Zane. I scanned the classroom, searching for any sign of my mate. I hadn't seen her yet, and the growing sense of frustration was almost unbearable. Reluctantly, I untangled my arm from around Lila's shoulders and stood up from my seat. Where are you going? Lila asked, her voice laced with curiosity and a touch of concern. I just need to check something, I muttered, my eyes already drifting toward the door. My mate must have left right after the bell rang, I reasoned, but the thought didn't offer me any relief. I'll be back, I said to Lila, my voice flat. I didn't want to explain anything yet, not when I was so uncertain. I walked out of the classroom, my mind racing with questions I wasn't ready to answer. I sniffed the air as I moved through the hallway, but the familiar scent that I had hoped would be there was nowhere to be found. My wolf stirred inside me, pushing me to see her, to follow the pull, but there was nothing. The other werewolves in the building didn't feel right, OT like her. None of them made my heart race or my instincts scream that they were the one. What are you doing? Kai's voice broke through my thoughts, and I glanced at him. He was watching me, a puzzled look on his face as I continued to sniff the air. Everything all right? He asked, raising an eyebrow. I'll be back in a bit, I muttered, turning on my heel. I was about to head toward the cafeteria, but then, suddenly, the familiar scent hit me like a wave, pulling me forward. My heart raced. There was no mistaking it now that I had found her. I followed the scent, ignoring everything else around me, my feet moving faster than my mind could process. I couldn't believe it. I hadn't expected to find her so soon, not after everything that had happened. I'd thought I would have more time to figure things out, but here she was. I stopped in my tracks as a familiar figure came into view. She was standing by her locker, wearing a white t-shirt, faded jeans, and a pair of Vans. Her long blonde hair was tied into a ponytail, and she was fiddling with the lock on her locker, unaware of me watching her. A sharp twist of guilt hit me, and I hesitated. You're going to bring trouble upon us, my wolf warned, his voice heavy with concern. I won't, I replied, brushing the doubts aside, but I knew he was right. This wasn't going to be easy. You think you're going to get away with this? He asked, anger simmering beneath his words. I will, I assured him, but my confidence wavered. I love Lila, but she's not our mate, I reminded myself. The thought made my stomach twist. I had been with Lila for so long, and the idea of leaving her behind for someone I barely knew was terrifying. The words echoed in my mind as I walked toward Aria. The closer I got, the stronger her scent became, and the pull in my chest only grew stronger. When she finally looked up and locked eyes with me, there was a flicker of shock in her blue gaze, followed by something else. Disappointment, anger. The emotions on her face made my wolf wince, but I couldn't back down now. I had to do this. I took a breath and steeled myself. I, Zane Wellington, alpha of the DarkMoon Pack, reject you as. I, Aria, reject you, Zane Wellington, the alpha of the DarkMoon Pack, as my mate, she interrupted, her voice steady but filled with emotion. Her words hit me like a physical blow. My heart clenched painfully, as if a part of me had just been ripped out. I wanted to say something, to explain, but the words stuck in my throat. My wolf howled in agony, and I stood there, frozen, as Aria turned and walked past me, her steps firm and sure. I didn't move. I couldn't. My fists clenched at my sides, and I watched her walk away, the weight of her rejection crushing me from the inside out. Later, I walked out of the school with Kai, my mind in a haze. I had checked every classroom, but Aria was nowhere to be found. The more I searched for her, the more I realized how badly I needed to see her, to explain myself. I couldn't just let her walk away, thinking that I didn't care. I couldn't let her hate me for what I'd done. Kai glanced at me, his gaze filled with concern as he saw the turmoil written all over my face. "What's wrong?" he asked, his voice laced with suspicion. "I don't know how to explain it," I muttered, my eyes focused on the ground as we walked. "I messed up." "You're acting strange," Kai observed, raising an eyebrow. "Is something up?" I stopped, the weight of the moment crashing over me. I had to say it. I couldn't keep hiding from it. "I found my mate," I said, the words heavy in the air between us. Kai's eyes widened in shock. "Really? Who is she?" "Aria Bryn," I whispered, barely able to say her name. "Wait, what?" Kai exclaimed, his surprise evident. "Aria Bryn? You rejected her." I nodded, feeling the regret flood over me like a wave. I didn't know who she was. I didn't realize she was the daughter of Alpha Bryn. I love Lila, I do. But Aria. She rejected me first. She didn't even give me a chance. Kai stared at me in disbelief. "You rejected your mate? Are you crazy?" I stayed silent, my heart heavy with the weight of my actions. There was nothing I could say that would fix it now. I had already ruined everything. "You're going to need to make this right," Kai said seriously, his voice full of concern. "I can't just fix this," I sighed, my voice low. "I don't know what I'm supposed to do anymore." We reached the pack house, but my mind was elsewhere. I needed to find Aria. I needed to fix this. In an attempt to push her from my mind, I pulled out my phone and called Lila. I needed something familiar, something to help me forget the storm inside me. Lila answered almost immediately. "Hey," she chirped, her voice sweet and full of energy. "Hey, wanna come over?" I asked, trying to sound as normal as possible. "I miss you." "I'll be there soon," she said before hanging up. I sat on my bed, my thoughts consumed by the chaos inside me. Lila was perfect for me, and I loved her. She had everything I needed: beauty, intelligence, passion. But no matter how hard I tried, my mind kept drifting back to Aria. Lila arrived soon after, and I could see the concern in her eyes as she stepped into my room. "What's going on?" she asked, gripping my arm. "You've been distant." "I'm fine," I said, trying to reassure her. I pulled her close and wrapped my arm around her waist, attempting to distract myself from the turmoil inside me. Before I knew it, Lila had pushed me back onto the bed, straddling me. Her lips found mine, and I couldn't help but respond, my hands automatically finding their way to her back. I tried to lose myself in the kiss, but even as Lila kissed me, my thoughts kept wandering to the girl who had rejected me. Aria. Chapter 4. Aria. I walked home in silence, my eyes fixed on the ground, too numb to notice the world around me. The cold breeze brushed past me, but it didn't reach my skin. I felt nothing. My mind was consumed with everything that had happened today, each thought heavier than the last. I didn't even realize I had reached the pack house until I was standing right in front of it. I stood there for a moment, taking a deep breath and wiped my palms over my face. I needed to pull myself together. It wasn't worth it, I kept telling myself. I knew I looked a mess, with tears still fresh from earlier, but I couldn't let anyone see that. I had to face whatever awaited me inside. With a sigh, I mustered the strength to push the door open and step inside. The house was quiet, almost too calm, as I made my way up to my room. No one seemed to notice me. The everyday hustle of the pack house was absent, and I was grateful for the silence. Once I closed the door behind me, I collapsed onto my bed, releasing a deep, frustrated sigh. My heart ached, the emptiness inside of me a weight I couldn't shake. My wolf was restless, pacing inside my mind, and every step she took was filled with pain. The thought of Zane being with someone else, someone who wasn't me, tore through me. We don't always get what we want, I told myself, but it did little to ease the ache. How can you be so calm in a situation like this? My wolf asked, her voice tinged with frustration. I'm not calm, but I'm trying, I whispered, my voice betraying the sadness that threatened to overtake me. There was no response, just a soft whimper that pierced the silence of my mind. It made me flinch, as if it were a physical blow. What's wrong? I asked, desperate for some clarity. Mate is with another, she whimpered, her sadness crashing over me like a wave. I felt the pain she described, a sharp twist in my chest that left me breathless. It felt like something inside me was trying to tear its way out. Why does it hurt? I whispered, my voice barely audible. I rejected him. Why does this still hurt? The bond is making us feel this, my wolf explained quietly, her sadness palpable. I think he will mark another. I closed my eyes, trying to block the thought. I had rejected him. I shouldn't care. Let him, I muttered bitterly. We don't need him. But why? My wolf asked, her voice breaking with the weight of the pain. Why does it hurt so much? Because we don't, I snapped, trying to silence her, though I could hear the doubt in my own voice. He's not worth it. I lay back, staring at the ceiling, hoping the pain would ease soon. But no matter how hard I tried, the tears kept coming. I couldn't stop them. My heart felt heavier with each passing minute, the weight of the rejection more than I had ever anticipated. Zane. The sunlight hit my face and I groaned as I rolled over, trying to shield myself from the harsh rays. I shifted, and my hand brushed against something warm beside me. Blinking, I slowly adjusted to the light, looking to my side. There lay Lila, still asleep, her brown hair scattered across the pillow. For a moment, I just stared at her. And then, without warning, Aria's face flashed in my mind. Her eyes. Her rejection. The pain I had caused her. Where was she now? Had she regretted rejecting me? Did she feel the same crushing weight of the bond that I did? I sighed, the guilt sitting heavily in my chest. I didn't want to think about it. I didn't want to feel this way, but I couldn't shake the thought of her. I looked at Lila, lying there peacefully. She didn't deserve any of this. She deserved someone who could love her completely. Yet, no matter how hard I tried, my thoughts kept drifting back to Aria. I shifted slightly, feeling something uncomfortable in my chest. As I glanced down, I realized I was lying next to Lila, naked. Panic shot through me, and I quickly reached for my boxers, pulling them on while trying not to wake her. Once dressed, I crept into the bathroom, the sound of the shower filling the silence. I stood under the hot water for what felt like hours, trying to scrub away the guilt that clung to me like a second skin. But even as I washed away the grime, I couldn't shake the feeling of Aria's presence. Her face. Her rejection. My wolf howled inside my mind, the pain of the bond pulsing through me, gnawing at me from the inside out. I turned off the shower, drying myself off, staring at myself in the mirror. I reached for my rings, but my hand brushed against something sharp. I winced as the pain jolted through me, the blood trickling from my palm. With a sigh, I washed the cut and wrapped a towel around my waist before heading back to the bedroom. Lila was still asleep, and I covered her with the duvet, making sure she was comfortable before I left the room. Kai was waiting for me outside the door, his usual intense gaze fixed on me. "What's wrong with you?" he asked, his voice full of suspicion. I avoided his gaze, not wanting to talk about it. "I'm fine," I muttered, my voice thick with tension. "I need to talk to Mom." I walked toward my parents' room, feeling the weight of everything pressing down on me, like a 1,000-pound boulder on my chest. "Zane, did you find your mate?" Mom asked, her usual smile on her face. But there was something in her eyes, a subtle expectation. I hesitated, unsure if I should tell her the truth. The truth would only cause more problems, so I lied. "Not yet," I replied, my voice tight. Dad glanced at me, frowning. "Where are your rings?" I took them off, I answered calmly, trying to avoid further discussion. "Why?" he demanded, his tone sharp. "Honey, don't push him," Mom interjected, sensing the tension in the air. I quickly left the room, not wanting to stay any longer. I was already overwhelmed with everything that had happened. I stepped outside and got into the car with Kai. "Sorry I'm late," I muttered, buckling my seatbelt. "Don't worry about it," Kai said, starting the engine. I leaned back in my seat, my mind still on Aria. I couldn't help but wonder if I would ever see her again. Would she forgive me? Would she ever take me back? "What do you think?" I asked my wolf, but there was nothing. No response. And for the first time in a long time, I realized I couldn't feel him in the back of my mind anymore. Chapter 5. Zane. Are you there? I asked aloud, my voice low, trying to reach my wolf. The silence in my mind was deafening, more unbearable than anything else had been. My head felt heavy, a weight I couldn't shake. The numbness in my chest spread deeper, making it hard to think, hard to breathe. My wolf had completely shut me out, refusing to respond to any of my thoughts. I sighed in frustration, a wave of disappointment building up inside me. I couldn't understand why he was behaving in this manner. She rejected me, so why couldn't he move on? But instead of feeling like I had gone through a breakup, my wolf's silence was making it worse. It felt like I was drowning in the emotions, struggling to keep my head above water. I hated admitting it, but the rejection hurt more than I thought it would. I didn't even have an emotional attachment to Aria, at least, I didn't know I did, but the pain was there, gnawing at me both mentally and physically. The heaviness in my chest didn't fade. It felt like I was shrinking, lost in the dark, with my body refusing to react as it should. It wasn't normal. It wasn't healthy for a werewolf to experience these side effects, especially when my wolf was utterly absent. I knew something wasn't right, and deep down, I was scared. Terrified, even. I didn't want to think about it, but I couldn't stop myself. There were stories, myths about what happened to werewolves after a rejection. Some died. Others lost their wolves completely. Losing your wolf meant eventually losing yourself, and I couldn't let that happen to me. Get out already, we're late. Kai's voice snapped me out of my thoughts. His impatience was a welcome distraction. I groaned and pushed myself off the bed, shaking my head, trying to clear the fog from my mind. The last thing I needed was to get lost in my own thoughts any longer. I couldn't fix this right now, not with everything else piling up. I caught a brief whiff of the scent I had been desperately searching for, but it quickly disappeared into the air. Frustration washed over me again. I groaned aloud, realizing I was losing myself over something I couldn't control. Are you coming or not? Kai called, irritation creeping into his voice. Yeah, I muttered, trailing behind him as he led the way. Kai had been quiet around me lately, and I could feel the tension between us. I knew I owed him an apology for snapping at him. He was only trying to help. But that would have to wait. Kai, I called after him, my voice softer. He turned, raising an eyebrow at me. I'm sorry, I mumbled, my voice barely audible. We'll talk about it later, he said, waving me off as he walked into the classroom. I stood there for a moment, watching him go. A sigh escaped me as I followed him inside, my mind still searching for Aria. I needed to clear my head. I couldn't keep spiraling like this. I had to figure this out somehow. Aria. Aria. Aria, wake up. A voice shook me from my sleep. I groaned, trying to ignore the interruption, but the voice wouldn't stop. Wake up. Andrew shouted, his excited face appearing in front of me, grinning from ear to ear. What is it? I mumbled, still half asleep. Guess what? He nearly bounced off the bed with excitement. What? I asked, my voice thick with sleep. I found my mate. He beamed, his eyes shining with happiness. Mate. The word hit me like a punch to the gut. It stirred up emotions I didn't want to face, emotions I couldn't control. My wolf howled in pain at the mention of the word, and I couldn't stop the rush of emotions that followed. It felt like a knife had been shoved into my chest. I forced a smile. That's great, brother. Why are your eyes red? He asked, his expression softening with concern. I didn't sleep well, I lied, trying to mask the pain that still gnawed at me. Is everything okay? He asked, his voice filled with worry. I faked a smile again. Yeah. So, who's your mate? Stacy, he said, still glowing with happiness. Stacy? I choked on the name, feeling my heart drop. Stacy. Of all people. I couldn't stop the knot in my stomach from tightening. Yes, he smiled, completely unaware of the storm brewing inside me. Stacy. She wasn't the type to blend in. She had always made her dislike for me clear. I didn't even know why, but it was there. It felt like she had an unspoken grudge against me, something I couldn't quite understand. Oh, I said, my voice flat, trying to hide the discomfort. What's wrong? He frowned, noticing the change in my demeanor. Nothing, I lied, offering a weak smile to mask my true feelings. I'm so happy, sis. I can't believe I found my mate, he continued, oblivious to the turmoil inside me. You'll find yours soon enough too. Yeah, I agreed, nodding, but inside, my wolf was growling in response. I didn't know what to feel anymore. See you later, sis, he said, giving me a wave as he left the room. I sat there for a moment, staring at the door after he left. I replayed the rejection over and over in my mind. The emotional weight was too much, a burden I wasn't sure I could bear. I rolled out of bed and made my way to the bathroom, turning on the tap. As I looked at myself in the mirror, I frowned at my reflection. My eyes were red and swollen, my skin pale and dry. I didn't recognize the person staring back at me. I felt fragile, like a piece of glass on the edge of breaking. I splashed water on my face, trying to clear away the signs of crying. After brushing my teeth and dabbing my face with a towel, I headed out of the bathroom. As soon as I stepped out, I was met with an unexpected sight. Stacy, sitting on my bed in a bright red dress, a massive smile on her face. I raised an eyebrow, confused. "What are you doing here?" I asked, my voice cautious. She smiled sweetly, but it didn't reach her eyes. "You should speak to me with respect." "I'm your Luna now," she said, her words dripping with disdain. I rolled my eyes, not bothering to respond to her usual behavior. "She's a bitch." "Oh, and Aria?" Stacy's voice cut through my thoughts. "I'll banish you soon enough." Her words made my blood run cold, but I didn't let it show. I just stared at her, silently plotting my next move. Chapter 6. Zane. "I think you should talk to the pack healer and get some advice about this situation," Kai suggested, parking the car in front of the pack house. "I don't think it's a good idea," I replied, shaking my head. This was not the time to discuss the rejection. I didn't want the whole pack finding out about it. It wouldn't help anyone. I didn't want to lose my position or my title as alpha, especially not because of something so personal. It doesn't make it any easier. Once the word got out, there would be no going back. I knew how fast gossip spread, and revealing that I didn't have a mate right now would attract unwanted attention. Other pack leaders, abandoned wolves, and even enemies would be drawn to us. The last thing I needed was to put the pack at risk. "But we need to look into it," Kai insisted, gripping the steering wheel tightly. "We can't take any chances." "I know," I agreed reluctantly. "Can you do me a favor?" I asked. "Sure," he replied, glancing over at me. "Just keep the whole rejection thing quiet for now," I mumbled. "Don't tell anyone." "You didn't have to ask," he said with a smile. "I wasn't planning on telling anyone." "Thanks," I said, relieved. I opened the door and stepped outside, taking a deep breath as I stood in front of the pack house. I tried to clear my mind, but it was hard. The weight of everything was pressing down on me. I caught a faint scent in the air and found myself instinctively searching for it. It was the same scent I'd noticed yesterday at Aria's. I groaned in frustration, realizing how much I was torturing myself over something I had no control over. "Are you coming or not?" Kai asked, his voice pulling me from my thoughts. "Yeah," I muttered, following him. Kai had been giving me space, but I knew I still owed him an apology for snapping at him earlier. I wasn't sure how to fix things with him, but I had to try. "Kai," I called out, my voice quiet. He turned around, raising an eyebrow. "I'm sorry," I mumbled, looking down. "We'll talk later," he said with a reassuring smile and headed into the pack house. I stood there for a moment, lost in thought, before walking in after him. I needed to figure out what to do with myself. I couldn't keep acting like this. It wasn't fair to anyone, especially to the pack. "Aria, what are you doing here?" I froze at the sound of a familiar voice behind me. I turned to see Stacy standing there, holding a glass in her hand. "Do I need your permission to walk around my own house?" I shot back, raising an eyebrow. "I never liked that attitude of yours," she spat, glaring at me with contempt. I inhaled deeply, trying to keep my cool. I'd never had anger issues before, but lately my emotions were getting harder to control. I was on edge, and I could feel myself getting closer to a breaking point. I didn't want to lose control, but Stacy had a way of pushing my buttons that I couldn't ignore. "The feeling's mutual," I finally said, my voice strained but calm, and turned to leave. I took a step toward the door, but her voice stopped me again. "I really can't stand you staying in this pack anymore," she sneered. I stopped for a moment, feeling my blood boil at her words. This was the same woman who had been a constant source of negativity in my life. She was always looking for a way to make me feel small, always trying to make me feel unwelcome. And now she was threatening me with her position as if she had the right. I forced myself to breathe, trying to stay calm. "Well, that's your problem, isn't it?" I muttered, not looking back at her. I pushed open the door and walked out, my mind a whirlwind of emotions. My wolf was restless inside me, agitated by Stacy's words, by the way she always seemed to push me to my limits. I didn't know how much longer I could take her presence in my life. As I stepped outside, the fresh air hit my face, but it did little to calm the storm inside me. I needed to get away from everything for a while. I needed space. And maybe, just maybe, I needed to find answers I wasn't ready to face. Chapter 6. Aria. "Oh, and Aria? I'll banish you soon enough." Stacy's smile was chilling, completely insincere. I couldn't understand her. We had known each other since we were children, yet I could never read her. She was a mystery, a walking contradiction. One minute, she was all smiles and sweetness, and the next, she would shift into someone I didn't recognize. It was almost as if she harbored some deep grudge against me that I never fully understood. It didn't matter how many years we spent together or how many times I tried to connect with her. Her hatred for me never lessened. If anything, it only grew stronger with time. And now, here she was, sitting on my bed, making threats about banishing me from my own home. "I didn't know you had a problem with your hearing too," she snapped, annoyance flashing across her face. I rolled my eyes at her. "Shouldn't I be the one upset here? Can you just leave?" I asked, trying to keep my voice calm. "What did you say?" She leaned in, putting her palm near her ear as if she hadn't heard me clearly. "I asked you to leave," I repeated, this time louder, my patience thinning. "How dare you speak to me like that?" she snarled. "You have no right." "Leave," I said firmly, pointing at the door. Her face twisted in anger. "I'll make your life hell, trust me. You've got 1 week before you're thrown out of this pack house, my pack," she continued, ranting on and on. "Look, I don't care about you or your threats. Can you just leave already?" My voice rose involuntarily, surprising even me. "You're a bitch," she muttered, her words laced with venom. "Maybe that's why you haven't found your mate yet." The mention of my mate hit me like a slap, and something inside me snapped. My wolf was already angry, and hearing those words only made the frustration worse. "I'll rip your throat out if you say one more word." My wolf growled, and his voice was unlike anything I had ever heard before. I froze in shock. My wolf had never taken over like this before. I hadn't even shifted yet, but here he was, responding to the situation with a force I didn't understand. Stacy flinched at the sound of his authority. "How?" she stammered, visibly shaken. I didn't know the answer either. My wolf's sudden aggression caught me off guard. "How dare you?" A voice from the doorway snapped me out of my trance. I turned to see Andrew, his eyes bloodshot, standing in the doorway. "How dare you talk to my mate like that?" he growled, walking toward me with a determined step. "Let me explain," I started, but he cut me off. "Explain? What's there to explain? You have no right to speak to my mate like that. Don't forget she's your future Luna." His voice was low and filled with authority. I stood there, speechless, staring at my brother. His words, his demeanor, it all felt wrong. Why was he treating me this way? Why is he acting like this? I asked my wolf in confusion. "It's his wolf, not him." My wolf answered, sounding almost resigned. "Andrew, let me explain," I tried again, but he silenced me with a harsh gesture. "Shut up," he snapped, his voice full of anger. "And listen to me. Stacy is my mate. I don't care if you're my sister or not, you will respect her. If not, there will be consequences." He warned, not even giving me a chance to speak. I couldn't understand any of this. He didn't have the right to act this way without knowing the whole situation. It didn't make sense. He turned to Stacy, who was now crying fake tears. He embraced her tightly, wiping away her tears, and walked her out of the room without sparing me another glance. "Zane." I stood outside, staring at the empty building in front of me, the air heavy with the weight of everything that had transpired. I scanned the area, hoping to catch a glimpse of Aria, but she wasn't there. Are you planning to stand there all day? Kai's voice broke through my thoughts, his tone impatient. No. I was just. I trailed off, unsure if I should admit what I was feeling. Looking for Aria? He finished the sentence for me. Yeah, I said quietly, feeling a pang of shame. Remember I told you not to take things lightly? You're going to regret it if you don't listen to me. His words were sharp, but they held a truth that I couldn't ignore. Are you here to say I told you so? I raised an eyebrow at him. No. I'm just here to take you home. His voice softened, and he walked toward the car. Fine, I muttered, following him to the car. I watched as he slid into the driver's seat. I stood outside the car for a moment, gripping the door handle, unsure of what I was waiting for. What are you waiting for? Kai asked, sliding the window down. Nothing, I replied, opening the door and getting inside. We drove in silence for a few minutes, the air between us thick with unspoken words. You can tell me if something's bothering you, Kai said, breaking the silence. Honestly, I don't know. I feel drained, I admitted, my voice tinged with frustration. Is it because of the rejection? He asked, glancing at me. I don't know. I feel anxious. I've never felt this way before. I shook my head, trying to make sense of it. Maybe you're feeling Aria's emotions, Kai suggested, his eyebrows furrowing as he glanced at me. Aria's emotions? I frowned, confused. Yeah, mates have this bond that lets them feel each other's emotions. You might be sensing hers, he explained. I considered his words. If this was the mate bond, then I had no idea what was happening with Aria. How do you feel right now? He asked. Drained as hell. I snapped. Don't overthink it or it'll affect your health, Kai advised. What's your wolf saying about this? Nothing. He blocked me out completely. Blocked you out? Kai exclaimed, his eyes wide with shock. He slammed on the brakes, pulling the car to a halt at the corner. Do you know what that means? He asked, panic creeping into his voice. Yes, I whispered, my voice barely audible. We need to figure this out, Zane. If not, Kai trailed off, his face pale. I'll lose my wolf, I completed the sentence, the weight of his words sinking in. Chapter 8. Aria. I did my best not to take any of Stacy's insults to heart. I was used to her taunts, but today they stung more than usual. Her words about my mate hit a deeper nerve than I cared to admit. Stacy had a way of cutting straight to the heart with her comments. Even though she wasn't aware, she was scraping at a wound I had buried deep inside me. I couldn't blame her for that. It wasn't her fault, it was my mate who was causing me this pain. Where do you think you're going? Stacy's voice snapped me out of my thoughts, pulling me back to the present. I glanced at her, watching as her grip tightened on the glass in her hand. You should start counting the days. Your time in this pack is almost over. And it starts now, she said, a sinister smirk tugging at her lips. Will you just stop talking like that? I said, narrowing my eyes at her. I had heard it all before. Her constant threats and her attempts to belittle me were nothing new. Her smile only grew wider. You'll regret that, she said, almost as if she enjoyed watching me get upset. I've heard that so many times I've lost count, I retorted calmly. Stacy's pattern never changed. It was always the same act, pretending to be above it all while trying to drag me down. I had learned to tune out her games, but today it was more complex than ever to ignore. She took a sip from her glass, still wearing that infuriating smile, and I could tell something was off. I could sense she was plotting something, her behavior gave it away. But I couldn't quite figure out what she was planning. Something feels wrong. My wolf's voice was tinged with concern. What's going on? I asked. I don't know, but something feels evil. Before I could react further, the glass in Stacy's hand slipped from her grip, falling to the floor with a loud crash. I gasped, rushing to her side. The glass shattered, the sound echoing painfully in the silence. I knelt beside her, and my stomach dropped as I saw her pale face. The color was draining from her skin, and her lips turned a faint, metallic hue. What the hell is happening? I thought, panic rising within me. I looked at the spilt drink and saw the liquid darkening before my eyes. What's happening? I asked my wolf, horrified. This can't be happening. Her drink contained aconitum. What's that? It's wolfsbane. My wolf's voice was filled with dread. I couldn't believe it. Wolfsbane was a poison meant to harm werewolves, used to kill rogue wolves or those who posed a threat to packs. It was a substance created long ago by the son of the moon goddess, who had the ability to foresee the future. He crafted it in his quest to protect his pack from betrayal, and he named it Wolfsbane. After his death, the potion was lost to history, but had resurfaced in the present day. But Stacy? She wouldn't have done this to herself, would she? She was ruthless, but not suicidal. She hated me, but she loved herself more than she hated me. She wouldn't go to such extreme measures. Someone call the pack healer now. I mind-linked, panic rising in my chest. Where? A pack member's response came swiftly. Near the entrance of the pack house. Hurry. I turned to see Andrew rushing toward us, his face contorted in anger as he knelt beside Stacy. What did you do to her? He asked, his voice rising in fury. Andrew, I started to explain, but he cut me off. What did you do to her? His voice blared with an intensity that shook me. How could you? I didn't, I stammered, shocked by his accusation. Don't fucking lie to me, he yelled, his voice full of disbelief. In an instant, he was right in front of me, his face only inches from mine. I knew you hated her, but I never thought you'd try to kill my mate. You tried to kill my mate. My own fucking sister tried to kill my mate. Tears welled up in my eyes, and my heart shattered at his words. I hadn't done anything, but the guilt of what he was saying overwhelmed me. Where's the healer? Andrew snapped, looking around desperately. I'm sorry, the healer arrived, breathless. Her eyes widened as she assessed Stacy's condition. Take her to the healing room. She's been injected with wolfsbane. Andrew didn't hesitate, scooping Stacy into his arms and rushing her toward the healing room. I stood there, stunned, unable to move, my legs weak beneath me. The weight of the situation was too much. The accusations, the poison, the fear, they all hit me like a wave I wasn't prepared for. I hadn't done anything wrong, but here I was, trapped in a nightmare. I couldn't shake the feeling that this was just the beginning. Something was happening, and I couldn't figure out who was pulling the strings. Chapter 9. Zane. When are we allowed to go and check the book? I asked impatiently, walking around my room. This couldn't be happening right now. The sudden arrival of the sorcerer and the news of the Book of Myths being magically rewritten didn't feel right. The whole situation had a bad vibe to it. The book had been rewritten several times before, but this time, something felt different. I was scared and uncertain about what was ahead. I had many questions running through my mind. Most of them were about the rejection by Aria, but a particular thought kept bothering me more than I wanted to admit. What if my wolf disappears, and I turn into a human? Don't be so impatient, Kai stated calmly, sitting on my bed with his legs folded. What the hell are you doing? Meditating. I frowned, looking at him. I'm just relaxing. He rolled his eyes. You know I can't stand the sorcerer's aura. I still don't understand your problem with his aura. I furrowed my eyebrows, looking at him. His skin looked paler than before. He shook his head and sighed. Kai, I don't know why, but I feel like something really bad is going to happen, I said, glancing at the clock. The needle seemed to tick slower than usual, and with every single strike, my anxiety built up. I knew something regarding my rejection was about to come up in the rewritten version of the Book of Myths. All I could do right now was wait for the writing process to be completed. Aria. I stood outside the healing room, waiting for Andrew to come out. I needed to inform him about the sudden use of wolfsbane. Even though its production was banned, someone had dared to make it once again. It must have been someone experienced, because making that potion wasn't easy. I doubted Stacy would go through the trouble of scanning ancient books to brew a potion that she could later blame on me. That wasn't her style. She was more of the glamorous type, with little to no brain. She would never risk her own life in that manner. And though she hated me, I couldn't believe her hatred was so intense that she'd go to such extreme measures. But the main question on my mind was, will Andrew listen to what I have to say? I wouldn't blame him if he didn't. His mate was hanging between life and death. Anyone in his position would have snapped by now. But the situation was far worse than it seemed. The use of wolfsbane wasn't something to ignore, it was a sign of something darker, something destructive on the horizon. It wouldn't have been a big problem if Dad were here. As Alpha, it was his duty to listen to what I had to say, both as a daughter and as a pack member. But both our parents were out on a secret case, leaving me with no choice but to talk to Andrew. I had never been afraid of him. We shared a good bond, but now, with everything that was happening, I knew he wouldn't listen to me. I was snapped from my thoughts when I heard the door creak. Andrew walked out of the healing room, his eyes bloodshot, his skin pale. "Andrew, we need to talk," I called, interrupting him mid-step. "I don't want to talk to you. Go to your room and don't show your fucking face to me," he growled, turning toward me. "But I have something important to tell you," I screamed, frustration bubbling over. This situation was getting unbearably frustrating. I tried to explain, but he kept interrupting me. He wasn't giving me a chance to finish what I had to say. I sighed, taking a deep breath. "Stressing won't help, Andrew. Let me explain, Dash." "Explain what, huh?" He laughed dryly. "That it's Dash. That you couldn't see me being happy. You didn't like the idea of Stacy being my mate, did you?" "Look, Andrew, let me speak first, Dash," I tried again. "Nothing but lies will come out of your mouth. You made the wolfsbane potion, didn't you?" he accused. I gasped at the sudden accusation. How could he? How could my own brother think so low of me? He actually believed that I would stoop so low? Why would I even try to kill Stacy? It's his wolf. He's just worried about his mate. My wolf affirmed. I understand, but that doesn't give him the right to accuse us of something so low. How could you, Aria? He asked, his hand suddenly gripping my throat, lifting me from the ground. And Andrew. Let me go, I choked, desperately trying to pull away. You want me to let you go? He asked dryly. The brotherly voice I had always known was gone, replaced with a cold, unfamiliar tone. Please, I begged, my hands tracing over his grip, trying to free myself. His grip softened, and after a few moments, he pulled his hand away. Ugh. I groaned as pain flooded my body, the pressure lifting. I really wish you died the very day you were born, he spat, disgust clearly evident in his words. I stood there, stunned, as I watched him walk away. He didn't mean that, right? I asked my wolf as a single tear trickled down my cheek. I hope not, my wolf responded, sounding far too resigned. Chapter 10. Zane. Any updates on the book? I asked as soon as Kai stepped into the room, his expression unreadable. He glanced at me briefly, then took a long sip from his glass. I didn't go after it, he admitted, his voice tinged with a weariness I hadn't noticed before. The sorcerer's presence, it's dangerous. I don't have the energy for it right now. Seriously? I raised an eyebrow, disbelief rushing through me. You're just sitting here while there's work to be done? Kai shrugged, leaning back on the bed. I'm not going after a sorcerer if I'm not in the right state of mind. If you want to, go ahead, he said nonchalantly, gesturing to the door. I stared at him for a moment, trying to figure out how he could be so calm about everything. You're really not going to help, are you? He smiled faintly. Not today. I gritted my teeth in frustration, my thoughts turning dark. What's in that drink of yours anyway? It's not going to make you feel better, is it? It's a calming herbal drink. Helps with tension. He smirked, taking another sip. It always works for me. I rolled my eyes, irritated by his constant self-assurance. You're really something, aren't you? He met my gaze, a challenge in his eyes. Unlike you, Zane, I actually take time to understand things. You think just because you're next in line to be alpha, you've got everything figured out. But you're wrong. My temper flared, and I clenched my fists. What are you trying to say, Kai? He stared at me with an unreadable expression. You don't appreciate what you've got. That's why you can't see what's ahead. You think you're entitled to everything, and it blinds you to what really matters. I felt my heart thud painfully in my chest, the words cutting deeper than I wanted to admit. You don't get it, Kai. I've earned everything I've got. I'm meant to be alpha, and nothing is going to stand in my way. He didn't flinch. That's what you don't understand, Zane. It's not about being meant to be. It's about understanding what it means to lead. And right now, you're too lost in your own power to see what you're risking. I opened my mouth to argue, but the words stuck in my throat. His cold tone and confidence rattled me. "You're not ready," Kai said quietly. "And deep down, you know it." My jaw clenched as I struggled to contain my emotions. "I am ready. I will be alpha," I said with more force than I felt. Kai stood and headed for the door. "Maybe. But there's more to it than just claiming the title. Don't forget why you're even in line for it." With that, he left, and the silence that followed was deafening. Chapter 11. Zane. "Zane, don't forget the real reason why you're getting this position." Kai's voice cut through the silence, firm but laced with a hint of concern. "There's nothing to it," I said, my gaze shifting away, unwilling to face the memories that threatened to resurface. "You can't deny the truth. We all know." "Enough," I snapped, my voice sharp as a surge of frustration clawed at me. I hated being reminded of the choices that could have changed everything. Life, I realized, was like a game of chess. Once a piece was lost, getting it back was nearly impossible. A second chance didn't exist. The game started anew every single time. I had done what I had to do, and though it felt like a betrayal of my past self, there was no turning back. The moon goddess had set the pieces, and we had no say in the game she'd orchestrated. We were merely pawns in her grand design, bound to follow her rules. "As you wish," Kai murmured, rising from the bed. "Where are you going?" I asked, watching as he approached the door. "To get the Book of Myths," he replied, his tone exasperated as his hand reached for the doorknob. "You are coming? The sorcerer is gone, right?" I asked, though I already knew the answer. "Yes," Kai said, nodding. "He's gone. I'll be back." I watched him leave, the door clicking softly behind him. His mood, like the wind, shifted with every passing moment. I couldn't predict how long it would last or when the following change would come. But it wasn't Kai's mood that worried me. It was the Book of Myths. My gut twisted, the familiar anxiety creeping up as I thought about what was hidden within those pages. My wolf, silent for days, offered no reassurance. I had no idea what was ahead, especially after Aria's rejection. Her absence weighed heavily on my mind, even though I knew I was being selfish. One question haunted me: what if I lose everything? What if my wolf disappears? I couldn't bring myself to answer it. I hated the uncertainty that gnawed at me, and I dreaded what lay ahead. A soft creak of the door snapped me back to reality, and I turned to see Kai's silhouette. His face was shadowed, but I could see the mischievous glint in his eyes. "Why are you peeking?" I raised an eyebrow, my irritation quickly fading into curiosity. "I was checking on you," he replied with a sheepish grin. "Did you get the book?" I asked, my impatience evident. He nodded, taking slow steps towards me, an old, thick book in hand. It was heavy, almost foreboding. The moment he handed it to me, I felt a chill run down my spine. The clock on the wall seemed to tick louder, its hands dragging the seconds into what felt like an eternity. With a shaky breath, I lowered myself to the floor. The book lay before me, its edges worn with age. The anticipation felt unbearable, my heart racing with a mixture of dread and curiosity. Every tick of the clock seemed louder now. "Open it," Kai urged, his voice a whisper that carried more weight than I expected. My fingers hovered over the cover. It felt almost wrong to touch it, like I was crossing a line I shouldn't. But I had no choice. I turned the page. I froze. Nothing. Blank pages stared back at me, mocking me with their emptiness. I stared, unable to believe what I was seeing. I looked up at Kai, my voice barely a whisper. "It's empty." He met my gaze, his face pale. "What does this mean, Zane?" Meanwhile, Aria. "Can we rest for a bit?" I asked my wolf, the ache in my legs too much to ignore as I trudged deeper into the forest. "We need to keep moving," she insisted, her tone unyielding. "I can't," I muttered, sinking to my knees in exhaustion. The pain was unbearable. "Just a few more hours, then you can rest," she urged, but I could barely stand. "I can't," I repeated, helplessness taking hold of me. "Why does it hurt so much? We're crossing into a territory not ours. You can't show weakness here." Her words were sharp, yet laced with concern. "You must be strong." "Please," I begged, my voice breaking. "I need a break." Stop being human, she snapped. Keep walking. I pushed myself to my feet, but each step sent sharp pangs through my body, like I was being torn apart from the inside out. It felt as if my bones were shifting without my control, pulling in ways I had never imagined. Suddenly, a crack echoed through the trees, and I froze, my heart pounding in my chest. What was that? I whispered, my voice shaking. We're shifting, she said, the calmness in her voice betraying the turmoil I felt inside. The pain surged, unbearable and all-consuming. I crumbled to the ground, gasping as every bone seemed to break and rearrange itself. I couldn't breathe, couldn't think. And just when I thought I couldn't survive this, when the pain seemed too much to bear, a figure appeared. A shadow moved toward me, and a large wolf's paw gently pressed against my head, grounding me. Zane, I whispered, but there was no answer, just the comforting weight of the wolf's presence. The world around me blurred, and for a brief moment, I allowed myself to feel something other than pain. The wolf Zane was here, and for the first time in what felt like forever, I didn't feel so alone. Chapter 12. Aria. The sudden appearance of a wolf caught my attention. He landed gracefully in front of me, his eyes assessing me with a calculating gaze. His movements were slow and deliberate, as if he were deciding whether to trust me or not. Then, without warning, he placed his paw gently on my head, a surprising calmness flowing through me. For a brief moment, the agonizing pain of my shifting body seemed to ease. The sharp, grinding sensations in my bones softened, almost as if his touch was guiding the change. But still, the fear of what was happening to me lingered. Zane? I called out silently, my heart aching with the hope that it was him. The wolf had an air of familiarity, but he remained silent, the only sound being my own frantic breaths. The pain lessened, but the weight of his paw remained, and with it, a pressure I couldn't quite understand. It was as if he were commanding me, asserting his dominance without a single word spoken. Who are you? The voice came, not from his mouth, but from his mind. There was an authority in it, and despite my desperation, I couldn't ignore it. I mean no harm, I replied, my voice trembling as I tried to free myself from his subtle but firm control. The wolf's grip tightened slightly, his presence overwhelming. You crossed into my territory without permission, he growled, the sound low and menacing. That is a crime. I was passing through, I replied, my voice steady, but the tension in my chest was growing. The wolf's stance grew more imposing. You still have not learned that an alpha's territory is not to be trespassed without consequences. My wolf snorted inside me, irritated at the situation. I warned you about this. Get me out of this, I thought, frustration bubbling inside me. Pardon my companion's behavior, my wolf spoke again, this time in an almost apologetic tone. She didn't listen. The wolf's gaze softened for a moment, but then he growled again. Don't try to run away. His paw lifted slowly, and I hesitated for a moment before shifting into my wolf form. The transition was rough, but somehow it felt natural. The pain was still there, but it was manageable. I stood tall in front of him, my body now a reflection of the power and strength I had longed to embrace. Where is your mate? The wolf asked, his eyes narrowing. I don't have one, I answered, my tone sharper than I intended. Where is your pack? Or were you sent here to spy on me? His suspicion was clear. I'm not a spy, I said, my frustration beginning to show. The wolf didn't seem satisfied. You're a rogue. What is your purpose here? Before I could respond, a man stepped forward from the shadows, holding out a t-shirt. It landed in front of me, the fabric soft under my paws. He gestured toward a tree to my left. Go behind there, he instructed. Think about your human form. They're communicating through their mind link, my wolf observed, and I nodded, knowing it to be true. It was easy to see. I reluctantly obeyed, retreating behind the tree. As soon as I shifted back into my human form, I tugged the shirt on, adjusting it as best as I could to cover myself. What had I gotten myself into? You should have listened to me, my wolf chided, her voice tinged with annoyance. I was in pain, I thought back defensively, but there was no comfort in that excuse. "Come out, rogue," the alpha's voice called, firm. I couldn't escape. I couldn't run. The oppressive air around me made it clear that resistance was futile. The decision to survive, to keep breathing, meant facing whatever came next. I stepped out, trying to delay the inevitable. The two men stood there, their eyes assessing me, as if they were deciding what to do with this intruder. The alpha, his dark green eyes gleaming, asked, "What's your name?" "Aria Bryn," I replied, my voice rough from the strain. The man beside him gasped. "You're Alpha Bryn's daughter?" I raised an eyebrow, puzzled. "Yes." "Then why do you smell like an abandoned wolf?" the alpha asked, his voice cold and accusing. "I left my pack," I said, trying to keep the emotion out of my voice. The alpha's eyes narrowed. "And your mate?" "Rejected," I answered, forcing myself to stay calm. I was on the edge, but I wouldn't let them see how vulnerable I was. "Do you realize you're a rare breed?" He studied me, his gaze sharp. "A rare breed." I frowned, confusion sweeping over me. "What does that mean?" The alpha paused, his expression softening slightly. "For now, I'll forgive your intrusion," he said, his voice turning almost casual. "But be careful. The scent of an abandoned wolf is dangerous." "I don't have anywhere to go," I muttered, my words trailing off with uncertainty. The alpha smirked, his tone shifting as he leaned closer. "Join my pack." "Why?" I asked, still uncertain about his sudden change in mood. He smiled again, his green eyes gleaming with something unreadable. "I'm not as bad as you think, Aria." I hesitated. What was he playing at? A voice interrupted my thoughts. "You're asking her to join your pack?" A rogue. The man beside the alpha Neil, I assumed, sounded incredulous. "I think she's worth the risk," the alpha replied smoothly, never breaking eye contact with me. "She's not here to cause harm." I swallowed hard. What now? I thought of my wolf. But there was no answer, only silence. Chapter 13. Aria. "Oh, by the way, I'm Luke, and this is my beta, Neil," he said, gesturing to the man standing beside him. A smile crept up on both of their faces, and they exchanged a knowing glance. Neil turned to face me, his smile warm but scrutinizing. "Aria, you should come with us to the pack house," he said, his gaze sweeping over me. "You're in no condition to be wandering around, especially with all the unmated wolves out there." A scowl appeared on Alpha Luke's face, and he narrowed his eyes at his beta. "Ignore Neil. He's just worried his mate will have his head for being seen with you," Luke teased, a smile tugging at his lips. Neil scoffed, his gaze never leaving mine. "But you still haven't answered our Alpha's question. Are you willing to join our pack?" My wolf's voice was quiet, but firm. "We have no other option but to accept." I hesitated for a moment. "Surely there's something else we can do?" "No, there isn't." What he said about being a target without shelter is true. Our best chance at survival is to accept. I sighed inwardly. It was the truth. I couldn't deny it. "I accept your offer," I said, looking both of them in the eye. Luke's expression softened slightly, but his curiosity remained. "There's just one thing I need you to clear up first. Why did you leave the Shadow Light Pack, your home?" "Mate issues," I said flatly, cutting off any possibility for further questions. I couldn't risk revealing anything more. The Shadow Light Pack, my parents, and my brother, none of it could be exposed. Secrets could destroy me, and I wasn't about to let that happen. "You mean you're completely disconnected from them?" Neil pressed, still not quite buying my answer. "Yes," I muttered, my gaze dropping to the floor. It was true, at least for now. "And you won't leak any information about us to them?" "No," I replied firmly. "I won't." Luke seemed satisfied for the moment, and a smile returned to his face. "Good. Then we can welcome you as a faithful member of the Red Blood Pack. Will you be loyal to us?" "Yes," I said, the words almost automatic. "That's fantastic." Both Luke and Neil cheered, their voices in sync. I stood still, studying their behavior. Their upbeat, almost cheerful demeanor was unsettling. I had just met them, and they were already acting like old friends. It didn't sit right with me. Why were they being so friendly, especially to someone like me, a rogue? The Red Blood Pack house was nothing like the Shadow Light Pack house. Its architecture was unique, with octagonal-shaped roofs and enormous curtains that draped over the upper floors. The windows were so large I could imagine a wolf leaping right through them. It was extravagant, and yet, something about it felt hollow. "Welcome to the main pack house of the Red Blood Pack," Luke announced, drawing me from my thoughts. I nodded, taking in the surroundings as we made our way inside. The energy here was different, almost like it was charged with anticipation. Luke stopped in front of a door and pushed it open. "This will be your room for the night. We'll move you to a more permanent one once you've officially joined us," he said, his gaze wandering the room briefly before settling back on me. I stepped inside, the room neat but straightforward. It wasn't anything extravagant, just a space to rest. Neil appeared with a change of clothes, including trousers and a t-shirt, and handed them to me. "Here, change into these." I nodded, grateful for the offer, though the awkwardness of the situation lingered in the air. I could feel the tension in my chest tightening. "Thanks," I said softly. The silence between us stretched, and then, my stomach growled loudly, breaking the stillness. Luke and Neil exchanged looks, and Luke chuckled. "I'll send some food up for you. Get some rest." My cheeks burned in embarrassment, but I said nothing as they left, closing the door behind them. Once alone, I quickly changed into the clothes they had given me. I wasn't sure what to think about this pack or their offer, but I knew it was my only choice right now. Still, I couldn't shake the feeling that something was off. As I finished changing, I heard a familiar voice in the distance. "Neil, go do the background check on that girl," the voice said, cold and calculating. "If she's a spy, I won't hesitate to eliminate her." I froze, my heart skipping a beat. Meanwhile, Zane. "Why is it all blank?" I muttered, turning the pages of the Book of Myths, my fingers trembling with anxiety. "I don't know," Kai whispered, his voice unusually soft. The pages were empty, each one more unnerving than the last. I could feel the chill creeping over me, the sense that something terrible was about to unfold. The rewritten book, the sorcerer's appearance, it was all connected somehow, and the blank pages only deepened my sense of dread. "I can't believe this," I sighed, slamming the book shut. I pushed it aside, as if the act could somehow push away my growing unease. Kai placed a reassuring hand on my shoulder. "It'll show up soon enough. Don't worry about it." "I'm trying not to," I muttered under my breath. Just as I was about to stand, I heard my mom's voice in my head. "Zane, your dad wants to talk to you. He's waiting in his office." "And then the devil calls," I groaned, rolling my eyes. "What's wrong?" Kai asked, noticing my sudden change in expression. "You look like you've seen a ghost." "Alpha's call," I replied, exasperated. "Hand me the book. I'll drop it by Dad's office." "Here," Kai said, handing me the book. The cold surface of the book sent an uncomfortable shiver down my spine, as if it carried some unspoken weight that I wasn't ready to bear. My pulse quickened, and I felt a pressure building in my chest. "I think you should get going now," Kai said, his voice quiet but firm. I nodded and walked out of the room, the book heavy in my hands. As I entered my father's office, I saw him hunched over his desk, scribbling something on a piece of paper. "You called?" I asked, trying to mask the irritation in my voice. "Don't you have the decency to knock?" he growled, barely looking up. "Sorry," I muttered, setting the book down on his desk. He finally looked at the book, his gaze narrowing. "What were you doing with the Book of Myths?" "Just checking," I said, trying to sound casual. He scoffed and stood up, his posture rigid. "Did you find your mate yet? Or are you planning to run away like the coward you are?" "I'm not a coward," I growled, the accusation stinging. "And yes, I've found my mate." My father's eyes narrowed even further. "Who is she?" "Lila," I replied, my voice steady, though my heart was pounding in my chest. Chapter 14. Aria. "Do you agree to all the above statements?" Alpha Luke's voice rang out, commanding attention. The room fell into an uneasy silence as all eyes turned to me. It wasn't their gazes that weighed heavily on me, it was the silence, thick and suffocating. In this moment, the stillness was as dangerous as any confrontation. I was about to commit myself to something that would sever the last threads of my past. I had spent so much of my life fighting, trying to hold on to something that wasn't meant to be mine. And now, here I was, standing in front of these strangers, my heart racing as I realized what this decision meant. No going back. I would be an abandoned wolf, with no pack, no history to hold on to. But even in my fear, a small part of me felt a flicker of hope. This was my chance to start again. Yes, I do, I answered, my voice unwavering despite the storm inside me. It wasn't easy, but it was necessary. I could feel my heart beating faster, the weight of my decision settling on my chest. You're officially now a member of the Red Blood Pack, Luke declared. His voice was firm, and the cheers from the pack members rang in my ears. But I remained still, the weight of the moment dragging me down. I didn't feel the joy they were celebrating. Welcome to the Red Blood Pack, Aria, Beta Neil added, his voice bright with enthusiasm. The others echoed the sentiment, but I remained silent, lost in my thoughts. I stood apart from the others, watching as the pack celebrated with laughter and chatter. I couldn't bring myself to join them. My mind wandered back to the Shadow Light Pack, to the faces of my family, faces I could never return to. Andrew's betrayal still stung, and my parents' absence left a bitter ache in my chest. I had failed them all, and now I was starting over, alone. What's wrong? Luke's voice broke through my thoughts, and I looked up to see him standing beside me, holding 2 glasses of wine. He handed one to me, his smile warm, but there was something in his eyes that made me wary. I remembered the conversation from last night, the way he'd ordered Neil to pull my background details. He knew more about me than I liked, but still, there was a certain sincerity in his actions. Nothing, I replied, trying to mask the unease creeping up inside me. You know you can talk to me, right? He said, his smile never wavering as he took a sip from his own glass. I frowned, looking at him suspiciously. Why was he being so kind to me? I was nothing but a rogue. I had no loyalty, no status. I was a stranger, someone they had only just accepted, and yet he treated me like one of his own. What was his angle? Thanks, I mumbled, gripping the glass tighter than necessary. Aria, can I ask you something? Luke's voice was gentle now, his expression serious. If you don't mind. Yeah, I replied, wondering what he was about to ask. Are your parents white wolves? His question caught me off guard, and I blinked at him, unsure of how to respond. I raised an eyebrow. No. Why? Remember yesterday when I said you were a special breed? Luke reminded me, his eyes never leaving mine. Yes, I replied, confused. What I mean is you're a white wolf, he said, his words slow and deliberate. I felt the blood drain from my face. What? I gasped, barely able to process what he was saying. Wait, what do you mean? You offered me to join your pack because I'm a white wolf. No, that's not it at all. Luke hurriedly waved his hands. It's just that white wolves disappeared after the war ended. There's been no sign of them since. You're rare, Aria. I couldn't believe what I was hearing. I had no idea, I said quietly, my mind racing. A white wolf? How could that be? It didn't make sense. Luke saw my confusion and quickly explained. I didn't offer you to join because of that. I offered because I know you mean no harm. You're here to help, not to bring danger. I looked at him, still unsure. So that's it? You're not offering me a place because of this rare bloodline. No, he replied, his tone reassuring. But your lineage, your potential, it could be important. It's something we might need, but it's not why I brought you in. I sighed, trying to process it all. But Luke wasn't finished. Anyway, I've had your room prepared, he said, quickly changing the subject. It's yours now, a permanent place to stay. You'll find clothes there, and we'll get you settled in. Are you changing the topic? I asked, raising an eyebrow, amused by his sudden shift in focus. Luke flushed slightly, scratching the back of his neck. No, it's just, well, I'm trying to be nice, he said, his voice awkward. Okay. I couldn't help but smile at his discomfort. It was a rare sight to see him flustered. Back to the point, he continued, regaining his composure. Your training will start tomorrow. As a pack fighter. A fighter? I frowned, unsure of what he meant. Yes, he said, his lips curling into a smirk. You'll be part of the pack's defense. We train our own. You're not just here to be a member, you're here to contribute. Meanwhile, Zane. I sighed as I pushed the door open to my room. Kai was standing near my bed, his arms crossed and his expression unreadable. The weight of everything had been pressing on me, and then my father had made it worse. I hadn't planned on saying Lila's name. It just slipped out. My heart was heavy with the truth of it, the reality that I had been forced into a position I wasn't ready for. What happened now? Kai asked, turning his head toward me as I walked in. I plopped down onto the couch, the exhaustion evident in my posture. It was Dad and his usual interrogation. He wanted to know about my mate. Kai sat on the bed, ready to listen. What did you tell him? I told him Lila's my mate, I mumbled, the words coming out without thought. You said what? Kai's voice was loud with shock. I didn't have a choice. He called me a coward and accused me of not being fit to take over. I defended myself, feeling the sting of his words all over again. That doesn't mean you have to announce it to him like that. Kai shook his head, exasperated. I didn't know what else to do, I muttered, running a hand through my hair. You never do, he retorted, his voice laced with sarcasm. Anyway, I've got something to tell you. Why do you always have to be so cryptic? I asked, raising an eyebrow. I'm not being cryptic, Kai snapped. It's just your decisions. They're always messed up, and it pisses me off. Stupid? I repeated, narrowing my eyes at him. More or less, he replied, his tone softening. Listen, I heard Aria's missing. What? What do you mean missing? I shot up from the couch, my heart skipping a beat. Yeah, she disappeared from her pack house. They sent search teams after her, Kai explained. And there's something else. What else? I asked, my mind racing. Kai handed me the Book of Myths, opening it to a page. The writing appeared. I took the book, my eyes scanning the page as I read the cryptic words. What is lost cannot be gained, until death brings the dreadful rename. But then the shining light works its way. Until and unless the entire world goes to ruin. I froze. My pulse quickened, and I could feel a cold shiver down my spine. What did this mean? Chapter 15. Zane. 3 years later. 3 years. It had been 3 years since I became the alpha of the DarkMoon Pack. So much had changed. My pack had grown stronger, the members had flourished, and everything around me seemed to be going in the right direction except me. When my father passed on the alpha position to me, I thought things would be different. But no matter how much I tried to adapt, a part of me remained unchanged. I couldn't shake the guilt, the nagging feeling that something was off, especially when it came to Lila. After Aria disappeared, I had no choice but to mark Lila as my mate. It was a matter of duty and position. I never had any doubts before, but everything shifted the moment Aria came into the picture. The rejection, it haunted me. I marked Lila for the sake of my title, but the truth was, I didn't feel the connection with her like I did with Aria. Everyone believed Lila was my real mate, except for Kai, who knew the whole truth. I searched for Aria, but I couldn't find her. And honestly, I didn't have the courage to admit that she had truly left. Being mated to Lila was something I had accepted over time, but the truth remained. She wasn't my true mate. She knew it, and I knew it. We were both in love, but a part of me still felt the pull towards Aria, the unresolved pain of what could have been. What are you thinking about so deeply? Kai's voice suddenly broke through my thoughts. I turned around, but he wasn't visible. The door to my room was slightly ajar, and I could hear his footsteps. Can you even sense me standing right next to you? Kai whispered into my ear. The coldness of his voice sent a shiver down my spine, and I instinctively turned to face him. When did you get in? I asked, trying to shake off the surprise. While you were lost in your thoughts, he replied casually, his expression unreadable. I narrowed my eyes. Your sensing powers seem to be draining faster than usual, he added, tilting his head as his eyes scanned me. There's nothing wrong with me, I huffed defensively, crossing my arms. I thought the potion I made for you was working its magic, Kai said, his lips curling into a slight smirk. Healing you, making you whole again. What exactly are you? I asked, trying to keep my tone calm despite the confusion swirling in my mind. His smirk deepened. I'm your beta. I rolled my eyes. You know what I mean. Lately, you've been acting strangely. Am I? He sighed dramatically, as though he was tired of explaining. I just want you to recover, Zane. I wasn't entirely convinced. Nothing happened to me, I said, though I knew there was more to it than I was letting on. My wolf started responding again, thanks to the potion. Kai's smile softened for a moment. You're welcome. How did you make the potion anyway? I asked, genuinely curious now. He shrugged. Honestly, I don't know. Just mix some herbs and, voila, the cure was ready. Right? And you're not an ordinary werewolf, are you? I raised an eyebrow, skeptical. Kai rolled his eyes. Of course not. I'm a vampire, didn't you know? I sighed, exhausted from the constant sarcasm. That's not funny. Seriously, Zane, he said with an exaggerated frown. Why are you asking me these ridiculous questions? You already know the answers. I shook my head. Why are you here, then? Kai's expression shifted slightly, and his eyes darkened. Oh, right. I have something important to tell you, Alpha. What is it? I asked, dreading what might be coming. The Shadow Light Pack got attacked. Meanwhile, Aria. Thanks for taking care of the rogue, Luke said as I walked into my room, wiping blood from my hands. No big deal, I replied, forcing a smile. The increasing number of attacks had made me numb to the violence. The rogue wasn't any different from the others, except maybe in strength. I had killed many rogues before, but this one felt different. More powerful. Luke stood by my bed, watching me with a concerned look. I know I've been pushing you a lot lately, he said, his voice softer now. You don't get enough rest. But you know I love you. He smiled, his eyes glowing in the dim light. His words felt warm, sincere, and for a moment, I felt a sense of peace. His emotions were so pure, they almost radiated from him, and I couldn't help but smile in return. Yeah, I said quietly, too exhausted to muster more than that. I love you too. Luke shook his head playfully, a smile dancing on his lips. You sound like a zombie. You need rest. Go take a shower, and I'll bring you something to eat. He gestured toward the door as though he were offering me a sanctuary. It was strange to think of myself as Luke's girlfriend. He'd asked me out 2 years ago, and I hadn't been able to refuse, but it had never been anything like what I had with Zane. It wasn't a bond of fate, but instead a mutual care and understanding. We both didn't have our mates, so we made do with what we had. After I left my pack, Andrew had taken over as alpha of the Shadow Light Pack. News about Zane's mate spread quickly, and it gutted me. I did my research, confirming that Zane had marked Lila as his mate. The bond we shared was still there, but it had grown weaker over time. I could still sense his emotions, but they now felt distant. He had moved on, and so had I, or at least I was trying to. But maybe, just maybe, I belonged here with Luke. No thanks, I said with a tired smile. I'll just change and sleep. Luke growled in mock frustration. Don't disobey me, Aria. The room was silent except for the sound of Luke's fork scraping against his plate. He wasn't the best cook, but he seemed proud of whatever concoction he'd prepared. So, did the rogue confess anything? He asked, his tone casual. I shook my head, swallowing a mouthful of the disgusting greens he called food. Nothing. These rogues are getting more dangerous. This one was stronger than the others. Luke's eyes darkened, his demeanor shifting slightly. It needs to be investigated closely. I nodded, trying to ignore the sour taste lingering in my mouth. I agree. But this one was different. It wasn't just some random attack. Luke leaned back in his chair, setting his fork down. Did you hear the news? The Shadow Light Pack got attacked yesterday. My heart skipped a beat. What? I choked out, trying to process what he had just said. Yeah, Luke nodded. Many pack members were injured, some killed. Alpha Andrew is badly wounded. And your parents. I hate to say this, Aria, but they're dead. The words hit me like a punch to the gut. My breath caught in my chest, and for a moment, everything around me blurred. No, I whispered, my voice barely audible. Luke didn't say anything else. He just watched me, his expression unreadable. The weight of the news crushed me, but there was no time for tears. There was too much at stake, and I couldn't afford to break now. Chapter 16. Aria. What did you just say? My voice was barely above a whisper, a cocktail of disbelief and a storm of emotions threatening to overtake me. Luke's words felt like a punch, and for a moment, I couldn't process them. This had to be a nightmare. He had to be joking, right? He shook his head, his face unreadable. I'm sorry, Aria, he said softly, taking a step closer, his gaze steady. I know this is a lot to take in, but you can't let it destroy you. You're strong, Aria. I know this is hard, but I need you to be strong. I care for you, and I don't want you to doubt yourself. His hand reached out and gently cupped my cheek, his touch warm against my tear-streaked skin. I love you, he whispered, the words so simple, yet so heavy. You're not alone. You have us now. The Red Blood Pack is your family. This is your home. How? How could he say that so easily? I opened my mouth, trying to steady my shaking voice. How? Luke's expression softened, but his eyes were filled with concern. They weren't killed in the attack, he explained. They were already gone before the attack. Alpha Andrew was keeping it a secret. The attack just forced the truth to come out. Andrew was hiding it? I repeated, my voice barely audible. Why? How could something like that stay a secret? Luke sighed, running his hand through his hair in frustration. There's more to it. We don't know why yet, but it's bigger than we thought. I nodded, trying to absorb the weight of the news. Can you leave me alone for a while? I whispered, my voice strained. No, Luke's voice was firm, unyielding. I'm not leaving you. Not now. You need me. Before I could protest, the door to my room swung open, and a familiar figure stepped inside. I'm sorry to interrupt, Alpha, the pack member said, his tone urgent. But we have news. A rogue infiltrated our territory earlier today. Beta Neil has locked her up for questioning. A rogue. Luke's surprise was evident. A female rogue? Yes, Alpha. She's a girl. Luke stood up, his posture stiffening with authority. Tell Beta Neil to handle it. I'm busy. The pack member nodded and left, closing the door behind him. Luke turned back to me, his expression softening, though the tension still lingered. You need rest. You've had a tough day. Get some sleep, and I'll check in later. I watched him pick up a tray from the side and give me a small smile. Sleep, and I'll see you later, love. I wanted to argue, to push him away, but I knew it would only make things more complicated. Thank you, Luke, I said quietly, though my heart was heavy with doubt. By the way, Luke paused as he reached the door. The drink you made earlier, it helped. Drink? I couldn't even remember making one. My mind was too clouded with everything else. Meanwhile, Zane. The Shadow Light Pack got attacked. I barely reacted, raising an eyebrow. So? Kai's face drained of color, his voice tight with urgency. What do you mean so? You should care about this. I leaned back in my chair unfazed. It's just a neighboring pack. Why should it matter to us? Kai's eyes narrowed in frustration. You're the Alpha. You need to be aware of everything, even if it doesn't directly involve us. Good point, I muttered. But we're not involved. What's the real issue? Kai's eyes flashed with worry. We could be next. Don't you see? The rogue attacks are escalating. Next. I frowned, confused. Why would they come after us? Kai sighed, exasperated. You really don't get it, do you? The abandoned wolves are getting more dangerous. The attacks are escalating. And they're not just attacking anyone. They're looking for something. I tilted my head, intrigued despite myself. What exactly are they searching for? Kai flipped open the Book of Myths and pointed to a passage. A few lines appeared yesterday. Nobody knows what they mean. I squinted at the words. Impurity cannot be cleansed, while buried deep within comes the light through the fire. Purifying all indeed. What's that supposed to mean? I asked, confused. Kai shrugged. The sorcerer says the lines are important, but we don't know how to read them. All we know is these rogue attacks are tied to something big. Something we don't understand. I felt a chill run down my spine. 2 packs have already been wiped out. The Alphas are dead. Kai nodded. It's not about weakness. It's pride. And that's why they fell. I bristled. I'm not weak. Fine, Kai muttered. But don't underestimate this. These rogue wolves are a threat. I slammed my fist on the table. I'm the Alpha. I'll protect my pack. Kai stared at me unamused. You're not seeing the full picture. The situation is bigger than you think. I was about to argue when a knock interrupted. A voice from outside said, "It's been a while, and you haven't changed a bit, brother." My heart skipped a beat as I recognized the voice. Chapter 17. Zane. It's been a long time, and you haven't changed a bit, brother. I froze at the sound of that voice. My gaze shot to the door, and there he was leaning casually against the frame, arms crossed, a smirk playing on his lips. The air around him felt thick, and my heart rate quickened. I recognized the man standing there. "Jace," I muttered, a mix of anger and disbelief flooding my voice. He chuckled, low and mocking. Still as impulsive as ever. He pushed off the door frame, his hands slipping into the pockets of his jeans as he stepped into the room. "What do you want?" I demanded, slamming my palm against the table. The sound echoed through the room, my body tense with simmering rage. "Some things never change," Jace grinned, his eyes glinting with mischief. "Brother." I knew that smirk. I knew that tone. Even after all these years, he dared to show up uninvited, stepping into my pack's territory as though it were his. And then he mocked me, still as arrogant as ever. "Get out." I barked, my voice thick with fury. I pointed toward the door, my anger boiling over. "You'll pay for trespassing on my land." Jace raised an eyebrow, his smirk widening. "Since when did I ever listen to you, little brother?" The word brother left his mouth like poison. It wasn't a term of affection. It was tainted, laced with something cold and hateful. Since I became the alpha, I growled, barely keeping control. Jace's laugh echoed in the room, cutting through my resolve. "Your hunger for power, I suppose, hasn't changed," he teased. The carefree attitude that he wore like armor was both familiar and grating. "Zane," Kai's voice interrupted, calm but holding a strange edge. "Jace isn't here by choice." I turned to Kai, confusion clouding my thoughts. "What are you talking about?" Kai's eyes were unreadable, but there was something deeper in his gaze. Something that made me uneasy. "He didn't come here of his own will, Zane. He was sent by our father. That's why he entered without permission. He's not here to reclaim anything." I stared at him, the weight of his words sinking in. "You're saying he was called here?" I asked, trying to wrap my mind around it. Kai nodded, his expression softening. "Yes, Zane. There's nothing left for him here." Jace grinned smugly, clearly enjoying the tension in the room. "Plus," he added, "I wouldn't mind helping your pack with these rogue attacks." I bristled, my blood boiling. "How dare you insult my pack?" Before I could act, a soft, firm grip grabbed my arm, pulling me back. A girl, smaller than me, stood in front of me, her hand steady on my wrist as she silently redirected my fist. "Please don't harm him," she said, her voice quiet but firm. I blinked in surprise. Why was this girl protecting Jace? She was almost as small as Lila, yet she stood her ground. I turned to Jace with a mocking grin. "Too scared to fight your own battles now? Got a girl to protect you." Jace's voice dropped to a low, amused tone. "Don't be so quick to judge, brother. Maybe that's why you still haven't learned how to lead properly. You're too impulsive." I clenched my teeth. "You think you know anything about leadership?" He chuckled lightly. "Sure. Why did Dad call you here?" I asked, my patience hanging by a thread. Kai's words echoed in my mind. "Jace isn't here by choice." Jace's face shifted then, his eyes darkening. "To take care of the pack," he said, the words carrying a weight I hadn't expected. "Something you're not doing right." The air in the room grew thicker. His eyes flickered with an eerie crimson glow, and I could feel the tension surge. A low growl rumbled from my chest, my instincts reacting to his change. "Jace is shifting," Kai warned, his voice tight as he stepped in front of me, positioning himself between me and Jace. "Get back, Zane." I moved a step forward, but Kai's arm shot out, blocking my way. "Stay back," he said calmly. "It's under control." The girl stepped forward, her presence still as composed as ever. She slipped a beaded necklace over Jace's neck, and in an instant, the glowing red in his eyes disappeared, replaced with the warm amber color I remembered. What just happened? I stood frozen, my mind racing. "What is this?" "I guess you didn't see my full potential yet," Jace teased, his smirk widening. "Still scared?" I clenched my fists. You wish. Why don't you two just settle this? Kai sighed, stepping back. There's no point in getting all worked up. You're brothers. Jace smirked, his eyes still locked on mine. Tell that to your alpha, Kai, he sneered. You better not interfere. I snarled, my anger flaring. This is all because you've shown up here after all these years. Jace's grin grew. So the myth is true, he muttered under his breath. What myth? Kai asked, his interest piqued. Jace's eyes turned toward the book of myths lying on the table. Bring it here, he ordered, his tone suddenly serious. Kai hesitated but complied, grabbing the book and tossing it to Jace. Jace caught it with ease, flipping through the pages with unnerving speed. He stopped on a specific section. Read this, he ordered. Kai leaned over, reading aloud. For those who seek guidance, cannot be granted a willingness to greed within. It can only diminish the impurity. By the dog guiding it in. I stared at the words, a cold shiver crawling up my spine. What does this mean? Jace laughed darkly. Don't tell me you can't read, too. He tossed the book back to Kai, and the implications of the words hit me all at once. The room felt colder. This wasn't just about a family reunion. This was something darker. Jace wasn't the same. And I wasn't sure if I even recognized him anymore. Chapter 18. Zane. Can we discuss the facts now? Jace asked, drumming his fingers on the wooden surface of the table. He yawned, clearly uninterested. Shut up now, will you? I snapped, my frustration boiling over. I turned back to Kai. Yeah, so what were you saying? Kai paused, glancing at Jace before speaking. It was just before your arrival. I had a vision, something bad. It's like something vicious is going to happen. Vision? Jace raised an eyebrow, intrigued. Since when did you start getting visions? I frowned, ignoring Jace's interruption. It was unheard of for werewolves to have visions, not since Romero, the son of Ophelia, the moon goddess. Kai had been breaking all the rules lately, but visions? That was something new. A couple of days ago, Kai sighed. I'm just tense about our pack. I already knew Kai was uneasy about everything that had been happening. I remembered the late-night visits, when he came to my office, exhausted from trying to decipher the cryptic messages in the Book of Myths. Nothing is going to happen to our pack, I said firmly, trying to push away the negative thoughts. Don't waste time worrying about what could go wrong. Instead, we need to figure out what's really going on. Kai didn't seem convinced, but before he could respond, Jace cut in. Wow, what a great speech. Jace clapped mockingly, his voice dripping with sarcasm. I'm impressed. I shot him a glare. Will you stop it? My patience was wearing thin. Every word he spoke felt like a provocation, and his presence was starting to feel like an obstacle I couldn't ignore. Stop being grumpy, Jace huffed, unfazed by my glare. I wonder how you managed to control this pack for 3 years. What did you say? My voice dropped, a growl rising in my throat. Oh. Jace's face lit up. Now I get it, he said, pointing a finger at me. You haven't been able to take care of this pack as an alpha, and he paused, looking up at the ceiling as though in deep thought. That's why I was called. He flashed a toothy grin. What the fuck is wrong with him? I mind-linked Kai. Dude, stop reacting. He's doing it on purpose. I turned to Kai, who was glaring at me. I could tell he was frustrated, too. Stop it, he mouthed silently. Jace, grow up. I rolled my eyes, trying to ignore the aggravation that was growing inside me. I'm a full-grown man, 26, exactly 5 years older than you, Jace smirked. It doesn't seem so. Kai snorted in response. I couldn't help but smirk. I would have loved to see Jace's face if he could hear what Kai just said. My gaze shifted to the girl sitting beside Jace. She had an unreadable expression on her face, and she was staring ahead with an air of indifference. She was shorter than me by at least a foot, but what caught my attention most were her eyes, which were purple and glowing faintly. It was rare to see a werewolf with purple eyes, especially in human form. We werewolves in human form looked like anyone else, but we had a stronger aura that set us apart from normal humans. Even though shapeshifters were said to be adaptable to any demonic aura, they were believed to be extinct for over 300 years now. Jace, Kai suddenly asked, turning to face him. Do Do you know anything about the sudden changes in the Book of Myths? Actually, no, Jace sighed, looking uninterested. But the prophecies have been changing a lot over the last 3 years. How do you know that? I asked, suspicious. Each pack had its own copy of the book, but as far as I was concerned, Jace didn't belong to any pack. I don't see any reason to answer every question of yours, Jace snarled. I'm your alpha, I growled. The last time I checked, you were not my alpha, Jace laughed. You can't be, because I'm not a member of your pack. Both of you just shut the fuck up. Kai shouted, slamming his palms against the table. If you guys keep on fighting, we'll never get to the bottom of this. There are no problems, Jace snorted. You're just creating one yourself. What do you mean? Kai frowned, his patience fraying. It's simple, Jace said, leaning back in his chair. You're thinking there's a problem when there isn't. It's just a negative thought you've built up inside. No hate, but your brother is a douche. Kai mind-linked me. Seriously, Kai? Out of all the insults, you could only come up with douche. He's an ass. Kai whined. Finally, you came to your senses. I couldn't agree more. I couldn't help but chuckle. I think we should end this discussion for today, I said, feeling the heavy tension in the room. It was clear that we weren't going to get anywhere. Let's go. Jace chirped, pulling Lucy up from her seat. They both walked out of the room, and I was left alone with Kai. What was all that about? I demanded. I needed answers. What are you hiding from me, Kai? Kai sighed, his expression turning serious. I'm just worried. Tell me what's bothering you. I'm just worried about the pack, he whispered, looking away. There's nothing to worry about, I said, trying to reassure him. Yes, he whispered, but I'm more worried about you, Zane, he added almost inaudibly, before walking out the door, leaving me with more questions than answers. Meanwhile, Aria. Luke and Neil burst through the door, making me jump in surprise. I rubbed my eyes, still groggy from sleep. What's wrong? I yawned, sitting up in bed. I'm sorry for disturbing your sleep, Luke sighed, his expression anxious. But it's important. What is it? I glared at them, already on edge. This better be important, or be prepared to dig your grave. I know this is impossible, but I can't, Luke stammered, his words tumbling out in a rush. I can't think of anything else. I've gone over it so many times, but the meaning is clear. I didn't want to admit it, but... What the hell are you talking about? I interrupted, irritated by his rambling. I'm sorry, he whispered, his voice low and shaky. What's going on, Neil? I demanded, ignoring Luke. Luke here is a bit hyped up right now, Neil explained, pointing at Luke. Even though the news itself is kind of threatening. Can you just cut the crap and tell me what's going on? I snapped. Both Luke and Neil looked down at the floor, guilt written on their faces. We were going through the Book of Myths and Luke trailed off. And what? I pressed, my patience wearing thin. We came across something, Neil added, his voice hesitant. Something we think indicates you. I stared at them confused. What? Neil quickly ran out of the room, returning a moment later with the Book of Myths in his hands. Luke flipped through the pages, his face paling as he stopped on a specific section. This can't be possible, he whispered, his hand trembling. What happened? Neil asked, leaning over to look at the book. It's Blink, Luke whispered, his voice barely audible. I raised an eyebrow. Blink. Trust me, Aria. There was something written about you, Luke said, his voice strained. You tell her, Neil. Neil nodded, looking as unsettled as Luke. Yes, Aria. He's right. What was written? Seek guidance from those with untainted souls. Skin as snow. A rare breed below. Chapter 19. Aria. What does that have to do with me? I frowned, confused by Luke's sudden intensity. Neil raised an eyebrow, and Luke stood beside him, his gaze fixed on me, sharp and unrelenting. The air grew thick between us, and I could almost feel the weight of unspoken thoughts swirling in the room. I knew it. Luke suddenly shouted, making us both jump. No, what? Neil and I asked in unison, genuinely puzzled. What's going on in his head? I thought, casting a glance at Neil. I'm not sure, Neil mind-linked back. Did you give him something weird to eat, or is he going through a phase? I asked, trying to lighten the mood. Phase? Neil grinned, clearly amused by the idea. I can hear you both, Luke growled, his eyes narrowing. I don't cook that badly. If only his glare could kill and his cooking skills could match it, I thought dryly. I knew it would be hard to convince you, Luke sighed, running a hand through his tousled hair, frustration lining his features. Then why even try? I raised an eyebrow, still unsure of his intentions. Luke's behavior was increasingly erratic, and it was starting to unnerve me. At first, I thought he was giving me space after the loss of my parents, but now, something didn't feel right. His distance, his mood swings, everything felt wrong. Like he was hiding something. Perhaps he no longer feels the same way. My wolf chimed in, a pang of sorrow lingering in her voice. I couldn't shake the feeling that Luke was hiding something from me. As an alpha, I knew the weight of responsibility, but I had never seen this side of him before, so guarded, so tense. It was clear something was bothering him, but he wasn't saying anything. You're not getting it, Aria. Luke shook his head, frustration rising in his voice. You need to understand. Luke, what's going on? I asked, desperate to get to the heart of the matter. I'm not lying about the myth. His voice rose, his eyes burning with an intensity one hadn't seen before. I never said you were, I defended myself, trying to keep the conversation calm. Can you just stop being so hard on me? He muttered, exasperation seeping into his voice, his shoulders sagging with a mixture of fatigue and frustration. So you want me to go easy on you? I teased, hoping to break the tension with a bit of humor. A chuckle escaped, but it wasn't from Luke. What's wrong with you? I asked, noting how different he seemed today. His usual playful smile was gone, replaced by a furrowed brow and a weariness that wasn't there before. He looked drained. Why are you making light of this? Luke's voice was tight, his face twisted in a mix of frustration and disgust. Okay, fine. Tell me what's bothering you, I said, shifting on the bed to make space for both of them. Neil sat beside me, gesturing to the empty spot for Luke to join us. Luke huffed, rolling his eyes, but eventually sat down with a resigned sigh. Let me start from the beginning, Luke began, his tone softer now, as if trying to gather his thoughts. The prophecies, they've been changing a lot lately. Every day, in fact. And this latest one about the white wolf. I'm sure it's about you. Why would you think that? I raised an eyebrow, still skeptical. White wolves were supposed to come from royal families, but that doesn't make sense for you. Because there are no royal families anymore, he explained, his voice almost apologetic. I'm not the only white wolf out there, I sighed, irritation creeping into my voice. That's not a valid reason. But you're the only white wolf that matters, he insisted, his voice intense, his eyes locked on mine. Have you noticed anything strange since the war ended? Do you think, Neil interrupted, his voice heavy with suspicion, that the war is about to start again? No, don't worry. The war ended a long time ago. I shook my head, trying to dismiss the fear that had crept into the conversation. And about the prophecies, I think you should just burn the book. Burn the book of myths? Neil gasped, incredulous. That's the very thing that guides us. But it's only causing confusion, I muttered under my breath. Luke scoffed, clearly frustrated. You know what? Do whatever you want. I'm done. He stood up abruptly, glaring at Neil. Come on. Let her be. This is pointless. With that, Luke stormed out of the room, leaving Neil and me in stunned silence. Neil turned to me, his brow furrowed. What was that about? I don't know, I whispered, still trying to process everything Luke had said. It felt like there was so much left unsaid. But Luke's outburst, his mood swings, everything. I could sense something was off. He wasn't being honest, and I didn't know why. Meanwhile, Zane. Your dad wants to talk to you, Kai mind-linked, his words breaking my concentration. Tell him to wait, I growled, irritated by the interruption. I never got along with my dad, not after he always seemed to favor Jace over me. Maybe it was his way of coping with the fact that his favorite son hadn't become the alpha. Now that Jace was here, I knew exactly what Dad was going to say, the exact comparisons he always made, trying to tear me down by pitting me against Jace. It never ended well. I can't, Kai replied, his tone apologetic. You're useless, Kai, I snapped, frustration spilling over. Please don't involve me, Kai groaned. I couldn't blame him for not being able to stop Dad from reaching out. As the former alpha, my dad still held authority over Kai. It was one of those things I couldn't control. I abandoned my paperwork and headed for my dad's room, bracing myself for the inevitable. "What is it?" I asked, pushing the door open without knocking. "Don't you know how to knock?" Dad growled, his eyes narrowing as he glared at me. "Don't be so hard on him," Mom interjected, her tone just as sharp. It was the same routine, Dad throwing insults while Mom defended me. The back and forth had always been like this, a never-ending cycle of disappointment and tension. I glanced around the room, memories of Jace and me growing up there flooding my mind. The walls seemed to hold echoes of our childhood, the bond we once shared. But now it was nothing but a bitter divide. Jace stood by the wall, arms crossed, his eyes closed. He looked just as detached as when he first arrived, unreadable. "What are you doing here?" I spat, my frustration bubbling over. "You don't have the right to talk to your older brother like that," Dad snapped. "And you don't have the right to yell at Zane like that," Mom shot back. Jace let out a low chuckle. "Interesting. Bad choice." Mom turned on him, her eyes blazing with anger. "What do you mean by interesting?" "Fascinating," he smirked, clearly enjoying the tension. "Why are you here?" she asked again. "I called him," Dad interjected, his voice firm. "You shouldn't have," Mom responded, shaking her head disapprovingly. "Can you just shut up?" Jace snapped, cutting through the bickering. "How dare you speak to your mother like that?" she roared. Jace shrugged nonchalantly before turning and walking out of the room. "Don't you dare walk out on me!" Mom screamed after him, but he didn't respond. Chapter 20. Zane. I stood frozen, staring at the space where Jace had just been. His figure melted into the shadows, but his cold presence lingered in the air, as though his indifference had branded the room with an unspoken tension. It was unlike anything I had ever seen in him before. The usual fire in his eyes, the mocking grin gone. What remained was a chilling calmness, a strange honesty in his silence. "What just happened?" "I don't know," my wolf sighed, his voice heavy with resignation. "I didn't even ask you," I replied flatly. "I wonder why I still stick with you, despite everything you've done to me." "All thanks to Kai and his herbal magic," I shot back bitterly. "I'm bound to you. You don't get to ditch me that easily." "Unfortunately, Kai's concoctions should be banned," I muttered, feeling the weight of the bond even more today. "Look, I'm not in the mood for this argument," my wolf grumbled, the irritation clear in his voice. "Do you have any idea what's going on with Jace?" "Actually, no," he responded flatly, cutting off the connection abruptly. Jace's behavior was baffling. I had never seen him so calm, so controlled. Even after Mom's harsh words, he hadn't fired back. He didn't retaliate or argue. Instead, he merely shrugged off her venomous insults and walked away without a second thought. His coldness toward her was shocking, especially considering he had always been the one to forgive, no matter how harshly she treated him. But today, he had met her cruelty with equal disdain. "Did you see how your favorite son reacted?" Mom's voice shrieked, frustration rising as she turned to Dad, seeking support. Jace, standing by the door, narrowed his eyes. "You provoked him," he shot back, his voice biting. "Stop being so blind when you judge us." "Blind?" Mom's voice was dripping with sarcasm. "Look who's talking," she sneered, her gaze snapping toward me. I raised my hand in a helpless shrug, offering a silent acknowledgement. Staying quiet was the only way to avoid being pulled into their mess. "Why aren't you saying anything, Zane?" Mom's voice rang out, sharp and demanding, cutting through my thoughts. Her face was flushed, eyes bloodshot from frustration. Dad stood beside her, arms crossed, exasperation etched on his face, though his posture was still defensive of Jace. Jace had always been the golden child, the eldest, the favored one, and no matter what happened, Dad would always side with him. "Should I even say anything?" I muttered under my breath. "Please, stop fighting." "What a fair dismissal from an alpha," Dad grumbled, his voice mocking. "I'm not blind, and I don't always prefer Jace," he added, his frustration slipping through. "Yeah, right," I thought cynically. "If I did, I wouldn't have banished him 6 years ago for your sake." Dad's voice dropped, almost inaudible. You did it for your own reputation. Mom's voice was sharp, her words like daggers. I want my sons to be the best alphas they can be, Dad boomed, his chest puffing with pride. I want them to lead with power and passion. Alphas. I raised an eyebrow, my voice tinged with disbelief. Yes, it's not my fault Jace didn't get to be one, he added, his voice tight with unspoken resentment. I'm going to head out, I interrupted, the lie slipping from my lips. Got some paperwork to do. I wasn't in the mood for the drama, and, honestly, I didn't even want to face the paperwork that awaited me. I turned toward the door, needing to escape the suffocating tension. See? My son is working so hard to run this pack, Mom gushed to Dad, once I was out of earshot. I could already guess what Dad's response would be, but I wasn't about to stick around to hear it. I was his son, but somehow that always felt secondary to Jace. That he is. I froze just outside the door, those words echoing in my mind. Had I heard that right? Was it a compliment, or just an offhand remark? I wasn't sure, but a small smile tugged at my lips as I walked away, the weight of my family's expectations still pressing heavily on me. Meanwhile, Aria. So, that's the whole story, Neil finished, his frown deepening, his voice laden with concern. I looked at him in disbelief. You mean Luke blocked you out completely? There's no reason for me to lie, Neil muttered, his eyes narrowing with irritation. My cheeks flushed with embarrassment. Sorry, I mumbled, feeling foolish for doubting him. It's fine, Neil huffed, clearly trying to let it go. Do you know where Luke is? He's probably in his room, I suggested, though I wasn't sure. Why? He's outside the pack boundary, Neil said, his voice tense with worry. What? How do you know? I frowned. Luke hadn't mentioned anything about leaving the pack, and the idea of him crossing the border made my stomach churn. I can sniff, you know, he rolled his eyes, though his unease was apparent. Plus, if I couldn't tell that, what kind of beta would I be? I nodded slowly, my mind racing. Why would Luke leave the pack boundary? For an alpha, especially one like Luke, it was reckless to cross the border without a plan. He's playing with fire. What if he gets attacked? I gasped, panic creeping into my voice. Neil went quiet for a moment, his face suddenly paling. I didn't think about that, he muttered, realization hitting him. Shit. Luke was the type to face any challenge head-on, but his recent behavior had me worried. Why had he been avoiding everyone? Why push people away when we needed him the most? We need to move, I said suddenly, springing to my feet from the couch. We need to make sure Luke is safe. We can't, Neil said, shaking his head. His eyes held a raw emotion I couldn't place. Luke won't respond to any of my mind-link messages. I stared at him, shock gripping me. He looked more than just worried, he looked terrified. What's going on? I asked, my voice trembling. What's wrong? One of our pack's fighters, he paused, his face draining of color, was found dead by the borders an hour ago. Chapter 21. Aria. What? I choked out, what do you mean? Neil's eyes glistened with a mix of disbelief and concern as he nodded. I know, it was totally unexpected. It happened during a routine patrol when some of our men came across his body. How could he die so suddenly? I frowned, still processing the information. It seemed like a sudden death at first, Neil continued, his voice heavy with the weight of the revelation, but after the pack healers thoroughly examined him, they found a silver bullet lodged in his heart. But silver bullets were banned, for God's sake. I cried, the words tumbling out in shock. I know, Neil whispered, but it was definitely a silver bullet. No one knows about this yet, not even Luke, and certainly not the victim's family. But we need to inform them about his death, I argued, my voice softening. They deserve to know. We will, Neil assured me. But for now, we need to figure out what's really going on. His voice held an edge of sympathy, but his eyes were troubled, clearly trying to piece together the mystery himself. What was he doing there, near the borders anyway? I asked, a growing sense of unease settling over me. Since the abandoned wolf attacks have increased, we had to ramp up our security, Neil explained, his gaze shifting toward the ground. We've been blocking off those sneaky entrances the abandoned wolves like to use to infiltrate our territory. Why wasn't I informed about any of this? I growled, frustration rising in my chest. The sudden appearance of a silver bullet wasn't a good sign. In fact, it was an omen, one that could bring disgrace upon us. The fact that such a dangerous symbol had resurfaced, long after we had thought it banished with the peace declaration, unsettled me deeply. The first sign of its reemergence had been when my brother's mate consumed wolfsbane. That had been a mistake, and I knew it. Maybe it was my own folly that had kept me from seeing the whole picture. Wolfsbane, a deadly substance known only to the most skilled practitioners, could kill any werewolf without hesitation. It was the perfect weapon for taking down enemies, or even allies. The silver bullet, in contrast, served a similar purpose, but felt more like an act of aggression, a reminder of a violent history we had tried to leave behind. After Romero's attack and the peace agreement, silver had been banned, its deadly properties no longer tolerated. Yet here we were again, facing its resurgence. "You're not allowed to take on any more stress," Neil said, rolling his eyes. "You already have enough on your plate." I narrowed my eyes at him. "What did you say?" Neil flashed a sheepish smile and shook his head. "Nothing, nothing." I let out a deep breath, trying to calm myself, but then a thought hit me. "Oh yes." It reminded me of what happened to the rogue. "The rogue?" Neil raised an eyebrow. "The one who was captured while crossing the borders," I reminded him. "Oh, that girl," he growled, the frustration clear in his tone. "She hasn't said a word. I tried everything, but she won't give us any information." "Preventing as in?" I asked, curiosity piqued. "I even chained her up with silver chains," Neil muttered, his voice low. "But it didn't work. She resisted it." I felt a chill run through me at his words. Silver chains were a dangerous weapon, draining a werewolf's strength until they had nothing left. No ordinary werewolf could resist them, not without immense willpower. "Are you sure no damage was done?" I pressed, my brow furrowing. "Very sure, but I don't know how she could have possibly resisted it," Neil answered, shaking his head in confusion. Meanwhile, Zane. The nagging feeling of something sinister lurking inside me never let up since Jace's arrival. No matter how many despicable things I could say about him, one thing remained clear: he didn't belong here. Invited under the guise of protection for a pack he wasn't part of, an absurd decision by my father that lacked any foresight. I could never shake the discomfort he brought into the room. The anxiety gnawed at me, the sense that something was off. Every step I took felt watched, scrutinized by an unseen force. And to make matters worse, the appearance of strange myths that had once been banished after Romero's attack stirred up unease in everyone. Even Kai, who was usually the rock I leaned on, had been distant lately. It was clear something was troubling him, something he refused to share. As an alpha, coordinating with my beta was crucial for running a pack smoothly. But lately, Kai's increasing stress had been putting a strain on our connection, and I could feel the friction. I knew he was hiding something, even if he denied it every time. That feeling didn't help either. "Why are you smiling like a fool?" Jace's voice snapped me out of my thoughts. His hair was ruffled, his eyes dark. Way to ruin the moment. "I don't see any reason to answer your question," I spat, my frustration bubbling up once again. He laughed, shaking his head. Still hot-tempered as ever. "Shouldn't you be sleeping by now?" I asked, narrowing my eyes at him. "I'm not a pup like you, brother," he scoffed, rolling his eyes. "I think it should be sleeping by now." "Stop that," I growled. "What?" He frowned, his eyes glowing faintly as a smile curled up on his lips. "Just go away." I shrugged and walked past him, eager to escape his presence. In the blink of an eye, he appeared in front of me again. "Stop blocking the corridor. Your mate is much better than you," he scoffed. "At least she's polite." "What did you just say?" I scowled, my anger flaring. "Calm down, it's not like I'm taking your mate away," he rolled his eyes. A part of me cringed at the mockery behind his tone. He couldn't know that I, Alpha Zane, had been rejected. I was aware of it. But I couldn't stop myself from staring at his eyes, searching for any trace of a lie. But instead of the usual smugness, I saw something else in them, something unfamiliar. I might just happen to know what you're thinking about, he mused, his smile growing. Chapter 22. Zane. And Jace paused, his eyes gleaming with an unsettling curiosity. I might just happen to know what you're thinking about. I froze. What do you mean? My voice cracked as the words left my mouth, despite my best effort to keep it steady. It was impossible. It couldn't be. For 3 years, no one had been able to see through my carefully constructed lie. Everyone believed Lila was my true mate. They all took the bait so easily, to my surprise. I didn't have to work hard to make them like her. Lila's natural warmth had won them over quickly. And to be honest, Lila made a perfect Luna. She was everything I needed, or at least I told myself that. And what do you claim to know about me? I raised an eyebrow, my heart pounding in my chest. Something you don't want anyone to know. Jace leaned down, his face dangerously close to mine, his voice cold as it washed over me. His breath sent a chill through my skin. Stop. Just stop this shit. I growled, pushing past him, fury rising in me. Such a coward you are. Jace's voice shifted, becoming darker, his eyes glowing with an ominous energy. You're unfit for this position. I scoffed, my anger flaring. You're the one to talk. You didn't even get the position to begin with. A smirk tugged at the corners of his lips. That you are right. But at the same time, you know nothing, brother. Trust me, when I say nothing. I clenched my fists. You're not going to monopolize this mind game of yours, I stated with a smile, trying to remain in control, because you're in no position to talk. So many assumptions made by my little brother. Just stop calling me your brother. I scowled, my voice dripping with annoyance. What was it with him calling me brother all the time? The word alone made my skin crawl. Wait, maybe that's why he called me brother. It was his way of pushing my buttons, getting under my skin on purpose. If only I could, Jace sighed dramatically, as if he were genuinely sorry. But unfortunately, I can't, since you're related to me by blood, brother. Such a shame, I spat, the bitterness rising. Indeed, the feeling is mutual here. I glared at him, my body rigid with frustration. If only I could throw him out right now. But no, as much as I wanted to, I couldn't. Even as alpha, throwing someone out of the pack was a decision I could only make in extreme circumstances. Lila is not your real mate, now is she? Jace asked, his voice tinged with an unsettling smirk. Yes, she is my real mate, I muttered through gritted teeth. And what do you mean by real mate? Lie. Jace laughed, the sound biting. Forging a mate, maybe? He tilted his head to the side, feigning curiosity. That's not even possible. How do you forge a mate? Anyone would die without their other half, especially with the pain it causes. Let alone forge one, I said, my frustration spilling over. Oh, you seem quite experienced with this death thing. Jace raised an eyebrow, his voice taking on a dangerous edge. I don't remember asking you about the consequences of losing your other half. His eyes locked onto mine. You talk like you're speaking from personal experience. Shit. Talking to Jace was like a game I was constantly losing. He knew exactly how to press on my vulnerabilities. The way he could extract the deepest secrets from people with just a few words, it was part of the reason Dad had always favored him over me. He was skilled in manipulation, something I lacked. I could say the same thing, you know. I taunted, trying to mask the discomfort his words caused. He smiled, his amusement evident. My case is different, you see. And how is it so? I asked, my curiosity piqued despite my better judgment. Because, he shook his head, since you and your mate have been together for, I suppose, 3 years now, shouldn't you guys already have a few pups or something? Pups. I choked out, disbelief flooding me. What the fuck, man? So what's the reason? He mocked, his smirk never leaving his face, savoring the discomfort in my voice. There is no reason. I denied, the words coming out more forcefully than I intended. Well, let me tell you something, Jace said, his tone suddenly serious. The reason is that you guys are not real mates. You're the one to talk. I glared at his unreadable face, my anger simmering beneath the surface. You're just too greedy indeed, he chuckled darkly. Anyway, good night, brother. He ruffled my hair with his hand, a mock gesture of affection. I slapped his hand away. Wait. Tell me, why don't you mate with another she-wolf? Maybe because I don't need another one. He smiled, his eyes glowing golden as they shifted, and I couldn't look away. Do you already have a mate? I frowned, suddenly uneasy. How could that be possible? Bingo. He smiled, his words cryptic, and then disappeared into the dark corridor, his figure blending seamlessly with the shadows. I stood frozen, staring after him, his words echoing in my mind. Do I already have a mate? The idea was both absurd and unsettling. How could he possibly know anything about that? Zane, are you there? Kai's voice broke through my thoughts, pulling me back to the present. Yes, I replied, trying to regain my focus. Come to the office. Kai's command was simple, but it sent a ripple of anxiety through me. He always had a way of cutting off any further conversation, leaving me in the dark. I cursed him under my breath, irritated by his sudden summons. As I made my way toward the office, I couldn't shake the feeling that something was about to happen, something big. Kai's office. So what is it? I asked, walking inside and closing the door behind me. Kai was slouched over, his head resting on his arm on the table, his usual energy absent. He looked like he was either deep in thought or completely uninterested. Nothing, really, he muttered, his eyes trained on the piece of paper in front of him. Then why did you call me? I snapped, frustration creeping into my voice. Well, really, Kai trailed off, his tone indifferent. I stood there, waiting for him to speak, but he remained silent, his posture slack, as if he couldn't be bothered to elaborate. I'm leaving, I announced, turning toward the door. I was done with his cryptic ways. Wait, Kai called, a slight urgency in his voice. I turned back, narrowing my eyes at him. Now what? I just got informed that an alpha was attacked earlier today, Kai said, drumming his fingers on the wooden surface. His face remained impassive, but I could sense the tension behind his words. Alpha? I frowned, my heart dropping at the thought. What happened? Chapter 23. Zane. Alpha. I frowned. What are you even talking about? How could an alpha get attacked? Yeah, really, he mumbled, drumming his fingers on the table. At first I thought the same thing as well. He said, his voice louder that time, but then slowly got used to it since, all the things lately happening around us is quite bizarre, to begin with. I couldn't deny what Kai just stated. It was true, and indeed it was all bizarrely awkward for us. The predicaments lately occurring around all the prophesies are changing faster than the direction of the wind, putting us all in an unaccountable situation. None of us had any idea about what was going on, and at the same time, no one was there to guide us through. Not even the Book of Myths. That's all you have to say? I asked. You seem to be in a rush. He said, raising an eyebrow. Sex life. I scoffed. Seriously, Kai? I mumbled, you are too uptight. Go get laid or something like that. Uptight? He shook his head, and you don't have to worry about my sex life. My tool is quite energetic, no matter how tired I am, or maybe uptight, as you claim. He boasted with pride. His eyes glowed as he looked at the ceiling, a pride-filled aura radiating through him. I never asked about your tool. I cringed. And when did you even get laid? Curious much, I see. He smirked. Right. You wish. I rolled my eyes. Anyway, about the alpha being victimized. He interrupted. Oh yeah, I forgot. I narrowed my eyes at him. I'm leaving. I turned around once again, facing towards the door. It was around the borders, He paused. I looked back at him to see a serious expression on his face. So? I asked, looking at him. He raised an eyebrow. It is quite impressive, he said, giving me a bovine-filled expression. I wonder how you survived for so long as an alpha. Stop insulting me, I growled. Oh, wait, it's because of me you're still alive. He grinned, a forced one. You seriously don't have any idea about the outside world, Zane. Then enlighten me. I challenged, crossing my arms. Can't you see the weight of the entire situation? The sudden change of the myths, and then suddenly an alpha getting attacked? Out of all the people a pack holds, why an alpha? He exasperated as his breath hitched at the end of the sentence. Maybe he was not enough cautious? I reasoned. Zane, I repeat, you have no idea how creepy this entire thing is. He repeated, "It's not a normal thing to happen, especially after," he whispered, "that myth." "Which myth are you referring to?" I asked, my heart rate racing, aware of the fact that another alarming fact was going to be exposed soon. Every time Kai called, something unusually bad was there waiting for me. It had become a ritual over the past few months, and I was used to it. It would be rather surprising if Kai called just for a normal chat and not for the sake of exploding another fact. "Are you even listening to me?" Kai asked, moving his palm in front of my face. I swear, a second ago, he was sitting far away while I stood there near the door. Who was I even kidding with? Being a werewolf had its own advantages. And maybe I was forgetting all those due to everything happening around me lately. "Can you repeat it?" I sighed. "You've been spacing off a lot lately," he stated. "Anyway, as I was saying, according to the Book of Myth, alphas are blessed with the authority and the power which no one would dare to cross. They are born with that from within, and every time a new alpha takes the position it readjusts. It's like a fate written over." He paused, walking away towards the table and pulled 2 chairs out. "You might want to sit down before we continue," he smiled. "I can't imagine you fainting there. It's not like the floor is going to drag itself out from underneath me." I laughed at his comment. "It might, you never know." An ominous smile crept up his lips as he ushered me to take a seat. "Right." I huffed, traipsing my way towards the chair. "Continue." "Yes, as I was saying, destiny and fate. Do you know the fact that one's lack knowledge can bring disgrace?" He asked solemnly. "Yeah," I trailed off. "Why do I have a feeling that you're going to say something and then relate it to me?" "Exactly." He bellowed, "That's right. But there is nothing, not a single bit of information about me getting harmed." I protested, "There is no point for you creating more distress for the both of us." "I'm not creating distress, as you call it." He scoffed, "I don't like wasting my time sitting in front of the Book of Myths trying to figure out the prophecies. It's not a pleasant feeling as you consider it to be." "Then why are you doing all these?" "I never asked you to. Can't you see? I'm doing all this for your sake." He vociferated, "I'm fucking doing this all because of your protection. You're just too blind to understand anything. Tell me, what's the point for me being up all night trying to figure out the myths? What benefit do I have, or what do I get in return for those sleepless nights, where I changed and joined along all the patrol routes to make sure no harm comes near you?" I waited a few seconds for him to continue, but he didn't. Silence consumed us as I stood there gaping at him. "But it's your duty as my beta," I stated, the answer strumming inside my head. He laughed dryly, a forced one. "You are never going to change. I think you should go and give your position up to Jace. He's the sensible one out here." "Jace? Why do you people always compare me with Jace?" I shouted, angst running through me. "We don't. You're just too full of yourself to admit the reality. Jace is the smarter one here, and he knows his ropes." He stated, his eyes gazing at me. "At least he won't make the mistakes as you." I slammed my hand against the table. A loud thud surrounded the air as the stack of papers made its way towards the tiled floor. "I am leaving," I announced, making my way towards the door. "Sure, as always," Kai mumbled from behind as I slammed the door closed behind me and made my way towards my room. It was going to be one hell of a night, and I was aware of it. Chapter 24. Aria. A week. It had been a week since Luke suddenly left, disappearing without a trace. His actions were uncharacteristic, especially for an alpha. Abandoning his pack like this, without warning, felt like a betrayal of his position. And in his absence, Neil and I were left to shoulder the responsibility of keeping things intact. It wasn't easy. The pack was losing its stability as the news of one of our pack fighters' deaths spread like wildfire. At times, I felt trapped, suffocated by the weight of it all. My thoughts spiraled out of control, and I had no choice but to face the truth. Things were quickly slipping beyond our grasp. Luke's behavior had changed dramatically in recent weeks. It wasn't just the physical absence, his entire demeanor had shifted. I could feel the subtle changes in him, in the pack, and in myself. My position in the pack, labeled as the pack fighter or killing machine, was only a part of the puzzle. I knew the weaknesses of the pack all too well. They couldn't afford to let me go, but neither could I escape the cage of my own role. The future seemed impossible to see, and I was unsure if I even had one left. Unlike most other she-wolves, I hadn't experienced the expected joy of finding my mate. The idea of it was supposed to be beautiful, but my reality had proven otherwise. I had no future with Luke, I knew that much. He was nothing more than a broken dream, one that would never come true. Sometimes I caught myself wondering, though. I missed Zane despite not knowing him at all. He was the alpha of the DarkMoon Pack, and though he was with someone else now, there was always a part of me that wondered what could have been. What would life be like if I had been in her place? I groaned as I accidentally stumbled over a rock. My thoughts scattered as I snapped back to the present. I was standing near the borders of the Pack's territory, scanning the area. For hours had passed since my patrol started, and exhaustion was beginning to take its toll. I was tired, too tired to keep thinking, but the load I was carrying felt heavier with each passing minute. Once I had finished my inspection and passed on some orders to the guards, I made my way back to the pack house. The walk was long, but I needed the moment of solitude, even if it was fleeting. How did the patrol go? Did you find any clues? Neil's voice cut through the stillness as he approached me. Nihasad has been my support ever since I arrived here. He treated me like a little sister, always looking out for me. He knew me better than anyone, maybe even better than my own brother did. Not really, I replied, frustration creeping in. I still don't understand how the abandoned wolves are getting inside our territory despite the tightened border security. I agree with you. Neil nodded, handing me a piece of paper. Read that. 3 members from the Red Blood Pack were reported as missing. I frowned as I read the sentence aloud. It couldn't be true, not now, not when everything was already on edge. Do you see that? Neil's voice grew solemn. Even though we increased our security, members of our pack are still at risk. He was right. No matter how much we tried to tighten our defenses, it didn't seem to be enough. Luke's sudden departure and the growing number of missing members were creating a sense of panic within the pack. It was hard to maintain order when fear was slowly creeping into everyone's minds. Nothing seems to be helping, I exhaled deeply. I know, Neil agreed. We need to figure out what's really going on, or we'll be lost in this chaos. Work hard, that's what we had to do. But the harder we worked, the more things seemed to slip from our grasp. Right. I rolled my eyes. Answer me this. How did the news of our pack fighter's death, the silver bullet case, spread so fast? Do you know who would dare to leak this information? Frankly, I'm not sure, Neil admitted, his voice grim. Even though I marked this case as confidential, it still managed to leak. Everything is getting complicated, and I don't even know where Luke went off to. That bastard ran when we needed him most. I snorted. Great timing for him, huh? Tell me about it. Neil laughed, though there was little humor in his voice. Hey, what about the Shadow Light Pack being victimized? Do you know anything else about it? According to the reports, it happened during the night. A fire broke out and abandoned wolves breached their borders. It was chaotic, many died, and the scene was horrific, Neil explained, his brow furrowed. But I think it was all planned. What makes you think that? I asked, surprised by his insight. No one would dare attack a pack without planning it out first. Everything's tactical. Victory requires strategy, he explained. How many people died? I asked, the weight of his words settling on me. Not sure. Probably over 100. Alpha Bryn was injured, but he survived. Okay, I mumbled, processing the information. Anyway, what happened to the silver bullet? Oh, right. I forgot to tell you. The pack healer wants to see you, Neil added. Me? But why? I don't know. Maybe something related to the case, he said, his grip tightening on my hand as he gently pulled me toward the pack house. Let's go. But I was in the middle of my walk, I whined. Your walk can wait. He scolded, leading me inside the pack house, his tone firm. Chapter 25. Aria. Karma. A force with the power to turn one's life upside down, like the broken branches of an evergreen forest struck by a tornado. But what if all the wrongs were happening to someone who was innocent? What would you call that, when someone who never did anything wrong is constantly burdened by misfortune? A cruel truth, indeed. It was something eerily familiar to us, though we were all unaware. like a betrayer in the dark, silently crawling toward the center, hoping to succeed in its deceit. We didn't know what was happening. No clue, no thread to hold onto for future investigation. All we had were broken pieces of data from various ends, fragments that didn't fit together, leaving us in the dark. The recent string of pack members going missing had caused chaos in our territory. It was unexpected, especially after we had tightened security. At first, it was dismissed as a ruckus, a failure on Alpha Luke's part, but how could that be true? Luke himself was out of reach. He wasn't even in the territory. "Can we come in?" Neil asked, opening the door gently. Maybe I was overthinking all of this. But the questions still gnawed at me unanswered. "Yes, Beta Neil. I hope you brought Aria as well." The doctor's voice rang out, warm yet slightly impatient, as he ushered us inside. "Yes, she's right behind me," Neil said, moving aside to let me enter. "Hello, Aria. I hope you've been well," Dr. Ron greeted, a hint of friendliness in his tone, though his actions seemed mechanical as he placed some gloves on a tray atop the counter. The medical room looked the same as it did 3 years ago. I recalled the tour Luke had given me when I first joined the Red Blood Pack. He had shown me the room as part of the official introduction, and back then, it had seemed so full of promise. Now, it felt haunted, steeped in silence that always felt threatening. My eyes drifted to the corner of the room where a pile of herbs was stacked high. "Yes, I wonder what business a doctor has with a pile of herbs?" I asked, raising an eyebrow as I stepped further into the room, following Neil. Sharp eyes as always." Ron chuckled, but there was a hint of sarcasm in his voice. "It's for some research." "I see. Anyway, is there any specific reason behind your sudden call?" I asked, curiosity creeping in. "Yes," Ron said, his eyes glinting with a strange mix of amusement and something else. "You're well suited for this, since you have quite a bit of knowledge about banned items." I opened my mouth to respond, but Neil beat me to it. "What do you mean?" "Pardon, but I don't think your name is Aria, Beta Neil," Ron taunted. "Can you just get to the point?" Neil snapped, his patience wearing thin. You're very impatient, Beta Neil," Ron teased, clearly enjoying the moment. "And Aria, I'm sorry, I hope you weren't offended." I was joking. But about the band things. "Well, you do have a good understanding of werewolf myths and such, so it'll be easier to explain to you than it would be to Beta Neil, who seems to be acting like a child." I glanced over at Neil, who was fuming and glaring at Ron. "I'm not a kid." "You're just not explaining anything," Neil muttered under his breath. A small smile tugged at my lips as I shook my head. "What did you want to say?" "Yes, about the dead body you brought in here last week," Ron began, his voice suddenly shifting to a more serious tone. "I found a few interesting facts." "Well, 3, actually." "Interesting facts?" I raised an eyebrow, intrigued despite myself. Before I continue, Ron paused dramatically. "I'd like to show you something." "Beta Neil, could you close the door behind you?" Neil obliged, slamming the door shut. The sound echoed in the quiet room, adding to the growing tension. Ron walked to one of the counters, where a small glass platter was placed. He picked something up and moved back toward us, his expression unreadable. He placed the object in my hand with a quiet, almost eerie calmness. "Here is the bullet," he said, his voice low. It was a silver-colored bullet with a sharp, pointy head. "What if someone hears us?" I frowned, suddenly uneasy. Neil and Ron both chuckled, as if this was all part of some private joke. Neil answered, "No, silly, they can't. No one can. This room is soundproof." "Okay," I muttered, the heat rising to my cheeks as I realized I'd asked something foolish. "The bullet you're holding isn't just any silver bullet," Ron continued, his voice taking on a serious edge. "It's made from a special type of silver. The same kind of silver used during the war to attack Romero. The description of these bullets is exactly what's written in the Book of Myths." As expected. Neil nodded, confirming what I had already suspected. Whoever made this bullet knew exactly what they were doing. They had to have known about the old methods. Ron placed his palm in front of me, silently asking for the bullet. I handed it over, watching as he inspected it carefully. "So, what's the interesting part here?" I asked, my curiosity piqued. Don't jump to conclusions, Ron said, his smirk returning. I have a few surprises for you. I hope you won't freak out, but I know you both will. All right, enough with the suspense. What is it? I requested, my patience thinning. Ron sighed, his amusement fading. Firstly, this bullet was made from a special silver, which works as a tranquilizer when dipped in a potion. The fighter who was killed, well, he was injected with the tranquilizer. Injected with a tranquilizer? Neil yelled, disbelief written all over his face. If he was injected with a tranquilizer, how did he die? Can you stop interrupting me every time I start explaining? Ron narrowed his eyes. Anyway, I never said the bullet that pierced him was the medium for the tranquilizer. He was injected with the tranquilizer directly, using a syringe. Right. Neil responded solemnly, his voice quieter now. What's next? The thing is, even without the bullet, he would have faced death, Ron explained. I found poison in his stomach. Poisoned? I whispered, my eyes wide with shock. How is that possible? Neil shuddered, his eyes flickering with dread. Do you think there's a possibility that someone within the pack is behind all of this? Unfortunately, Ron sighed, his voice dark. I think so. Chapter 26. Zane. Sure. Run off like you always do. Kai's words from last night echoed in my mind, each one striking a deep chord within me. His insults had never meant much before, but this time, they hit harder than I cared to admit. I hated to admit it, but they offended me more than they should have. The constant comparisons, especially from my father, about how I was never like Jace, those words gnawed at me. According to him, I was nothing but a disappointment. And deep down, I couldn't agree less. Jace and I were leaves from two completely different trees. We shared blood, we shared a soul, but that was where the similarities ended. We acted like enemies, not brothers. Growing up, we were constantly at odds. When Dad disowned Jace, stripping him of his alpha title and throwing him out, that day had been a strange mix of pain and relief. At the time, I was only a child, maybe 12 or 13, and Dad's decision was final. I was getting the title of alpha. Jace, my older brother, was left with nothing. It hurt, but it also set my path. My fate had been sealed. Jace was cast out because he didn't have a mate, and while I had one, she wasn't the one destined for me. No one knew the truth except for Kai. And here I was, running from something. Running from the reminders of my brother's betrayal, the weight of my father's harsh words. I felt trapped. Are you okay? Lila's soft voice broke through my thoughts. I looked up to find her standing there, concern evident on her face. Yes, I sighed, shifting a little on the bed. Come, sit, I said, patting the space beside me. She smiled gently and joined me, sitting down next to me. You know, you can tell me if something's bothering you. Her voice was soothing, and for a moment, the anxiety in my chest loosened. I smiled back at her. Who would have thought my relationship with Lila would last so long? 15 years had passed since we first started, and nothing had torn us apart, not even Aria. I couldn't help but think about how fate had twisted things, how I had ended up with Lila instead of my true mate. Life with Aria was a shadow that haunted me. We were bound by fate, yet fate had torn us apart. After the rejection, I didn't think I would survive. But here I was surviving. Lila's company had, admittedly, helped me, but it wasn't the same. She wasn't her. I remembered when Lila moved into my room permanently as my mate. It had been hard to adjust at first. The reality of it settled slowly, and now it felt normal. But in the back of my mind, Aria still lingered. I still wondered what could have been. No, don't worry. It's just I had an argument with Kai, I answered, brushing off the heavier thoughts. I'm sorry about that. But I know everything will work out. You two are inseparable after all. She laughed softly, the sound lifting some of the heaviness from my chest. My eyes widened. Inseparable? Yes, I sometimes wonder if you two are mates or not, since you're more attached to him than your own mate. She pouted teasingly. I smirked and moved quickly to pin her against the bed. What? She squeaked, her eyes wide as I gripped her wrists lightly, brushing my lips against her neck. She shuddered under my touch, closing her eyes. Now, what were you saying, darling? I whispered in her ear, my voice low and teasing. She opened her eyes, and in that moment, I realized something. Even though I wasn't with my real mate, something about Lila made me happy. Sorry. Shit. The door slammed open, and Kai's voice rang out, jarring me from the moment. I quickly moved away from Lila and sat up straight, glaring at Kai. Sorry for barging in like that, Kai said, clearing his throat. And ruining your moment, but there's something important. I narrowed my eyes at him, not in the mood for his interruptions. I'm not interested in talking to you right now. Get out. Dude, come on. Stop acting like a girl. You're the alpha. It's your duty to handle things. Kai ignored my glare, walking closer to the bed. Why are you talking to me like this? Go ask Jace for advice, I huffed, rolling my eyes. Hale, make your thick-headed husband understand that he's being unbelievably stupid these days. Hale. I raised an eyebrow. Since when did you start calling your Luna Hale? I frowned. A long time ago, he smirked, clearly enjoying himself. Go away. I waved him off, done with this conversation. Can you just drill some sense into that thick-headed husband of yours? Kai turned to Lila mockingly. I swear, if you call me thick-headed again, I'll slit your throat, I threatened, rising to my feet. Sure. Kai rolled his eyes, unfazed. Anyway, I'll be waiting in the office. Just get there as soon as possible. He left, slamming the door behind him. I knew it was another call for me to handle another mess that lay ahead of us. I couldn't shake the feeling that something was wrong. See, you guys are inseparable, Lila laughed, clearly trying to lighten the mood. Hey, what if you both are homosexual? She cooed, her eyes sparkling with mischief. I narrowed my eyes, glaring at her. What the fuck? It would be so cute. She gushed, clearly enjoying my discomfort. You and him. Can you just shut up? I cringed, annoyed. For fuck's sake. But you two look cute together. She continued, her teasing tone never wavering. The last time I checked, I was straight, and you were underneath me, moaning, I smirked, reminding her of last night. Stop. She cried, her face going red. Enough of it. Now go. Go where? I scowled. You're kicking me out of my own room? How cruel you are, Lila. I placed my palm on my chest, pretending to be wounded. That hurt. Zane, really, I think you should go. It must be something important. Fine. I mumbled, getting up from the bed. The moment Kai barged in, I knew something was wrong. But the truth was, I had been avoiding it. I avoided the responsibility of making decisions. But I couldn't keep running. Chapter 27. Aria. Unfortunately, yes. The possibility of someone from our pack being involved in the murder of one of our own pack fighters felt almost unreal. It seemed impossible that anyone would summon the courage to commit such an act, especially knowing the consequences if they were caught. The Alpha's decision in cases like these would be final capital punishment, where the guilty would face a painful death. However, the pack, like any other, was built from the ground up, and there were always those whose jealousy or evil thoughts went unnoticed. But even with all their secrecy, no one could hide their true nature forever. The revelations about the poison and the construction of the bullet shocked me. Such brilliant knowledge was being wasted, corrupted by minds that sought only destruction. We cannot accuse anyone without proper investigation, I said, my voice firm. Both Ron and Neil nodded in agreement. I wouldn't be surprised if an outsider were involved, especially while we were busy scanning our own pack for the culprit. I'm not saying you should go out and punish them immediately, Ron said, his voice measured. But there's a possibility that someone from the pack might be involved. Even just 1%. It's better to think ahead, to be prepared. I shook my head. I understand what you're saying. But what if no one from the pack is involved? If we start accusing without evidence, it could cause a riot. Then that would be a relief, Ron smiled, but there was something in his dark eyes that made me uneasy. For a moment, I swore I saw pity flicker there, but it was gone before I could truly grasp it. I still can't believe Luke isn't here, Neil muttered, his frustration evident. I don't get it. Where the hell did that stupid guy run off to? Don't worry, he'll be back soon, I said, though I was convincing myself more than Neil. The truth was, I had no idea when or if Luke would return. When? When will he come back? Neil shook his head and laughed dryly. After every one of us is dead? His words hit harder than I expected, and I couldn't deny the truth in them. Luke's sudden disappearance could lead to disaster, especially now when the pack was vulnerable, and the threat of attack seemed higher than ever. I struggled to form a response, unsure of what to say. Oh, come on. Don't defend him for fuck's sake. Neil's voice rose, sharp and bitter. It's highly unacceptable for an alpha to run off like that, especially when his pack is at risk. I know, I mumbled, lowering my head. It's just that I don't know what to say. Then don't defend him at all. We don't even know if he's alive or dead. Neil slammed his palm against the wooden table in frustration, the sound loud in the still room. I hate to interrupt you both, Ron said, his voice stern. But please, don't destroy the healing room while you're at it. We both looked at him, startled by the sudden sharpness in his tone. Sorry, we mumbled in unison, both lowering our heads in apology. Good, Ron said, his voice softening slightly. Now, where was I? Yeah, Neil interrupted again. You mentioned there were 3 things, but so far, you've only told us 2. Beta Neil, Ron said, his forced smile returning. Patience is a virtue. Neil's constant interruptions were beginning to wear on me. His impatience wasn't helping, and it was only stretching the suspense. Please ignore him and continue. I motioned toward Neil, hoping to move things along. Ron rolled his eyes but nodded. All right. But if either of you interrupts again, I won't say another word. Fine, go ahead, Neil muttered, clearly annoyed but willing to let Ron speak. Stop making that constipated face, Neil, Ron teased, a chuckle escaping his lips. I couldn't help it. Laughter bubbled up, and I quickly covered my mouth to suppress it. Neil glared at me, his expression dark, but I couldn't resist the moment. I can hear you, you know? Neil mind-linked me, his voice tinged with irritation. At least keep your thoughts to yourself while you're thinking bad things about me. Stop commenting about my face and just continue, Neil growled, his patience clearly running thin. Ron shook his head with a smile. Unacceptable. He cleared his throat and continued, anyway, back to the topic. Do you 2 know about the Graveyard of Doom? The Graveyard of Doom. The name was synonymous with werewolf history. It was more than just a burial ground. It was a sacred site that held the remains of Romero and the warriors from the war. The Book of Myths had spoken of it, detailing the origin of our people, the transition from humans to werewolves. But it was also the site of the witch's shrine, the one who had cursed the human village, the one responsible for us becoming what we are today. Her bones were still intact, and the shrine had been guarded by powerful spells, ensuring no one could disturb it. Yes, we do, Neil and I said in unison. Who wouldn't? Yes, true, Ron agreed, nodding. But how is the Graveyard of Doom linked to the murder of one of our pack fighters? Neil asked, his voice skeptical. It's forbidden, purified, no one is allowed near it, right? That's the first good question you've asked today, and I agree, Ron said, impressed. Of course, the Graveyard of Doom is off limits. It's been purified. No one could have crossed its path unless. He trailed off, holding up a small glass platter. This one was different from the bullet. It contained something black, powdery, and unsettling. What's that? I asked, my voice tense with unease. The soil from the Graveyard of Doom, Ron replied, his tone somber. Chapter 28. Aria. The soil of the graveyard, Ron replied solemnly. But it's black, I mumbled, my gaze fixed on the platter he held in front of me. The soil from the Graveyard of Doom was sacred, untouched by corruption, and had always been considered off-limits. It was supposed to be purified a long time ago, right after the war, when hunters had attempted to steal the ashes of the witch and Romero for some unknown and likely nefarious purpose. That was when the monks arrived, making sure the place was sealed and protected from anyone who sought to desecrate it. Monks. Humans with untarnished powers strong enough to fend for themselves and protect the sacred. Even though supernatural creatures were typically considered far more powerful than humans, the mystery of how the monks had managed to drive off the hunters remained unsolved. No one knew what exactly had transpired, but the sealed grounds of the Graveyard of Doom remained untouched for centuries. I know. The graveyard is filled with black soil. It's the symbol of evil, Ron explained, his voice grave. But shouldn't it be purified? Neil asked, clearly confused. The monks sealed the area and didn't allow anyone near it, right? Yes, exactly. Ron nodded, his expression distant. The place is sealed, purified, and protected, but the truth is, no one really knows how it was done or why. I shook my head as the conversation drifted. Neil's confusion was easy to understand, but I couldn't help but be distracted by the sudden flood of memories. The past seemed to be clawing its way back into my thoughts, memories of the life I had before everything shattered. Despite the changes I had made over the last 2 years, the bloodshed, the enemies, and everything I had lost, there was something hauntingly familiar about this situation. Why was I still haunted by the past, even after all this time? Ron's voice pulled me out of my thoughts. Do you know why it's called the Graveyard of Doom? He asked, his voice softer now. I wasn't really part of the conversation. My mind was still lost in the past, the restlessness creeping back over me. But the mention of the Graveyard of Doom sparked something deep within me. The place is known to be both the beginning and the end of us, Ron continued. I'm not sure about the end, but many lives were lost there, and none were ever revived. You see, it's a place of great sorrow. Right, Neil commented, his voice skeptical. But how did the human monks manage to seal the place? We're supposed to be more powerful than they are, right? Ron smiled, shaking his head. Not necessarily. We don't always know who's truly strong and who isn't. We've seen humans, witches, hunters, and even shapeshifters do things that defy logic. Strength doesn't always come in the form we expect. Neil groaned. Do we really have to be reminded of all of this now? Ron laughed, his voice warm, despite the tension. Yes, we do. I couldn't help but smile at the banter between them. Despite everything that was happening, it was a relief to see Neil and Ron argue like this. It reminded me of the light-hearted moments from the past, before the weight of our responsibilities had settled on us. It felt like a brief escape from the darker, more pressing matters. That's more like it, Ron said, a grin on his face. Now, about the myths, how is it that you know so much? You know more than anyone in the pack house. Neil raised an eyebrow. Yeah, even though you're not a werewolf. Before Ron could respond, I heard a familiar voice in my head. Zane's point of view. I stepped into the office, closing the door behind me. So what is it? I asked, my voice demanding but tired. Took you long enough. Kai glared at me. I called you, 2 hours ago. I was busy. I rolled my eyes, already feeling the weight of the conversation pressing down on me. What a timing you had. It's not my fault. He groaned dramatically. I wasn't expecting to walk in on that. I think my virgin eyes just died. He whined, covering his eyes with his hands. Virgin eyes? I chuckled. If your eyes are virgin, then what would a real virgin's eyes be called? Super virgins. Kai snorted. Oh, come on. It was unexpected, walking in on you two like that. Honestly, if I had come in a few minutes later, well, let's just say it would have been life-threatening for me. Everything's life-threatening for you, I laughed. Anyway, Dad might summon the sorcerer in a day or two. I've heard the memory of him having a problem with the sorcerer's aura has been bothering him lately. Thanks for the heads up, Kai mumbled, clearly irritated. I hate that sorcerer. Oh, that reminds me. Kai grinned mischievously. The main reason I interrupted your intimate moment was to tell you that Jace suggested some changes to the patrol routes. According to him, the current ones aren't safe enough. And that's why you called me? I frowned. You know I'm not going to accept any of his suggestions. I'm the one who makes the rules, as long as I'm alpha here. Kai didn't flinch. Yes, it's under your power, but if something goes wrong, you'll be the one to blame, since you never listened to any of us. His tone was dry, mocking. What are you actually trying to say? That I don't know what's good for my pack? I raised an eyebrow, challenging him. Maybe you don't, Kai muttered, not meeting my eyes. Dare to say that again? I scowled. Kai met my gaze, his smirk growing. You see, another pack got burned down last night. No survivors. Are you serious? My voice faltered, the weight of his words hitting me like a punch to the gut. I don't joke about this kind of stuff, Kai said, his expression hardening. Fine, I said, exhaling sharply. What are Jace's suggestions? A smile crept across Kai's face. That's more like it. He handed me a map, the edges worn and creased. Here. Chapter 29. Aria. 10 days. It's been 10 days now, and there are still no clues about Luke's sudden disappearance. Poof. He just vanished as if he was never there to begin with. I didn't know how I felt about him disappearing like that, leaving all the work to Neil and me. The pack was in chaos, and his absence only made things worse. Since the conversation with Dr. Ron about the Graveyard of Doom and the other shocking revelations, I haven't had a chance to talk to Neil. I haven't even seen him in the office. Everyone seemed to be disappearing lately, and it bothered me. Hi. Neil's voice interrupted my thoughts as he walked into Luke's office. Hey, I mumbled, not looking up from the papers in front of me. I'm sorry for leaving you to carry all the load. I've been busy. He apologized quickly, moving to sit across from me. It's okay, I said, offering a small smile. So, you're not going to ask me where I've been? He frowned, taking a seat. Right, I forgot. I laughed, shaking my head. I'm not Luke, you see. Right. You don't even care. A scowl appeared on his face as he crossed his arms, staring at me. It was true. I never had the burning curiosity that Luke did, and I definitely didn't care in the same way. I do care. It's just... I forgot to ask, I mumbled, feeling guilty. Sorry. He laughed and got up from his seat, walking over to pinch my nose from across the table. I was just kidding, stupid. But yeah, I have good news. He fisted his palm and raised it triumphantly, his eyes glowing with excitement. Why do you seem so vibrant? I asked, genuinely curious. Soon, Neil Jr. will be running around the pack house. He was practically bouncing with excitement. Wait. What? How? I was both confused and thrilled. Oh my God, Aria, I thought you knew the process. He gasped dramatically. Don't tell me, are you really that clueless about it? Do you need the birds and the bees talk? Shut up. I was mortified, my face flushing. Don't dare continue. But you don't know how it's done? He shrugged helplessly and slumped back into his seat, running his hand through his hair. I never said I didn't, I blurted out, trying to cover up my embarrassment. Oh, really? He smirked, leaning forward. God, no. You're supposed to be the innocent one. And you're the one giving a perverted talk. I glared back at him, my face still hot. Come on, I was just trying to pull you out of that dumb depression that seems to envelop you every day, he said, his voice softening as if trying to console me. It affects your behavior, you know? What are you talking about? I frowned, my confusion deepening. There's nothing like that. Do you think I'm blind? He asked loudly. I can see what's going on. I've been trying to get you to talk about it, but you won't cooperate. There's nothing like that, I repeated firmly. Tell me, Aria. He leaned forward again, eyes narrowing. You've been thinking about your decisions lately, haven't you? I frowned, caught off guard by his perceptiveness. He was right. I had been rethinking a lot of the choices I made, and, honestly, some of them were weighing on me more than they should. Don't lie, Neil whispered, his voice softer now. You miss him, don't you? Is it that obvious? I sighed, leaning back in my chair, feeling the weight of my emotions come to the surface. I guess I do. It's inevitable, he smiled gently, almost sympathetically. No matter how much you try to run, you'll never be able to completely forget him. It's been more than 3 years now, and you're still reminded of him every day, if not at least once a week. He paused, looking at me intently. You need to understand this. I'm not saying you should go back to Alpha Zane or anything, but he's your mate, Aria. And I'm sure he feels the same way. He doesn't, I snorted, trying to shake off the truth of his words. He's made it to someone else. Honey, I know he acts all tough and strong, but I bet he misses you. The thing is, you'll never be able to move on completely, not until you wake up and realize it. His voice softened, full of quiet sincerity. You know what happens to rejected wolves, right? Yes, I sighed, defeated. I've been fine, just like I've always been. He shook his head, laughing softly. You think that fake veil of strength you wear around yourself will fool me? I'm not lying. I cried out, frustration bubbling up. Stop accusing me. You can fool Luke and everyone else around you, but you can't fool me. He groaned. Do you think I'm a fool? I didn't say anything like that. Your accusations are all lies, I said, dramatically throwing my hands up. Sure, Neil muttered under his breath. This never gets easier. The silence between us thickened, and I turned back to the papers I'd been working on, trying to focus. So now you're ignoring me? Neil huffed, picking up some papers from the table. No, I'm not, I said, frowning as I looked up at him. What are you even talking about? Nothing. He gruffed, looking away. I sighed, my gaze flicking to Neil. He was mouthing something, but it was inaudible. I wondered how he figured it out. My emotions weren't that easy to read, were they? Hey, Aria, Neil spoke up a few seconds later, standing up from his seat. I think we need to check the cells. Why? What happened? The captive abandoned she-wolf down in the cell is going out of control, he muttered, his tone low, a curse slipping through his lips. We need to rush. Just then, the door slammed open, revealing a familiar, shadowed figure. Luke, I breathed, my heart racing. Chapter 30. Zane. Jace's suggestions, I hate to admit, were impressive. The map he laid out, marking the patrol routes, was well thought out. I never realized how many of the main routes had been overlooked, with some of them having no sentinels at all. I wasn't completely ignorant of our security situation, but it was clear I hadn't been paying close enough attention to the real risks these routes posed if left unguarded. So we can construct it near the borders, right? Kai asked, breaking my focus. Yeah, I mumbled, my eyes scanning the map spread before us. The areas marked in red stood out. They needed immediate attention. Jace had suggested building a metal gate near the borders to prevent any unauthorized access. According to him, it would improve our security and reduce the chances of a successful attack. But don't you think it would be useless? I asked, my voice filled with skepticism. Anyone could easily jump over those gates instead of opening them. It doesn't really reduce the chances of an attack. Kai shook his head. He didn't just suggest a gate. He also recommended adding an electric shock generator to it. A scowl tugged at my face. I hated the idea of Jace making decisions on my behalf, but what bothered me most was that he was so used to undermining me. I despised it. Stop scowling and just answer the question. What do you think about the proposal? Kai rolled his eyes, sensing my irritation. Before you make another jealous remark, remember, this is for our safety. Jace isn't doing this for personal gain. Sure. Whatever you say, I muttered sarcastically, crumpling a piece of paper in my palm, mentally cursing Jace. He was back at it again, impressing Dad and undermining me, trying to manipulate the situation to his advantage. He already had Dad's favor, but it seemed like he wanted more. I see you two are discussing my suggestions, Jace's voice interrupted. I shot him a glare. You should knock before entering. Stop acting like Dad, Jace said, rolling his eyes, and strolled into the room. He pulled out a chair and sat down. One is enough. We don't need two people trying to be him. An unexpected smile appeared on my face, but I quickly covered it with a cough before Jace noticed. So, what do you think about the plan? He asked, leaning forward and pointing at the map in front of us. I glanced at the map again before responding, yeah, it's okay. I wasn't going to praise him. Jace was well aware that I wouldn't, but he never stopped trying to get me to do so. You're so mean, he grumbled. At least say it's good. No. Fine, he huffed, clearly disappointed. What else can I expect from you? Anyway, enough of the fooling around. I was about to respond when he dropped the bombshell. I heard another pack got burned down yesterday, Jace continued, shifting slightly in his seat. That's 3 packs in less than a week, 3 days to be exact. I frowned, my mind racing. How do you know all this? I glared at him, suspicion rising. I'm a werewolf too, he said, giving me an incredulous look. How else would I know? As you say, I said dismissively, still on edge. Zane, he sighed, his tone softening. I know we've never been on good terms, hell, we've never really been brothers, but I'm not your enemy. I'm here to help, not harm you or your pack. I'm not here to take anything from you, I'll leave once all this is sorted out. I have better things to do than babysit you. For a second, I almost believed him, but then he ruined it. Sure. Birds don't fly, I retorted. Stop being so arrogant, Zane, Kai scolded, clearly frustrated. Think practically. Why do you guys shut me off? I growled, feeling the tension rise. I am thinking practically. Fine, you two sort this out while I handle some pack business, Kai sighed, standing up. Just don't fight, he said, waving at us before walking out, leaving the door to close behind him. I was left staring at Jace, dumbstruck. He had brought up something important, but I couldn't help but doubt his intentions. There was something more at play here, something I couldn't see yet. Jace never did anything without his own agenda. What do you think? I asked my wolf. I don't know. I can't sense anything. He responded, unsure. Stop conversing with your wolf, listen to me, Jace commanded, his tone suddenly harsh. I flinched at the authority in his voice, but my anger quickly bubbled to the surface. How dare you order me around? I growled, my wolf stirring with anger. Don't forget I'm your alpha. Jace snorted. Oh, come on. You should know by now. Your alpha voice doesn't work on me. And let me remind you, Zane, you are not my alpha. I'm not part of your pack, he grinned. Fuck you, I spat, my patience finally snapping. No thanks, Jace laughed, shaking his head. If possible, get some new guards. Your pack is about to be attacked again. I froze, my eyes narrowing as doubt crept into my thoughts. Who told you that? I asked, suspicion creeping into my voice. I guessed, he smirked. You got scared for a second, didn't you? What the hell, man? I shouted, my face flushing with frustration. Anyone would get scared if you freak them out like that. Well, the chances are high because all the packs burned down were your neighbors, Jace said casually, leaning back in his chair. Chapter 31. Aria. Surprise. The word surprise didn't even begin to capture what I was feeling right now. I was both shocked and thrilled by Luke's sudden return. But what truly struck me was the state he was in, covered in bruises and blood, and most notably, the appearance of our alpha. I didn't know how to react. It was an unexpected reappearance, especially considering his condition. His lips were busted, his eyes were swollen, and the skin around them was turning purple. His hands and neck were poorly scratched, and blood was still oozing out of some of the wounds. What caught my attention most, though, were the patches of burnt skin on his arms, exposed beneath his torn t-shirt. But still, despite all of this, he stood tall, looking as strong as ever, though his face was devoid of any emotion, almost empty. Luke. Neil rushed over to him, reaching out to touch his shoulder. What happened? Are you okay? He sounded panicked, unable to hide the concern in his voice. I couldn't move at first, my legs bringing me toward Luke without my permission. I stood there silently, just watching him. Yeah, man. I'm alive. Luke laughed awkwardly, slapping Neil on the shoulder. No need to worry. Neil scoffed, shaking his head. Are you serious? How can you expect us not to worry? You disappeared without a word, he scolded, throwing a light punch at Luke's arm. Unfortunately, Neil wasn't fast enough to defend himself. Maybe his reflexes slowed after the injuries, Neil mind-linked. Maybe, I responded, still watching Luke with concern. Where were you anyway, all this time? Neil asked, his frustration still evident as he helped Luke walk inside. I pulled a chair out for him, gesturing for him to sit. Luke shook his head. No, thank you. I'm good. Neil raised an eyebrow. You should be more grateful. We've been dead worried about you, especially Aria. We tried to track you down, but you were out of reach. I'm sorry, man, Luke sighed, rubbing his neck. I should have told you before, but I didn't get the chance. It all happened so fast. I was left speechless. He paused, as though unsure how to continue. What happened? Can you just be straightforward for once and tell us what exactly happened? I snapped, my patience running thin. Neil had already asked him twice, but instead of answering, Luke kept avoiding the point, building up more suspense, and I didn't like it. Aria, come on, don't be so mean, Luke groaned. But yeah, we need to tighten up our security. I was checking the borders when I came across a rogue trying to sneak inside the pack. Luckily, I killed him before he had the chance to do any damage. Neil frowned. All right, but where were you all these days? It shouldn't take 10 days to deal with a rogue. He narrowed his eyes at Luke. Huh, true, Luke laughed. And it didn't. I was just out there researching the burnt packs and all that. Let's just hope and pray that we're not the next target. Yeah, wait a second, Neil said, his tone more serious. What were you doing near the borders? I specifically made sure all unauthorized paths were blocked off after that female rogue invaded our pack territory. It wasn't necessary for you to go check. I was just making sure the orders were implemented properly, Luke reasoned. Lucky for us, I ran into the rogue. If he'd gotten in, it would have been chaos. I'm just glad you're back, I smiled, though I was still concerned. Back in one piece, that is. Haha. Nothing can happen to me, Luke grinned. I bet I scared the rogues away with my special cooked meals. Tell me about it, I groaned, recalling his infamous cooking. It was specially made for you, Aria. Luke grinned. No. Both Neil and I shouted in horror. I couldn't help but laugh at the memory of his disastrous cooking. But then, my attention shifted to the burnt patches of skin on his arm. The cuts are deep, I observed, carefully scanning his wounds. I get how you got the cuts, but why the burnt skin? Were you standing near a burning deck or something? Luke raised his arm and looked at the burn. I know, right? I was caught off guard. The rogue had a lighter. I didn't realize he'd be clever enough to use it against me. Luckily, the wounds aren't too deep. Otherwise, I wouldn't be here talking to you. I couldn't help but smile, content with his return, even though it was unexpected. A lot had happened during his absence. A pack fighter had been found dead, and members were disappearing without a trace. It didn't make sense. Then there was Dr. Ron's theory about someone in the pack being involved in the fighter's death, the soil from the graveyard of doom, and everything else. It was all a big mess, a puzzle we still couldn't solve. I think you should rest, I said softly, studying his pale face. He looked drained, like a zombie. Yeah, he muttered. Can you guide me to my room? I don't have a single ounce of energy left in me. Aria, can you grab some medicine from Ron? Neil asked, his eyes full of concern. I'll guide Luke to his room. Sure, I nodded. Meanwhile, here you go. Ron handed me a small bowl filled with antiseptic herbal paste. Apply this to his wounds. It'll help speed up his healing process. I stared at the green paste, wrinkling my nose. It looks like spinach. It's not. Now go, he shooed me away. I stood in front of Luke's door, knocked, and called out, I'm coming in. Yeah, the door's open, he responded. I turned the knob and walked inside. His room was neat as usual. The white walls blended seamlessly with the caramel-colored curtains. A few books were scattered on the floor, and my gaze shifted to Luke as he sat on the bed, smiling at me. Where's Neil? I asked, looking around the room. He had some business to take care of, Luke shrugged. Why? Nothing. I walked over and placed the bowl on his bedside table. Come here. I patted the space beside me. He didn't hesitate, sitting down next to me without a word. I dipped my finger in the paste and was about to apply it to his wounds when suddenly, he slapped my hand away. I froze, staring at him in confusion. What's wrong? I asked, hurt by his sudden change in behavior. I don't need your sympathy, he growled. Chapter 31. Aria. Surprise. The word surprise didn't even begin to capture what I was feeling right now. I was both shocked and thrilled by Luke's sudden return. But what truly struck me was the state he was in, covered in bruises and blood, and most notably, the appearance of our alpha. I didn't know how to react. It was an unexpected reappearance, especially considering his condition. His lips were busted, his eyes were swollen, and the skin around them was turning purple. His hands and neck were poorly scratched, and blood was still oozing out of some of the wounds. What caught my attention most, though, were the patches of burnt skin on his arms, exposed beneath his torn t-shirt. But still, despite all of this, he stood tall, looking as strong as ever, though his face was devoid of any emotion, almost empty. Luke. Neil rushed over to him, reaching out to touch his shoulder. What happened? Are you okay? He sounded panicked, unable to hide the concern in his voice. I couldn't move at first, my legs bringing me toward Luke without my permission. I stood there silently, just watching him. Yeah, man. I'm alive. Luke laughed awkwardly, slapping Neil on the shoulder. No need to worry. Neil scoffed, shaking his head. Are you serious? How can you expect us not to worry? You disappeared without a word, he scolded, throwing a light punch at Luke's arm. Unfortunately, Neil wasn't fast enough to defend himself. Maybe his reflexes slowed after the injuries, Neil mind-linked. Maybe, I responded, still watching Luke with concern. Where were you anyway, all this time? Neil asked, his frustration still evident as he helped Luke walk inside. I pulled a chair out for him, gesturing for him to sit. Luke shook his head. No, thank you. I'm good. Neil raised an eyebrow. You should be more grateful. We've been dead worried about you, especially Aria. We tried to track you down, but you were out of reach. I'm sorry, man, Luke sighed, rubbing his neck. I should have told you before, but I didn't get the chance. It all happened so fast. I was left speechless. He paused, as though unsure how to continue. What happened? Can you just be straightforward for once and tell us what exactly happened? I snapped, my patience running thin. Neil had already asked him twice, but instead of answering, Luke kept avoiding the point, building up more suspense, and I didn't like it. Aria, come on, don't be so mean, Luke groaned. But yeah, we need to tighten up our security. I was checking the borders when I came across a rogue trying to sneak inside the pack. Luckily, I killed him before he had the chance to do any damage. Neil frowned. All right, but where were you all these days? It shouldn't take 10 days to deal with a rogue. He narrowed his eyes at Luke. Huh, true, Luke laughed. And it didn't. I was just out there researching the burnt packs and all that. Let's just hope and pray that we're not the next target. Yeah, wait a second, Neil said, his tone more serious. What were you doing near the borders? I specifically made sure all unauthorized paths were blocked off after that female rogue invaded our pack territory. It wasn't necessary for you to go check. I was just making sure the orders were implemented properly, Luke reasoned. Lucky for us, I ran into the rogue. If he'd gotten in, it would have been chaos. I'm just glad you're back, I smiled, though I was still concerned. Back in one piece, that is. Haha, nothing can happen to me, Luke grinned. I bet I scared the rogues away with my special cooked meals. Tell me about it, I groaned, recalling his infamous cooking. It was specially made for you, Aria. Luke grinned. No, both Neil and I shouted in horror. I couldn't help but laugh at the memory of his disastrous cooking. But then, my attention shifted to the burnt patches of skin on his arm. The cuts are deep, I observed, carefully scanning his wounds. I get how you got the cuts, but why the burnt skin? Were you standing near a burning deck or something? Luke raised his arm and looked at the burn. I know, right? I was caught off guard. The rogue had a lighter. I didn't realize he'd be clever enough to use it against me. Luckily, the wounds aren't too deep. Otherwise, I wouldn't be here talking to you. I couldn't help but smile, content with his return, even though it was unexpected. A lot had happened during his absence. A pack fighter had been found dead, and members were disappearing without a trace. It didn't make sense. Then there was Dr. Ron's theory about someone in the pack being involved in the fighter's death, the soil from the graveyard of doom, and everything else. It was all a big mess, a puzzle we still couldn't solve. I think you should rest, I said softly, studying his pale face. He looked drained, like a zombie. Yeah, he muttered. Can you guide me to my room? I don't have a single ounce of energy left in me. Aria, can you grab some medicine from Ron? Neil asked, his eyes full of concern. I'll guide Luke to his room. Sure, I nodded. Meanwhile, here you go. Ron handed me a small bowl filled with antiseptic herbal paste. Apply this to his wounds. It'll help speed up his healing process. I stared at the green paste, wrinkling my nose. It looks like spinach. It's not. Now go, he shooed me away. I stood in front of Luke's door, knocked, and called out, I'm coming in. Yeah, the door's open, he responded. I turned the knob and walked inside. His room was neat as usual. The white walls blended seamlessly with the caramel-colored curtains. A few books were scattered on the floor, and my gaze shifted to Luke as he sat on the bed, smiling at me. Where's Neil? I asked, looking around the room. He had some business to take care of, Luke shrugged. Why? Nothing. I walked over and placed the bowl on his bedside table. Come here. I patted the space beside me. He didn't hesitate, sitting down next to me without a word. I dipped my finger in the paste and was about to apply it to his wounds when suddenly, he slapped my hand away. I froze, staring at him in confusion. What's wrong? I asked, hurt by his sudden change in behavior. I don't need your sympathy, he growled. Chapter 33. Aria. It's been a month since Luke's return. Things have changed, but only in subtle ways. His behavior shifted from sarcastic and energetic to cold and detached. He still gave orders, still ran the pack, but something inside him seemed to have snapped. The once vibrant and passionate leader was now just a shadow of the man I once knew. I had noticed it, and I wondered if everyone else saw it too. He kept his distance, always buried in paperwork, avoiding meaningful conversations, his silence hanging heavily in the air. Did you finish the reports I asked for? Luke's voice broke through my thoughts, cold and impersonal. I nodded, looking up from the pile of papers in front of me. Yes, here they are, I said, pushing the documents toward him. He reached out, grabbing the papers without a word, his gaze fixed on the pages as he skimmed through them. The faint scars from his injuries were still visible, a constant reminder of his return. His arms, though healing, still bore the marks of what happened. You've been working hard, I see, he muttered, barely looking at me. But tell me, what happened? How did 10 of our pack members vanish without a trace? The question hung in the air, sharp and cutting. I had no answer, no solid explanation. I don't know. We increased security, and I've been running the patrols myself, but I trailed off, frustrated and tired. You better be. His voice dropped, harsh and demanding. I don't want any more lives at stake. I know, Alpha. I said, a little too quickly. He was always so intense, and that pressure, it weighed on me always. Luke's eyes flickered to his arm, the burns still present despite the treatment. Are you using the herbs Ron gave you? I asked, concerned as I noticed how the wounds refused to heal. Yeah, he grunted, looking at the deep burns on his skin. Nothing seems to work. It's like they're resistant to healing. I'm sorry, I murmured, reaching for the herbal paste. He shook his head, his expression unreadable. It's not your fault. I frowned, frustrated by his attitude, his emotional distance. I was here, trying to help, but he kept pushing me away. What's really going on, Luke? I asked, the words slipping out before I could stop myself. He didn't answer right away. Instead, he leaned back in his chair, his gaze lost somewhere in the distance. I've been thinking, maybe it's time we consider a joint venture, he said, his voice quiet, almost hesitant. I blinked, taken aback. A joint venture? You want to merge with another pack? He nodded slowly, as if considering it for the first time. It would strengthen our security and increase resources. A merger could benefit both sides, especially with the rogue attacks. I was taken aback. This wasn't like him. And why bring this up now? He shrugged, a flicker of something unreadable in his eyes. Just a thought. I wasn't convinced. But before I could respond, Neil barged into the room, full of energy, his presence lighting the mood. Guess what? He announced, grinning ear to ear. What is it? Luke and I asked in unison, both intrigued. The rogue finally opened her mouth. Neil said, eyes shining with excitement. We need to head to the cells now. We might learn something that could change everything. Luke stood up, his exhaustion evident despite the sudden rush of action. Let's go then, he said, his voice flat. In the cells. We arrived at the cells, the dim light flickering in the otherwise dark room. The rogue stood there, chained and bound, her expression one of defiance. What do you want now? She sneered, her voice dripping with sarcasm. Neil stepped forward, his patience clearly wearing thin. Tell us what we need to know, he demanded. Why have you been killing our people? Her eyes flashed with anger, but she didn't falter. You alphas think you're different, don't you? She spat, her words sharp. You think you're above us. But you're not. We're all the same. Werewolves in the end, just trying to survive. Stop mocking us, Luke growled, his voice low and threatening. Tell us what you know. She smiled bitterly. Tell me, who's really in charge here? She asked, her tone cold. You're all the same power-hungry, blind to the truth. Enough, Neil snapped. We don't have time for your games. Luke stepped forward, his aura radiating authority. We have your answers. Now, you'll tell us what we need to know, or you'll pay the price. The rogue scoffed. You can't hurt me any more than you've already done. Her defiance remained strong, but her confidence faltered slightly. Without a word, Luke gave the signal. A guard moved forward, and in a flash, the rogue's life ended. Her body slumped to the ground, lifeless. Back in the office, Luke and I stood silently as the weight of the situation settled in. The mystery behind the rogue attacks had only deepened, and now, with the rogue dead, we had no answers. Let's go before we're reminded of her any longer, Luke said, his voice cold and detached. I nodded, following him out of the room. But deep down, the unease gnawed at me. The pack was in danger, and no matter how hard we worked, we were no closer to finding the answers. Chapter 34. Zane. The suggestions Jace had made turned out to be more helpful than I'd expected. His plan had restricted unauthorized entrances and solidified our defenses, improving security in ways I hadn't anticipated. The risk of the pack being attacked was reduced significantly. It wasn't just the security. The overall living conditions had improved as well. There was a sense of confidence and calm that hadn't been present before. Even though I hated to admit it, Jace's decisions had paid off. The DarkMoon Pack was evolving into something more substantial, something more unified. With all the technical and strategic advancements, it was becoming nearly impossible for outsiders to infiltrate our territory or find weaknesses to exploit. The pack felt secure, and the extra metal gate was a solid addition to that security. However, there was one person who had always pushed for Jace's ideas, Kai. I couldn't understand why Kai trusted Jace so much. He relied on him more than he relied on me, and it made no sense. I'd never seen them talk or build any real relationship, yet Kai had an unwavering faith in him. I didn't know whether to be amused or frustrated. I looked at the map with Jace's suggestions laid out on my bed. It was a brilliant plan, a really good one, though I would never admit it to Jace. The safety and peace it brought were worth it, but I wasn't about to praise him. That was something I could never do. Really? Lila sighed, her voice full of frustration. You had to rip my favorite nightgown off? She stood there, holding the ruined fabric in her hands, her eyes flashing with irritation. It was clear she wasn't happy about the situation. I couldn't help it. Temptation got the best of me, I groaned, recalling how stunning she looked in it last night. The memory flooded me, and my thoughts quickly shifted elsewhere. Her gaze shifted downward to where I couldn't ignore my current state. You seriously think complimenting me will make up for this? She asked, raising an eyebrow. But Lila, you're mine, and I should be able to, I trailed off, realizing how my words were coming out. You don't get to just tear up my clothes, she retorted, glaring at me. Fine. I'll get you a new one, all right? I said, rolling my eyes. Now stop whining about it. She crossed her arms, her lips curling into a mischievous smile. Wait a second, did you just call me a slut? No. I immediately protested, my face flushing in embarrassment. I didn't mean that. Can you repeat what you said? She raised an eyebrow, clearly enjoying the awkwardness. That you whine too much? I offered weakly, hoping to defuse the tension. Are you really trying to dig yourself deeper? She mocked, her eyes gleaming with amusement. Before I could respond, there was a knock at the door. Alpha. Come in, I said, relieved for the interruption. A pack member entered and bowed respectfully. Alpha, Beta Kai has requested your presence on the southern grounds. It's urgent. I stood up, brushing myself off. Is that all? Yes, Alpha, she said before bowing again and leaving the room. Great, I muttered, walking toward the door. I'll be right back. Zane, Lila said with a sly smile, you'd better deal with this situation before you go to meet Kai. I shot her a glance before heading out, grateful that the interruption had saved me from more of her teasing. Kai's timing had worked out in my favor this time. Kai, where are you? I mind-linked him. Almost there. I replied, heading toward the south grounds. When I arrived, I found Kai leaning against a tree, looking exasperated. As soon as he saw me, He pushed off from the tree and stood up straight. Finally, he said with a sigh. Took you long enough. This is the first time I'm actually thankful for your interruption, I said, grinning. Saved me from a world of trouble. Kai raised an eyebrow. When? A few minutes ago, I said with a grin. You really saved me from Lila's wrath. Kai laughed, shaking his head. You're unbelievable. His amusement faded quickly, and his serious expression returned. I didn't call you out here just to make jokes. I frowned. So why did you call me? He paused, his posture stiffening. You're not going to believe this. What happened? I asked, my concern growing. Follow me, he said in a low voice, motioning for me to follow him into the forest. As we walked, I started to catch an intense, unsettling scent in the air. What the hell? I exclaimed, stopping in my tracks. What's going on? Why do I smell blood? Kai didn't respond, but his expression said it all. He pointed ahead, and I followed his gaze to the base of a tree where a body lay. It was one of our pack members. The body was severely mutilated, his head nearly severed from his body, hanging by only a few tendons. The blood was everywhere, staining the ground around him. How did this happen? I demanded, my voice thick with anger and disbelief. I don't know, Kai said quietly. I was just informed by one of the patrol guards about an hour ago. They found him like this. I stared at the gruesome scene before me, my mind racing. This was no ordinary attack. Whoever did this knew exactly what they were doing, and I had a sinking feeling that this wasn't going to be the last time we'd see something like this. We need to find out who did this, I said, my tone hardening with resolve. And we need to do it fast. Kai nodded, his face grim. I agree. But we need to be careful. Whoever did this is still out there. Chapter 31. Aria. Surprise. The word surprise didn't even begin to capture what I was feeling right now. I was both shocked and thrilled by Luke's sudden return. But what truly struck me was the state he was in, covered in bruises and blood, and most notably, the appearance of our alpha. I didn't know how to react. It was an unexpected reappearance, especially considering his condition. His lips were busted, his eyes were swollen, and the skin around them was turning purple. His hands and neck were poorly scratched, and blood was still oozing out of some of the wounds. What caught my attention most, though, were the patches of burnt skin on his arms, exposed beneath his torn t-shirt. But still, despite all of this, he stood tall, looking as strong as ever, though his face was devoid of any emotion, almost empty. Luke. Neil rushed over to him, reaching out to touch his shoulder. What happened? Are you okay? He sounded panicked, unable to hide the concern in his voice. I couldn't move at first, my legs bringing me toward Luke without my permission. I stood there silently, just watching him. Yeah, man. I'm alive. Luke laughed awkwardly, slapping Neil on the shoulder. No need to worry. Neil scoffed, shaking his head. Are you serious? How can you expect us not to worry? You disappeared without a word, he scolded, throwing a light punch at Luke's arm. Unfortunately, Neil wasn't fast enough to defend himself. Maybe his reflexes slowed after the injuries, Neil mind-linked. Maybe, I responded, still watching Luke with concern. Where were you anyway, all this time? Neil asked, his frustration still evident as he helped Luke walk inside. I pulled a chair out for him, gesturing for him to sit. Luke shook his head. No, thank you. I'm good. Neil raised an eyebrow. You should be more grateful. We've been dead worried about you, especially Aria. We tried to track you down, but you were out of reach. I'm sorry, man, Luke sighed, rubbing his neck. I should have told you before, but I didn't get the chance. It all happened so fast. I was left speechless. He paused, as though unsure how to continue. What happened? Can you just be straightforward for once and tell us what exactly happened? I snapped, my patience running thin. Neil had already asked him twice, but instead of answering, Luke kept avoiding the point, building up more suspense, and I didn't like it. Aria, come on, don't be so mean, Luke groaned. But yeah, we need to tighten up our security. I was checking the borders when I came across a rogue trying to sneak inside the pack. Luckily, I killed him before he had the chance to do any damage. Neil frowned. All right, but where were you all these days? It shouldn't take 10 days to deal with a rogue. He narrowed his eyes at Luke. Huh, true, Luke laughed. And it didn't. I was just out there researching the burnt packs and all that. Let's just hope and pray that we're not the next target. Yeah, wait a second, Neil said, his tone more serious. What were you doing near the borders? I specifically made sure all unauthorized paths were blocked off after that female rogue invaded our pack territory. It wasn't necessary for you to go check. I was just making sure the orders were implemented properly, Luke reasoned. Lucky for us, I ran into the rogue. If he'd gotten in, it would have been chaos. I'm just glad you're back, I smiled, though I was still concerned. Back in one piece, that is. Haha. Nothing can happen to me, Luke grinned. I bet I scared the rogues away with my special cooked meals. Tell me about it, I groaned, recalling his infamous cooking. It was specially made for you, Aria. Luke grinned. No. Both Neil and I shouted in horror. I couldn't help but laugh at the memory of his disastrous cooking. But then, my attention shifted to the burnt patches of skin on his arm. The cuts are deep, I observed, carefully scanning his wounds. I get how you got the cuts, but why the burnt skin? Were you standing near a burning deck or something? Luke raised his arm and looked at the burn. I know, right? I was caught off guard. The rogue had a lighter. I didn't realize he'd be clever enough to use it against me. Luckily, the wounds aren't too deep. Otherwise, I wouldn't be here talking to you. I couldn't help but smile, content with his return, even though it was unexpected. A lot had happened during his absence. A pack fighter had been found dead, and members were disappearing without a trace. It didn't make sense. Then there was Dr. Ron's theory about someone in the pack being involved in the fighter's death, the soil from the graveyard of doom, and everything else. It was all a big mess, a puzzle we still couldn't solve. I think you should rest, I said softly, studying his pale face. He looked drained, like a zombie. Yeah, he muttered. Can you guide me to my room? I don't have a single ounce of energy left in me. Aria, can you grab some medicine from Ron? Neil asked, his eyes full of concern. I'll guide Luke to his room. Sure, I nodded. Meanwhile, here you go. Ron handed me a small bowl filled with antiseptic herbal paste. Apply this to his wounds. It'll help speed up his healing process. I stared at the green paste, wrinkling my nose. It looks like spinach. It's not. Now go, he shooed me away. I stood in front of Luke's door, knocked, and called out, I'm coming in. Yeah, the door's open, he responded. I turned the knob and walked inside. His room was neat as usual. The white walls blended seamlessly with the caramel-colored curtains. A few books were scattered on the floor, and my gaze shifted to Luke as he sat on the bed, smiling at me. Where's Neil? I asked, looking around the room. He had some business to take care of, Luke shrugged. Why? Nothing. I walked over and placed the bowl on his bedside table. Come here. I patted the space beside me. He didn't hesitate, sitting down next to me without a word. I dipped my finger in the paste and was about to apply it to his wounds when suddenly, he slapped my hand away. I froze, staring at him in confusion. What's wrong? I asked, hurt by his sudden change in behavior. I don't need your sympathy, he growled. Chapter 36. Aria. You're overthinking everything, Luke said casually, crunching on a bag of crisps, leaning back in his chair with an ease that made me wonder if he had any worries at all. I shook my head. I don't know. Maybe he was right. Perhaps I was taking it all too seriously. But the words from the rogue still echoed in my mind, striking chords I didn't know were still there. Her bluntness, her fearless confrontation, stayed with me more than I cared to admit. The way she spoke without an ounce of hesitation, no fear, no remorse. It had affected me more deeply than I was willing to accept. She didn't flinch when Luke spoke of her death. She didn't even seem to care. Something was unnerving about that. Even when she had been trapped, held captive for over a month, she stood tall. Her confidence was unsettling. She had this unyielding aura about her, like nothing could break her. You people are just like us, ruthless. Her words repeated in my head, and I couldn't shake the feeling that there was some truth to them. But I had to remind myself we were not the same. We weren't ruthless like they were, not in the same way. We didn't operate out of desperation or revenge. I looked over at Luke, who was still casually eating, unaffected by the weight of the conversation. Look, stop worrying so much. Life will get easier. Trust me, he said with a shrug, tossing the empty crisp packet across the room, landing it in the trash can without a second thought. I raised an eyebrow. Since when did you get so neat? I teased, watching him wipe his hands on a tissue before tossing it into the trash. Since today, he joked, grinning widely. I smirked, guess the accident really changed you. His expression faltered for a second, but he quickly recovered. Don't remind me, he muttered, cringing at the memory. It was horrible. I missed being home. I nodded. I understood the weight of it, the chaos that happened while he was gone. The missing members, the death of one of our fighters, and the fear that kept growing in the pack with each passing day. It was all becoming too much. As I looked at him, I could see that something was off. He wasn't the same person who had left. There was a distance, a coldness behind his eyes that wasn't there before. What's on your mind? I asked, more out of curiosity than anything else. He stared down at the papers in front of him, his smile fading. Just trying to figure out how to improve our pack stats. Things aren't looking good. I frowned. What do you mean? He leaned back in his chair, exhaling slowly. The numbers aren't right. There are too many gaps in security. We've had too many losses lately. I wanted to respond, but just as I was about to speak, Luke's eyes narrowed. Where's Neil? I haven't seen him since we, dealt with the rogue. His voice was oddly quiet, almost reflective. I shrugged. He's probably with his mate. She's pregnant, after all. Luke chuckled, but it was a hollow sound. Ah, yes. Of course. My gaze shifted to his burnt skin. I couldn't ignore it. Your wounds aren't healing as fast as they should, I said, my voice laced with concern. He sighed, rolling his eyes. I know. I expected you to say something about that. It's healing slowly, okay? I don't need constant reminders. Let me talk to Ron about it, I offered, trying to help. No need, he muttered, standing up abruptly. It'll heal on its own. I didn't argue. He was in no mood to listen. He grabbed his coat, his movements sharp. I'll see you later. I have work to do. Zane's point of view. That doesn't even make sense. I growled, frustration boiling inside me. Why would the soil be from there? Because it's black? Jace's voice was casual, like he found my confusion amusing. Stop with the jokes. This isn't the time for them, I snapped. The seriousness of the situation weighed on me, and Jace's flippancy wasn't helping. It does matter, Jace replied, rolling his eyes. The Graveyard of Doom is the only place where that specific type of soil exists. I stared at him, my frustration mounting. I don't get it. Why would anyone go there? This is your pack, Zane. You should know better, Jace said with a smirk. You should also know that it's the only place where that soil exists. Are you really that naive? I'm not naive, I muttered, irritation in my voice. I know the graveyard is sealed. No one can go there without facing consequences. We've had this discussion before. Right, the monks and their holy barriers, Jace said sarcastically. But you're wrong about one thing. Not everything in the graveyard is sealed. The shrine is, but the rest of it? It's open. I froze. What are you saying? Think about it, Zane. The shrine is the only part that's sealed. The rest? It's fair game. He gestured towards the body. So, your patrol guy, he might have been somewhere he wasn't supposed to be. I felt a chill run through me. You've been there yourself, haven't you? Jace grinned, but something was unsettling about it. Maybe I have. Maybe you'll never know. Stop with the games, I snapped. Explain what you're really getting at. Jace rolled his eyes. Fine, fine. The graveyard's not as off-limits as everyone thinks. But you'll never know what's really there unless you go looking for it. I was about to respond when Kai spoke up, his voice low. So, you're saying the body might be connected to the graveyard? That's troubling. Jace nodded. It's more than troubling. The connection's there, you just don't want to see it. I turned to Kai, my frustration turning to confusion. What does this mean for us? Before anyone could respond, Jace gestured towards the body. I think we should dispose of this first, he said, wrinkling his nose in distaste. The smell's unbearable. Chapter 37. Zane. A burial ceremony was held for the fallen patrol guard. All pack members were summoned, and they attended without question. Some wept openly, some reminisced about the man, and others seemed to mourn quietly, the weight of their loss too much to bear. I hadn't expected such a response, especially for a patrol guard. He was a member of the pack, yes, but I didn't expect this level of grief for someone whose job was often seen as expendable. They spoke of him with respect, about his bravery, about his dedication to the pack, and about how he had left his wife and unborn child to fulfill his duty. But what caught my attention the most wasn't their words, it was the mate he left behind. Her face was pale, her hand cradling her swollen belly as tears fell from her eyes. She stood there, silent, staring at the coffin in front of her. It was heartbreaking to see someone so young, so full of hope, now burdened with the grief of losing her partner before their child could even meet him. I walked up to her, my steps hesitant. "Alpha," she hiccuped, her voice barely audible. "I'm sorry for your loss," I said softly, placing a hand on her shoulder. "I'll make sure you don't have to worry about anything financially or otherwise. The pack will take care of you." She wiped her tear-streaked face with a trembling hand, her gaze unwavering. "I don't want your money," she whispered. "I just want him back." Her voice broke as she stared at the coffin, her grief palpable. I swallowed hard, feeling a lump form in my throat. I couldn't imagine her pain, but I needed to say something. "I'm sorry. He'll be remembered, and I will make sure that whoever is responsible for this will face the consequences." Her voice trembled again. "What happened? Why did he go out there?" She held onto her stomach protectively, her pain palpable. "I don't know," I murmured, my thoughts clouded. "But we'll find out." I tried my best to comfort her, but I could see the emptiness in her eyes. How could I fix this? How could I bring back the father of her child when the world was so broken? "I don't want money. I just want justice," she said through clenched teeth. "Justice will be served," I promised her. I motioned to Kai, who had been watching from a distance. "Take care of her," I said, my voice firm. "She shouldn't have to face this alone." "Of course, Alpha," Kai replied. As I walked away, I felt the weight of the situation settle heavily on me. So many unanswered questions, so many things left unresolved. I still couldn't wrap my mind around the way our patrol guard had died, nor could I understand why he was found so far from the patrol routes. Zane's point of view. The air was thick with unease as I walked with Kai, trying to make sense of everything. The ceremony had ended, but the uncertainty remained. We had lost a pack member, and no answers seemed to be forthcoming. "Call Jace," I ordered, my frustration bubbling to the surface. "We need him here." "Jace? Are you sure about that?" Kai asked, sounding hesitant. "Yes," I said sharply. "Now." Kai reluctantly agreed and mind-linked Jace. It didn't take long before Jace appeared, strolling into the room with a smirk on his face. "You wanted to see me?" Jace asked nonchalantly, taking a seat across from me. "Explain the Graveyard of Doom," I demanded, cutting straight to the point. "You mentioned it before, and now I need answers." Jace leaned back in his chair, a smile tugging at the corner of his lips. "Why do you want to know about that?" he asked, a mischievous glint in his eye. "Because something's wrong, Jace. Something's happening to this pack, and I need to understand what it is." "I don't have time for your games," I snapped, the stress of the situation getting to me. Jace sighed, his demeanor shifting as he folded his arms. "Fine. You want to know about the Graveyard of Doom? It's not what you think. It's not just some sealed place filled with history and myths. There's more to it." "What are you getting at?" I demanded, my patience wearing thin. "Have you ever wondered why the place is off limits?" Jace asked, his eyes glinting with knowledge. "It's not just because of the monks and their holy barriers." "That's part of it, but it's deeper than that. The graveyard contains secrets that go beyond what you've been told. Secrets that, if uncovered, could change everything." I stared at him, trying to piece together his cryptic words. "And what does this have to do with the pack?" "The soil, Zane. The black soil." Jace's voice dropped to a whisper. "It's a key. Whoever has access to it has power." I shook my head, confused. "Power? What are you talking about? You'll understand soon enough, Jace said cryptically, standing up. But for now, you need to keep your eyes open. Things are moving faster than you think. I watched him leave, a sense of dread settling in my chest. What did he know that I didn't? What was happening to my pack? Chapter 38. Zane. I couldn't shake the weight of everything that had been happening. The disappearance of pack members, the unexplained death of the patrol guard, and the growing tension between us and the abandoned wolves all felt like too much. Apologizing or admitting defeat to Jace had never been in my plans. But here I was, acknowledging a deeper rift between us than I ever expected. The divide between the alphas and the abandoned wolves had taken on a deadly form, leading to nothing but destruction, death, and the possible extinction of our kind. The wars of the past, especially during Romero's time, had been tainted by dark forces, witches casting evil spells for their amusement, adding fuel to the fire of an already volatile situation. The disappearance of Romero's mother and the death of the moon goddess were still unresolved. Even the graveyard where the remains of such pivotal figures rested had been sealed after someone tried to steal them. What's going through your mind? Jace's voice broke through my thoughts, his fingers absent-mindedly twirling a pen. A lot, I replied, running a hand through my hair. Stop stressing, he said nonchalantly. Clear your head, think practically. I rolled my eyes at his playful demeanor. Are you sure you're the older one? Sometimes I have my doubts. He raised an eyebrow. Maybe, but I think you're too serious for your age. I scowled. Why do you always drag me into things? We're related by blood, you know, he said, tilting his head and stressing the word blood. Yeah, I mumbled, irritated by his repetition. Enough with the family ties. Answer a few questions for me. He sighed, narrowing his eyes. Finally. I was waiting for you to get back to your usual questioning. It's weird when you're quiet. Before I could respond, a burst of laughter echoed from the door. I turned to see Kai standing there, as motionless as ever. I almost forgot he was there. His stillness was uncanny. He could stand in the same spot for hours without shifting. Why are you standing like that? I shot a glare his way. You're not a student anymore. He chuckled and shook his head. It's my duty as beta. Jace snorted. Such a great beta, he muttered, loud enough for both of us to hear. I couldn't help but let out a chuckle. Come sit, I said, gesturing to an empty chair next to Jace. It's pointless standing there looking like a third wheel. Nah, not really. Jace pointed at Kai. He's actually been talking to someone through his mind link. Kai stiffened, eyes wide. How did you know? I know everything, Jace grinned, his eyes locking with Kai's before he casually turned away. If that's so, I said, intrigued, then tell me what you were doing in the Graveyard of Doom. How did you get in, since it's sealed with holy barriers? Jace shifted uncomfortably in his seat. Well, I was informed by someone a while back. I narrowed my eyes. You're lying. He rolled his eyes. No, I'm not, he replied, looking at me like I was the fool. Tell the truth, Jace, I pressed. Fine, he relented, clearly annoyed. I had personal reasons for being there, and I came across a rogue. She was injured, so I helped her. End of story. You helped a rogue? I exclaimed, incredulous. Why would you do that? Jace raised an eyebrow. Why the reaction? She was injured. What do you expect me to do? Even after everything they've done to my pack, you helped them? I laughed bitterly. What kind of brother are you? He scoffed, glaring at me. It's your pack, not mine. I'm not obligated to help you. I didn't want to guide you, but our father asked me to, so I did. I'm not in debt to you, Zane. But he cut me off. And that rogue? That happened 5 years ago. It's long after I was banished from your pack, so don't start. Yeah, I'm not asking about your banishment. Wait, where's that companion of yours? The strange girl, Lucy? I haven't seen her around the pack lately. I turned to Kai. Did you see her? Kai shook his head. No, I haven't seen her either. In fact, I was planning to ask the same thing. Lucy? Oh, she went back to my house, Jace said, a slight smile tugging at his lips. House? I raised an eyebrow. Where do you live? None of your business, Jace snapped. Are you done with your questions? No, I pressed. You said you had personal business at the Graveyard of Doom. What was it? Jace exhaled slowly, as if he were tired of answering my questions. How many times do I have to say it? What I do is none of your business. Stop sticking your nose where it doesn't belong. Now I get why Mom doesn't like you, I muttered bitterly. It's your behavior. I don't care what she thinks, he spat. And what, you really want to compare me to you? You know why Father keeps you away from him? Because you're weak. You don't even know half of what's going on around you. I shook my head, frustrated. I know enough to see that nothing is going to make you tell the truth. I know exactly what you're trying to do, he said. It's sad, Zane, that you're resorting to these cheap tactics. Don't do it, it just makes you look worse. I didn't respond. He had a point. And I knew he wasn't wrong about our father. I hadn't been able to see everything, but I was starting to understand that there was a lot more at play than I had realized. His demeanor shifted then, becoming colder. Is this about her? I asked softly, my voice barely above a whisper. Jace's eyes softened for a moment. A faint smile flickered on his lips. I see you remember the past. Yes, it always is. Time never stops for anyone, he said, his tone quieter now. You made a mistake, and so did I. But it's better to correct those mistakes than to mourn them when it's too late. Chapter 39. Aria. I firmly grasped the knob and pulled. A sudden click reached my ears. The drawer was locked. I have been looking for the Book of Myths, but fortunately, it was not. Where to be found? What are you doing? Neil asked, walking inside the office. Trying to steal something now, are you? He grinned playfully, you better not. I rolled my eyes. I have been looking for the Book of Myths. It's nowhere to be found. I haven't seen that book myself. He stated, maybe it's in the drawer or something. I shook my head, it's not. I have checked all the drawers, aside from this particular one. I said, pointing at the locked one, it's locked, and the key is nowhere to be found as well. He frowned, maybe the key is somewhere on the table or even inside the penholder. I sighed in frustration. I looked everywhere, I said, putting more emphasis everywhere. Then I don't know. He shrugged and stood right opposite me, pulling out a chair for himself to sit on. Since when did you start reading that book anyway? He asked. I had nothing better to do. Done with all the paperwork. I replied, pointing at the stack of completed paperwork placed on the side of the table. Luke ordered me to complete some accounts, and before I could hand them over to him, he disappeared. I continued. That guy is so careless and irresponsible, I tell you. Neil laughed. It's because of you. I gaped. Me? What? Yes. He shook his head. You made him lazy. Before your arrival to this pack, he was quite hard work. And ever since you joined this pack, you took almost all the duties and provided him with the opportunity to slide from all the tasks. He paused. There are no tasks left for him anyway. I narrowed my eyes at him. You make me feel like some criminal. Oh, trust me, you are. He leaned across from his seat and poked my cheek. You're adorable. Alpha Zane is lucky to have a mate like you. I scoffed. Mate like me? Neil. I gasped. We are not even together. Yeah, you left him. He glared. He did. I corrected it. Aria, don't take it personally, but I think you shouldn't be blaming him for everything. It was not entirely his fault. Guys sometimes tend to make mistakes even though they know it's wrong. Let's just say it's the moment of angst where everything you do seems right. The mate bond you two have in between is not broken yet. If it was, then you would have lost your inner wolf. Anyway, it's your life, and what I can do for you is to show you the path. Rest is up to you. He smiled meekly. Just don't make mistakes which you'll repent for the rest of your life. I sat there silently absorbing every single word he had just said. I started. Oh, I forgot to tell you. Dr. Ron wanted me to send you to him. Are you secretly dating him? He asked, wriggling his eyebrows. You two have been spending a lot of time together. He tilted his head, maybe the night as well. He whispered the last part rather inaudibly, but unfortunately, it was loud enough for me to hear. I gasped at his sudden accusation. Anger flowed through my veins. Are you out of your mind? What else can be there for the two of you to talk endlessly about? He asked curiously. About Luke and his scars, I stated bitterly. Neil's accusation that I was dating Ron put me on edge. Scars. He frowned at the sudden appending of the topic. Are you talking about those burnt patches? Yes. I verified with a nod. You did notice it as well, didn't you? Isn't it obvious? He stated as a matter of fact, it's rare for a wound to linger around for that long. I nodded again, indeed. What did Dr. Ron say about the wounds? Maybe some essential medicinal herbs were missing from the paste made to cure the burnt skin, he asked, his eyes shrinking all by themselves as his gaze fixated directly on me. Well, I shrugged. You know he won't make any mistakes. He has gotten the genes of a warlock after all. Witch. He corrected, a witch. That's what a warlock is. He has gotten the genes of a warlock from his father. I narrowed my eyes at him. What a nice theory you've just said, Neil, I said sarcastically. He scowled at me in return. His father was a werewolf. He narrowed his eyes to slits. His mother was a witch. I frowned at a new piece of information. Are you serious? Why didn't you know? He asked with a wicked smirk on his face. That's why I always say, think before you speak. You know what, I sighed, getting up from my seated position and placing my palms on the table. I'm going to go and check on Dr. Ron to see what he has got to say. I'll join along, he said, instantly getting up from his seat, if that wouldn't be a problem. The walk to Dr. Ron's chamber was not exactly a pleasant feeling of calmness either. Yet it contained more of Neil trying to poke details out of me, especially about the imaginary relationship that he was lately fantasizing about. I wouldn't be quite surprised if you end up marrying him instead of Zane, Neil muttered, crossing his arms around his torso. Stop it, I growled lightly, grabbing hold of his arm. Come on, walk faster, I said, dragging him along. We stopped outside a familiar brown door. Neil grumbled some words under his breath about how ungrateful a person I was, which I didn't bother to pay much heed to. The door creaked as I pushed it slightly. Aria, Ron called. I fully opened the door and was surprised by the view that lay ahead. Ron's back was faced towards us. How did you know it was me? I asked as I walked inside, clearly astonished by his ability to sense my presence. It's not a big deal, he said, turning around. Yeah, it shouldn't be. Neil butted in. True love, Aria. True love. Ron gave him a suspicious look and tilted his head. What are you even talking about? Nothing. He smirked. I'm just pissing Aria off. If I were you, Ron grinned, I wouldn't take such risks. You never know when she's going to attack. But her reactions, though, Neil cried out of joy. They're worth the risk. I am still here, you know, I remarked, irritated by their conversation about me. That I totally agree with you, Beta. Ron chuckled and straightened his posture. I never understood his obsession with white t-shirts and button-up shirts. He never wore any other color. I mean, never in 3 years of my staying here have I seen him wear anything other than white. By the way, he suddenly interrupted my thoughts. The reason I called you Dash. Yeah, about Luke's certain burnt patches, which never seems to heal. What theory do you have to prove such marks to linger around, especially when werewolves tend to have inhuman healing speed? Neil interrupted. Such an abrupt interruption it was. Ron complained. Anyway, what I was saying was, yes, the wounds on his arms. I did take a look at them as Aria asked me to, from far, that is, since Alpha Luke is not quite cooperative about it. Why would Luke act all worked up about it? Neil frowned, facing his head towards me. I don't know. I sighed as the memories of his behavior flooded my head. I remember talking to him about seeing Dr. Ron for a better answer to those unhealed wounds, but he clearly denied. The last time I asked, he literally threw me out of his room, and the time before that, he walked out on me. That's harsh. Neil scowled. Are any of you planning to listen to what I have to say here? Ron waved his palm in front of us. Sorry. Both Neil and I said in perfect unison. Do continue. The wounds are not ordinary. So they are extraordinary? Neil joked. Ron glared, earning an apology from him in no time. You shouldn't be joking, you know. The matter is something which shouldn't be taken so lightly. Ron stated calmly, for the wounds are not caused by fire. Even if it was, it wouldn't have taken so long for it to heal properly. Then why did such blisters appear on his skin? I asked. The Graveyard of Doom. What? Neil confounded. What does that place has to do with his wounds anyway? Yes, it has a lot of things to do with it. He must have had an encounter with some holy barriers. He was bewildered, moving his hands in the air to form some gesture, and yes, I'm quite sure of it because I've done quite a lot of research about it before approaching you guys. How is it so? I questioned, unaware of the effects he was talking about. Isn't the Graveyard of Doom like totally sealed for werewolves? Nope. He answered, only the witch's shrine is fully protected, but there are some parts of the graveyard free for anyone to roam around. As much as I know, only a few parts are sealed by holy spells which we cannot cross. But you can, can't you? Since you're not a werewolf. Neil pointed out. I'm not so sure about that, Ron laughed awkwardly. Haven't tried that yet. But, I whispered, petrified by the entire atmosphere, I tried to form a coherent sentence, but failed miserably. Neil looked at me with his lips pressed into a thin line. He soon opened his mouth and continued my sentence. He told us that it was all due to a rogue having a lighter. Ron shook his head immediately. He lied. Chapter 40. Aria. So, what you're trying to say is that Luke lied? I asked, pushing my hair away from my eyes. Ron pressed his lips into a thin line and looked at me. Well, Alpha Luke did hide a few facts. Isn't it all the same thing? I asked eagerly, as lying? It was a lot to deal with. It all seemed too bizarre and unpredictable, especially after a couple of packs went down just like that in the blink of an eye. They were burnt down while some were brutally killed to extinction. It was an inanimate atmosphere where death and greed lingered behind, ready to assassinate. Depends, said Ron. He sat and stared at me for a moment, on how you actually pursue it. Deep inside, I knew Luke was trying to hide something from everyone. His behavior and personality shifted drastically to an introvert, which reduced the chances of communication between us three, Neil, Luke, and I. His wounds seemed different for some reason. The cuts and bruises were not worthy of much of my concern, whilst the burnt skin was, for it was not healing at all. And now, the entire Graveyard of Doom theory didn't hesitate to add more confusion to our current state of mentality. This never gets easier. Neil sighed. First his disappearance, now his lies. Though I know there must be a reason behind it. He exhaled soon after and took a slight pause before asking, do you think we should confront him right now? You should. Ron instantly nodded. Indeed, you guys should clear things out before any sort of dust appears in between the relationship of trust you three share. Ron was looking gloomy for some reason. But before that, I deadpanned, for confronting, you do need the other person's existence, which in this case seems unattainable. Neil furrowed his eyebrows. He's still not back? Nope. Can't you use your powers or spells to figure out where Luke is? Neil asked Ron. Ron rolled his eyes. No. I can't. Why so? Neil asked suspiciously. You're a warlock after all. Warlocks are not meant to track people. He narrowed his eyes and glared at Neil. I'm a warlock, not some person detector. Then what are warlocks capable of? Neil asked angrily. Many things which you werewolves are not meant to, Ron replied calmly, his voice as cold as ice, as he avoided eye contact with Neil. I was wondering, I said, putting an end to their vocal turbulence. With all the hatred going around, werewolf to werewolf, then hunters and vampires, when and how exactly did witches and sorcerers become acquaintances with werewolves? Neil muttered some words under his breath. Ron gave him a deadly glare and looked at me. He raised an eyebrow. That's a different question from what you usually ask. Oh, and Aria, you forgot to mention the shapeshifters. My lips curled up. I was just curious. I admitted. It's a good question, though. He smiled. As far as I can recall, my mother once told me, during the time of Romero's imprisonment inside his own room due to the fear of being killed, he accidentally summoned a sorcerer. Geez, I know it sounds a bit weird, but that's what I was told. He laughed awkwardly, and ever since then the warlocks and the sorcerers ended up blending in a formal fellowship with werewolves. Wow. Neil sighed. That's so unbelievable. He said sarcastically, how the fucking hell one can summon a sorcerer just like that? How the hell am I supposed to know? It's a mythological fact. Ron shouted, equally angered by Neil's way of conversing with him. So now what? Since Luke's not here, we are most likely not going to get our answers anytime soon. What's the best thing to do? Just sit around and mope with all the unanswered questions. Neil blabbered with an angered expression. For some reason, his anger toward me seemed forced. You shouldn't be so hyped up, Beta. Ron shook his head disapprovingly. Your mate can feel your distress through the mate bond, and it's harmful for the baby. Neil gasped at the sudden piece of information. Shit. He cursed loudly. I totally forgot. Just keep that in mind from now on. Ron rolled his eyes. How's your mate dealing with the whole pregnancy thing? Neil laughed and shook his head. Crazy, he said, his eyes filled with happiness. The pregnancy hormones are kicking in, and my sleep time has been reduced to almost none since most of the time I'm taking care of her back and front. Needs. That's expected. Ron stated calmly, you still have a long way to go. A good 8 months or so. Yes. He sighed heavily. I'm just excited and can't wait for the baby to be born. I smiled, looking at him. Neil was excited about his unborn child, and I couldn't help but smile like a freak at him. I always liked the thought of having a family. I love the structure and the bond members of a family share. I sat silently as a sudden wave of pain flooded inside my stomach, an uneasy feeling familiar to that of the past. Something was wrong with Zane. You okay? Neil asked, his eyes fixated on me. You've been awfully quiet for the last couple of minutes. I'm fine, I forced out a smile. It was not the right time to go on describing my problems, especially not when they were in a moderate state of tolerability. You sure? He asked worriedly. Yes, Dash. You are feeling the same pain as before? Ron asked suddenly. I glared at him for a second, annoyed that he had dragged Neil into this matter when I had clearly not wanted him to. Ron frowned in confusion, but soon mowed sorry as the realization struck him. What is going on here? Why was I not informed about your health issues? He growled. Calm down, I whispered. There is nothing wrong with me. Actually, Aria's been feeling some distress lately through the mate bond she shares with Zane, Ron explained to Neil before I could stop him. Why? Neil frowned. She does not bear his mark, then how is that possible for her to feel distress? Something bad must have happened or will happen to Alpha Zane. Very bad. He said monotonously. And about your question about why she's able to feel the pain, he said, looking at Neil, is because she had an encounter with her mate and she rejected him, which he didn't accept. So the mate bond is still there, and if something bad happens to her mate, she'll be able to feel it. Vice versa, you see. I shook my head to clear my mind of the evil thoughts. It was nothing like that. Nothing bad was going to happen to Zane. Even though we were not together, I didn't want anything bad to ever happen to him. It was just too cruel for anyone to desire something bad for their soulmate. Although in our case, we were on a virtual break, I always tried to console myself enough to make sure not a single bit of hatred remained inside me, which one day might cause me to want something bad for him. Even though I knew it was not only he who would be hurt if something like that occurred, I would be affected by it too. I hope nothing bad happens, I mumbled, crossing my fingers. Yes, both of them said in unison. But for now I think we should concentrate more about our pack. Neil suggested. Ron nodded in agreement and said, you should. It'll help Aria to distract herself from any sort of negativity which might be harmful for her health. All right, I said, stretching a little and turning towards Ron. How do you expect us to look into the matter without Luke's presence? There is one way. Start from the very scratch. Meanwhile, the following day. Zane's point of view. Where are you taking me? I asked impatiently, looking around the deserted forest. I couldn't help but feel a little overwhelmed by the sudden urge to revisit some of the things from the past that I had been totally distorted by. I wasn't allowed to ponder, let alone research, what happened in the past with Jace and everyone else. Maybe I was not interested in figuring things out to begin with. The current surroundings where I was being dragged into didn't seem too convincing. It was dark inside the forest, even though the sun was still up. Hell, it was only a few minutes past noon. The view around us was not pleasant either. Tall, old trees, possibly over a couple of centuries old, stood there, some dead, while others, still alive, leaned against each other in an awkward position, as if they had been through horrible disasters. Just shut up and follow me, Jace muttered, throwing a side glare at me. He was worked up as usual, quiet, and filled with mystery. I huffed and followed behind him. Branches of trees sprang up out of nowhere, dead leaves scattered across the ground, and the dust, stirred by slight breezes, hovered over, ready to assault my eyes. I'd be lying if I denied any trips I made straight to the ground, landing on all fours, because I did, twice. I was annoyed. No, I was devastated with anger and misery. Who in the world would have thought Jace would barge into my room early in the morning and drag me along with him, that too, to the graveyard of doom? He said he wanted to prove something about the barriers. The surroundings were tranquil, as, aside from the sound of leaves cracking and our footsteps, leading us to a place only known by Jace. Honestly, it was creepy. You see that tombstone there? He said, finally, after a very long period of silence. He pointed at a particular silver-colored stone, the color of which went almost unnoticeable under the veil of rust that had formed around it, possibly due to the long time span. Yes. That belongs to one of our ancestor. Super great-grandfather. And yes, before you point that out, I am well aware of the use of the word super, for I'm too lazy to go on with the great and so on endlessly. He muttered, if that makes sense. If not, then don't bother to even think about it. I ignored his insults and stared at the grave. So, I started, but soon stopped at the sight of Jace, who stood far away towards the end, gazing at a grave with no recognition. Who? I walked up to him and asked. I didn't even need to complete the entire sentence. A rogue. The one I saved. He said with a sigh. What happened to her? It's a long story. He said, his lips pulled into a thin line. I have time. I don't think so. I think we might as well have some company. He frowned, looking at me. That's unexpected. I raised an eyebrow. What? Look behind you. I did as I was told. But then maybe I shouldn't have listened to him after all. Aria. Chapter 41. Aria. Are you sure you're not involved in any sort of amoral activity? I asked, scanning my surroundings. The eerie quiet of the isolated forest left me with a strange sense of unease. It was a place where the chances of encountering a werewolf or any creature were virtually non-existent, yet here we were, searching for answers. Oh, come on, Neil said, walking ahead, his tone light. He glanced over his shoulder at me. I'm not the type for deep conspiracy. I'm more of the blunt kind, and you know that. I pressed my lips together to keep from remarking. Not now, I reminded myself. This wasn't the time to get distracted by small talk. Seriously? I raised an eyebrow. Just keep walking. I had a bad feeling about this graveyard. The weight of some dark presence loomed over the place, and the air felt thick with uncertainty. It reminded me of the time I'd been here before, the day when past truths and half-spoken words had shaken the pack. I shook the memories away. There was no point in revisiting what couldn't be changed. But still, something gnawed at me, a sense that danger was near. A nagging feeling that something wasn't right, especially when it came to Luke. Wait. Neil's growl broke through my thoughts, and I almost collided with his back as he stopped abruptly. He turned, concern written across his face. You all right? You've been spacing out, and you don't look so good. Jeez. Thanks for the concern, I mumbled, bumping into him as I tried to shake the fog in my mind. Ow. I groaned, stretching my arms. Don't stop like that in the middle of a graveyard. I glanced around, the tombstones casting long shadows over the ground. The atmosphere was suffocating, the kind of place where the past seemed to linger just out of sight, waiting for the right moment to strike. Neil's eyes softened. Aria, are you sure you're okay? You're not acting like yourself. I avoided his gaze, trying to hide the anxiety I felt. Yeah, I'm fine. Just a little off. It wasn't the truth, but it was the best I could offer. Neil had enough to worry about with his own mate and their future. I didn't want to burden him with my own inner turmoil. The strange feeling growing in my chest was enough to make me doubt my own judgment. You sure? Neil pressed, still not convinced. I nodded, forcing a small smile. Yes, but it wasn't just me that had been on my mind. There were other things, Luke's behavior, the mysterious disappearances, and the vague references to the graveyard of doom. Everything was tangled in a web of secrets I couldn't untangle alone. All right, if you say so, Neil relented, though I could see the concern still clouding his expression. But if you're not feeling well, we can head back. Let's just keep going, I said, trying to push down the growing anxiety. The last thing I needed was to turn back now. Just then, a voice echoed through the trees, causing my heart to skip a beat. Aria? I froze, the name ringing in my ears. The voice. It was unmistakable. Zane. I slowly turned around, trying to make sense of what I was hearing. There, standing before me, was Zane. He looked the same, yet different, his eyes softer, no longer filled with the anger that had once consumed him. The sight of him sent a pang of emotion through my chest. His smile was bittersweet. It's been a very long time. How have you been? I stood still, overwhelmed by the flood of emotions rushing through me. Seeing him after everything, after all that had happened between us, was like reopening an old wound I had tried so hard to forget. I've been good, I said, the words coming out shakier than I intended. I tried to hide the storm of feelings swirling inside me, but it was impossible. His presence, the way his gaze softened as it fell on me, made everything feel too raw. Zane's eyes scanned me, a glint of sadness flashing in them. I'm glad to hear that, he said, though his voice held an undertone of something unspoken. Behind him stood another man, someone older, but with the same aura of strength. I glanced back at Zane, confusion clouding my thoughts. What are you doing here? I asked, my voice trembling despite my best efforts to keep it steady. Zane. Neil's voice was low and protective, and I felt the tension between them the moment Neil stood closer to me. Zane turned to look at Neil, his expression unreadable. There was a pause before Zane spoke again, addressing me. Is he your mate? He asked hesitantly, his gaze shifting between Neil and me. I shook my head, feeling the words catch in my throat. No. I could feel Neil's presence beside me, his body rigid as he stared at Zane. His protective instinct flared, and I could feel it through the bond. Stay away from her, Neil growled under his breath. I placed a hand on Neil's arm, trying to calm him. It's fine, I whispered, though my own heart was racing. Zane chuckled softly, though the sound felt empty, hollow. I didn't come here to cause trouble, Aria, he said quietly, stepping closer. His eyes never left mine. But before I could respond, something unseen flashed through the air. Move. Zane yelled, grabbing me and pulling me away from where I was standing. Suddenly, I found myself in Zane's arms, his body pressing against mine as he shielded me from an unseen attack. His grip on me was tight, almost desperate. Are you all right? Zane asked, his voice urgent, but I barely registered his words as a strange force swept through the air. The ground beneath me felt like it was shifting. Zane! I gasped, trying to break free from his hold. But it was too late. Before I could say another word, the world around me blurred. I felt myself being sucked into a vortex, a vacuum of darkness from which there would be no return. Aria. Zane's voice echoed, distant as the world faded to nothingness. Chapter 42. Aria. Damn it. The man standing a few feet away from him cursed, rushing towards the limp body that lay on the ground, pale and motionless. I sniffed when suddenly a familiar scent, that of blood, reached my nostrils. Blood started to stain his shirt, marking the black fabric with redness, trailing down and creating a visible streak along his white belt and faded blue jeans. This is just too much. The man growled, leaning in to inspect the injury on his back. Aria. Neil's mind linked. Are you listening? Let's head back to the pack house if you're not up for it. Aria? Aria. Neil slightly nudged me with his elbow this time. Are you listening to me? He whispered into my ear. I couldn't respond. I stood there helplessly looking at my mate, who lay motionless on the ground, nearly lifeless. Aria? Neil asked once again, this time louder. Are you okay? Yes. I mumbled, I'm fine. Waves of uncertain emotions overwhelmed me, like an eruption of feelings that had no clear resolution. We both created problems for ourselves, problems that turned too big to fix, and we were both aware of it. A part of me never understood the feeling of being complete. I had everything any she-wolf would have desired for herself. A large pack, a father with the position of an alpha, a caring elder brother, and most importantly, a loving family. And even before I could grasp the signs, everything fell apart. Everything I had, my fate, my luck, all shattered into pieces. Pieces so tiny that even if I tried, it would take me 1,000,000 years to find and place the broken pieces back together. Damn it. He cursed once again, picking Zane up from the ground. Red streaks appeared on his yellow-colored t-shirt soon after. He's turning pale, Neil roared. We need to stop the bleeding somehow, or else his wolf won't be able to heal himself. Yeah, I can see that. The man rolled his eyes and started walking away from us. Where are you taking him? Neil asked. To the pack doctor, the man replied, turning his head around, giving us a look of disbelief. He soon started running at his inhuman speed, not allowing me the opportunity to react. Go, Neil urged immediately. But Dash, this is the high time, make it or die. It's up to you, but what I'll suggest is for you to go, not for him, but for yourself. If he dies, you'll be devastated too. He articulated. What about Luke? I asked soon after, not wanting to argue about it. Don't worry, I'll take care of it for now. It's not like I'm sending you away forever, just for now, for your own safety. He smiled, placing his palm on my shoulder, giving me a squeeze of reassurance. You'll be back even before anyone notices your absence, now go. Are you sure? I asked nervously, unsure of what to do next. Yes, now go, hurry. He ordered, giving me a gentle push towards the direction Zane was taken. I gulped and looked at the empty forest that stood tall, like a military fortress with all the trees winded up due to their long lifespan, mostly dead like the emotions inside of me. I began running, and with every single step I took, my heart felt heavier. It felt like a burden was cast upon me, along with the millions of thoughts roaming around. I was disturbed and, most importantly, unhappy with myself. Did you find him? Neil's mind linked. No. I can't see them anywhere near. Sniff. Huh? I asked. You are aware of your mate's scent. Oh, thanks. Keep me updated. He said and disconnected the mind link. I stopped in my tracks and sniffed the air, waiting for the familiar smell of Zane to guide me forward, to a place from where I ought to stay away. If only I had abided by all the rules I made, then I wouldn't be here, having to battle within myself. I didn't like the dismay I was having to go through. The thought about Zane being mine all over again, the little hopes and desires that everything would fall perfectly back into their original place, that tiny wish of making things right, I hated it. I hated it all. I knew extravagant wishes were never meant to be fulfilled. For something once lost could never be regained, and my relationship, the mate bond one shared with Zane, was one of them. Although a part of me knew the consequences that would occur if I let myself accept the fact that Zane was the one I needed, I'd be trapped. I was very much scared about the effects Zane was having on me, breaking down all the walls I've created over the past 3 years. I was lost in the middle of nowhere when suddenly a familiar smell, tinged with blood, reached my nostrils. I took a heavy breath, inhaling the smell for the last time as I closed my eyes and rushed towards the direction from where the scent seemed to get only stronger. I didn't know how long I had to walk when, suddenly, a figure standing far away caught my attention. I ran forward, faster than my usual speed, to see the man carrying Zane ahead of me as I tried to catch up to him. But he didn't look back. I began, wait, I called out. He stopped walking and stood still with his back to me. I'll come along. That one little confession made me realize how bad this entire situation was, how crooked it was for making me fall for it. And I was gladly happy to get trapped in it. I knew you were going to come. He slightly turned his head towards me. Chapter 43. A little recap of what happened so far. He stopped walking and stood still with his back to me. I'll come along. That one little confession made me realize how bad this entire situation was, how crooked it was for making me fall for it. And I was gladly happy to get trapped in it. I knew you were going to come. He slightly turned his head towards me. I knew you were going to come. Those words rang in my ears repetitively. Even I was surprised when those words left my mouth. Maybe it was Neil's influence on me, or maybe it was the desire of my wolf to be near her mate. I tried enough to keep myself off the track in which I knew there was no exact destination. It was hopeless for me to feel things that had no meaning to me, because he already had someone else tagged in his life. Why was it that I wasn't able to forget those honey brown eyes? The look on his face when he saw me after so long haunted me. The pained expression on his face, the way his eyes went blank soon after, and his intoxicating scent got me terrified. I couldn't allow myself to get attached to him. I sighed soon after. I was not left with a single ounce of strength to ponder. Yet alone declare mental combat with my wolf again, especially not when all the predicaments were against the odds. The tread towards the direction of the DarkMoon Pack, from where I resented myself to the very extent, was disastrous. Not only disastrous, but nerve-wracking at the same time. Trail of ominous thoughts, the ones that I tried to harness myself from, kept making their way back to me. Deceptive decisions of leaving what was mine behind for something that never belonged to me, and neither would it, kept repeating itself. Even though I wanted to shrug it off like a nonchalant matter that needed no special record to be kept in any of the memories I stock, it still didn't happen. I found myself wondering, marveling about the designated fate that never got tired of playing its games and firing them back at me, mostly when my guards were down. "I'm sorry to break it to you," the guy who was carrying Zane shouted. The trance of unpleasant thoughts that I was engulfed in soon shattered, allowing me to comprehend my surroundings. I scrunched my eyes into tiny slits, much to my distaste, tracing for his presence. He was nowhere to be seen. I looked around for a second or two to finally catch a glimpse of his presence, very far away from where I stood. "If you keep your current pace up, I wouldn't hesitate to leave you behind. Zane here wouldn't survive that long, you know," he divulged with a sense of urgency in his voice. I blinked a few times. Right, Zane? Darn it. Right, he was hurt. My subconscious recalled. I registered my surroundings for the second time as I shook my head vigorously, trying my very best to get rid of all the unnecessary details and memories that were not of any essential use. At least not now. My brain felt clogged, just like the rust on a metal sheet that couldn't be easily rubbed off clean. Unlike my previous self, I couldn't figure out a way out of it, out of all the misery and all the unexpected events that occurred frequently enough to make me feel detached. It felt as if my doorstep was an invitation to bad luck, and somehow I couldn't deny that either. I accidentally stumbled across one of the rocks. I groaned in frustration as I tried to regain my composure. "Luck, you know," the man said, breaking the silence that was veiled around us. "I'm not surprised at your clumsiness. But for now, I'm done having to carry one wounded figure. I clearly oppose to have to carry two." "What?" I frowned at his words, but decided to keep my mouth sealed. I was not going to spend my strength unnecessarily, I reminded myself. I sprinted through the old forest. The unfamiliar paths were caved with pebbles and rocks. Just like an obstacle, it was covered with mud and dirt. And I followed along and trailed after an utter stranger who was carrying my mate. An alpha who was attacked out in the middle of the graveyard of doom. What else could possibly go wrong? "How far away is your pack?" I shouted, feeling the bounds of my patience slowly drifting away. Zane was injured. Hell, he got shot, and that wound of his was not healing either. He needed instant treatment. If not, then he would be on the verge of losing his life. And with his life at stake, mine wasn't at ease either. "Just a few seconds away. Did you link the pack doctor yet?" I asked. There wasn't any reply. Only the sound of broken branches and dried leaves being cracked as we took each step on the ground. The environment of the graveyard of doom was taciturn, with a few sounds of crows spontaneously reaching our ears as the clock ticked by. "No," he replied finally. A few seconds went by just like that, with Zane being carried while I followed behind in our human forms. We didn't shift at all. We had no time to even think about it. It all happened in the blink of an eye, especially when we had our guards down. As soon as we stepped inside the pack territory, a set of patrol guards came rushing in towards us. With a few glances thrown my way, the man who was carrying Zane took the charge. "Call Beta Kai immediately," he vociferated, speeding up his speed as he maneuvered towards the pack house. I trailed behind. He wasn't the Beta. Within a few seconds, we were standing outside the pack house. A guy came rushing out and gasped as he noticed Zane's unconscious figure. "What happened to him, Jace?" he asked. "He got shot." The guy who was carrying him, Jace, I supposed, said, handing Zane over to the beta. Shit. Kai cursed again, getting hold of his injured alpha as he sprinted towards one of the chambers, I suppose, which belonged to the pack doctor. I stood there hesitantly, not sure whether it would be a good idea to follow them behind. You can follow along if you want, Jace said as if reading my thoughts. Without any other utterance, he walked away, leaving me behind to stand alone in an unknown pack house by myself. I exhaled and closed my eyes. Maybe I should allow myself a little slack and let my emotions come out for once, or else I would find myself going bonkers. Chapter 44. Aria. A few minutes passed by. I stood outside the healer's chamber, fiddling with the rim of my t-shirt as I tried to control my wolf. She was on the verge of exploding once again, going on a rampage and causing harm to anyone whom she would consider a threat. And I certainly didn't want that. I wanted no more regrets, not when I was hanging on a thread, especially with my past attached to it. A few snippets of the past invaded my memory as I stood there silently. You are filthy, you all are. Blinded by the glitter of power and authority. The female abandoned wolf had said in the past. Some snippets of her being tied with silver chains down in the prison flooded my mind. The familiar face of anger and hatred as she glanced my way seemed to bother me a lot more than it probably should. That statement wasn't true at all. She is dead. I reminded myself. Somewhat disturbed by what she had said in the past, I clenched my fist. We never had the greed of attaining power and position. We were protecting our own kind. Our family, our pack members, from those who meant harm. I felt tired. My eyes roamed around, trying to adjust to the unfamiliar surroundings. The interior designs of the house were different from those of the exterior. The simple white building, which I saw from the outside, had a rather unexpected twist inside. The walls were painted with a mixture of creme and red, while some of the walls contained a maroon shade, making it the center of attention. I couldn't help but feel a little guilty. My mate was there, shot with his soul slowly drifting away, and I stood there looking and commenting about the interior designs of his pack house. It didn't feel enjoyable. A few more seconds passed by. Some people came rushing towards the chamber, with tons of emotions displayed on their faces. They ran to their stop just outside the door. There were 3 people, to be exact. 2 elders, whom I supposed were Zane's parents, and the other was Beta Kai. One of the elders, the man whom I suggestively considered to be Zane's dad, had a blank expression on his face. His eyes were the same color as Zane's honey brown. His aura was strong like that of a former alpha as he stood there trying to convince the other female. Stop crying. He gruffed, keeping his stern blank composure as he patted her shoulder. His emotionless eyes soon softened as his gaze shifted towards the face of the lady wrapped around his arms. That was his mate. He will be fine. He cooed, trying to soothe her sobs. Nothing will happen to him, don't worry. I tore my gaze away from them. The pain on their faces made me feel somewhat responsible for all this. Beta Kai stood right next to me and made some gestures. I blinked a few times as I tried to comprehend what he was trying to say. After several trials, he sighed soon and mouthed follow. I nodded slightly and trailed behind him. We walked for a few minutes. The entire atmosphere was gloomy. Some of the pack members who were inside the house had wistful looks in their eyes. Some glances were thrown at me, which for a second made me feel uneasy. We soon stopped outside an enormous door. It was a faded maroon door with prominent marks of claws prodding out like an undesirable stench. Come in, Kai said, opening the door for me. What is it? I asked as I walked inside the room. Stacks of books, some new, while others with those ancient covers intrigued me. We were inside the library. Who are you? He asked. You're Aria, aren't you? He asked in a whisper. Yes, I replied, feeling uncomfortable at his sudden interrogation. He knew me. But how? His eyes softened as he looked at me and sighed. Don't feel alarmed. I know everything. He voiced out. What do you mean by everything? I gasped, suddenly feeling anxious. He is probably bluffing. My wolf stated. Everything. Zane told me everything, from day one. He said cautiously. He pulled out 2 chairs and motioned me to sit. He took a seat himself and started. I know it feels weird for you since you don't know me. I am Kai, Zane's best friend and beta. I wanted to roll my eyes at him. It wasn't rocket science to figure that out, even without him phrasing it. I sat quietly with my lips pressed into a thin line. There was an awkward silence for a few minutes. None of us spoke. Kai awkwardly cleared his throat and said, "Where have you been? You disappeared from your pack almost 4 years ago." I narrowed my eyes. "How do you know that?" "We heard Alpha Andrew, your brother, sent a search team after you, but much to his misfortune, he couldn't find you." I gasped at that as scraps from the past clawed at my memory. "He wanted to punish us. That's probably one reason why I felt a sudden threat and asked you to run away from the pack." My wolf explained. "We looked for you," Kai said soon after. I frowned in return. "Why?" Zane wanted to apologize. He felt bad afterwards. He can be thick and dumb as heck. He laughed to lighten the dark atmosphere that surrounded us. But he has a good heart. "I don't know what to say or think," I answered truthfully. "We can't change the past, but at least you have the right to know some things about him," Kai mumbled. "What do you mean?" "The thing is, Zane and Lila have been together since childhood sweethearts as some may call it. It was way before you came into the picture." My heart clenched at his words. He loved her. Zane was trying to avoid the whole confrontation and thought rejecting you was the only option for him. Kai sighed and continued. "He wanted to be with Lila, again. They have been together for ages. It's hard to let go, you know. He thought it would work out, and it did, but it damaged 3 lives, probably 4. Yours, Zane, Lila, and her mate. Though she has not found hers yet." I was left speechless. "He has nothing against you. But the thing is, things can get pretty complicated when you fall in love with someone who is not your mate. Being without you literally drained him. I am the witness." My heartbeat raced as I sat there breathing heavily. He chose love over his own mate bond. I was in pain. "Look, Aria, I am not trying to advocate him into your good books. I am just giving you his side of the events. I bet he will apologize to you once he recovers. For everything. I didn't need an apology. I didn't even need him back in my life. I just prayed for his survival. Aria, I know it's too much to ask, but can you please stay here till he recovers? Your presence will help him to heal faster. We all need him." I shook my head. "I can't stay here." Zane had Lila and everyone else by his side. He did not need my presence in his life. Chapter 45. Aria. "I can't stay here," I repeated. I was in turmoil, torn between the desires of my heart and the rationality of my mind. I knew I wasn't needed here and that my presence could disrupt things. Zane chose love over his mate bond. He got his chance and he made his decision. A decision that affected 4 lives. His own, mine, Lila, and her mate. Just one decision, a few minutes, and everything went crashing down. My dreams of having a mate and living a happy life were shattered right in front of my own eyes. I lost a part of myself. The feeling of my own other half, my soul mate, not loving me back, left an irreparable scar. I couldn't have lingered around after the rejection. My own brother wanted to punish me for a crime I didn't commit. No one trusted me or needed me. On the other hand, if it weren't for those same old predicaments, I wouldn't have found Luke, Neil, Ron, and all the friends that I had made in the Red Blood Pack. They have made me feel more welcome than my own family. I couldn't abandon them for the sake of my past. I know it's a lot to ask from you, but he is your mate. Kai reasoned. If something happens to him, you'll be devastated. Devastated? I laughed dryly. He left me devastated the very first day he ever saw me. I have tried my level best to drill some sense into him, he groaned, many times. He was just too stubborn. He couldn't weigh his decisions and ended up making a bad choice. I listened to Kai, processing every word he said. I was hesitant to accept that Zane had made a wrong choice. I guess I was too bitter about everything he had done to me. He created havoc in our lives and left a never-ending trail of uncertainty. I was scared, afraid of what was ahead. I couldn't shake the look he had on his face when he saw me at the graveyard of doom. It kept strumming inside my head. The way his honey-brown eyes had softened and glistened before they turned neutral. It felt like he was yearning for me, but after hearing what Kai had to say, I wasn't sure. Aria, you need to make your decision. Kai brought me out of my trance of thoughts. I know. I sighed. I just don't want to ruin his already settled life. He scoffed and rolled his eyes. You are not ruining his life. Your presence can actually save his life. You know it too. I shook my head. I can't just come back and pretend like nothing ever happened. If it was only between Zane and I, then it would have been different. Lila is involved equally in this. This is not fair on her. I felt like yelling. My own wolf was howling in pain as I sat there, stuck in a dilemma. Let's be frank, Aria. Kai squinted his eyes. No matter how much Lila loves Zane, she can't help him recover. You and I both know that. I nodded. If anything happens to Zane, your wolf would disappear because he is your mate. You can't deny that. You would either die or become a human. I knew he was right. The pull of the mate bond was almost impossible to resist. The constant howling of the inner wolf drained the werewolf's strength and killed it slowly, one day at a time. But Zane had managed to resist the pull. If you are thinking about how Zane resisted your mate bond, let me tell you. He never accepted the rejection. Kai said, almost reading my thoughts. My heart clenched at his words. The familiar pain returned as I sat there trying to calm my nerves. Please, Aria. We can't afford to lose Zane. The attacks have increased recently, and without him, we won't be able to survive for long. I understand what you are saying, but I can't leave my pack house like that. I exclaimed soon after. I had yet to find Luke, and I couldn't leave Neil alone like that to run the pack by himself. He already had a lot on his plate, starting from his pregnant mate to finding Luke and performing the duties of a beta. You can mind link your friends and pack members, he said, giving me a duh look. How are you going to explain my sudden appearance to your pack and especially Lila? I asked. We'll figure it out. It has been 48 hours. I sat on the bed beside Zane. He lay there with his torso bandaged and bare. He still hadn't regained his consciousness, and my wolf wanted to cling to him to assure his safety. His parents and Lila came over multiple times to visit him. His mother cried every single time she saw him, whereas his father comforted her by whispering sweet nothings into her ear. Lila, on the other hand, had a pained expression on her face. They were too caught up in their emotions that they did not even question my presence or who I even was. I could see them in pain and felt the pang of guilt. It was all my fault. He took a bullet for me. I cursed him for being so foolish. He was an alpha, and he had tons of responsibilities. He should never go around taking bullets for others, especially those whom he doesn't even know properly. We're his mate. My wolf registered soon after listening to my thoughts. The faint pain in my chest remained as I scanned his appearance. He looked so vulnerable and innocent as he lay there with his eyes closed. His lips were slightly parted, and his breathing was steady and slow. A part of me wanted to kiss him. I felt a sudden urge to be with him. It didn't take long for me to realize the lengths I would go to see his honey brown eyes again. Chapter 46. Aria. A week went by. Zane was still unconscious, and I was by his side all the time. Kai had made sure to bring me my meals and occasionally talk to me to keep me sane. I was grateful for all his efforts. Kai reminded me of Neil, and seeing him worry about Zane made me think of the bond Luke and Neil shared. They would protect each other at all costs. I was happy that Zane had someone as faithful as him for his beta and friend. Kai was a talkative person, which took me a whole day to realize. He could talk nonstop for hours without even the need to breathe. Well, it felt like so at least. I snickered mentally. Overall, he seemed all right. I groaned and covered my face with my palms. My mind was pacing. I had too many questions I needed answers to. So far during my stay in the DarkMoon Pack, I had managed to figure out a few things. Zane's family and pack members loved him a lot and looked up to him. My heart warmed at the thought of it. He needed to recover soon for the sake of his parents, pack, Lila, and maybe me. There were moments when I had to sit awkwardly as his family bawled their eyes out at his condition, especially Lila. I couldn't leave his side as my wolf was clinging to him like her life depended on it, and it did. They had yet to question my appearance. I wondered if Beta Kai had told them anything, or maybe they just assumed me to be one of his friends. On the other hand, my wolf was numb. She avoided any communication with me. I could still feel her at the back of my mind, but she wouldn't answer my questions. I really needed Zane to recover soon. I couldn't risk losing my own wolf when we were vulnerable from the rogue attacks. I had so much to deal with. I still needed answers to the sudden disappearance of our pack members, the mystery behind the murders, and the reason that triggered the abandonment of the wolves. I was yet to find Luke and the answers to his sudden disappearance and change in behavior. A sudden sound of shuffling around the room made me look up to see Kai. He was sitting at the far end of the room with a few documents in his hand. His eyebrows scrunched as he read the contents carefully. I looked at his appearance. He had dark circles under his eyes and looked a few years older than he was. He was probably the same age as Zane. I noticed him say soon after, "What's wrong?" I frowned. Kai looked up from his documents and stared at me. "What?" I asked. He shook his head. "Nothing. I just don't know what's happening." I looked at him for a second. "What do you mean?" "It has been a while since the rogues went wild and started attacking packs. We are yet to find the reason for their sudden hostility towards us," he said, rolling the documents into a cylinder. I looked at his hands fiddling with the papers and wondered if Zane had a similar habit to his. "It's messed up," I articulated. "Though for some reason, I feel they are solely focusing on wiping us out so they could establish their own dominance." Kai exhaled. "I wonder what provoked them. They were quiet for hundreds of years after the war." I had no answer to that. "Plus the Book of Myth is literally of no help," he said with a scowl soon after. I nodded vigorously. I had told Luke and Neil the same thing a few months ago. I even asked them to burn the book. It was of no help. It was only creating unnecessary confusion. I wanted to burn the book. I groaned out loud and soon regretted it. I shouldn't be giving out any red blood pack-related information. But it wasn't pack-related information, was it? I didn't even know. My thoughts were all over the place. No kidding. I wanted to burn it too, but we can't. It's the future, our future. Kai deadpanned. He threw the documents he was holding on the table and filed it soon after. My trail of thoughts went back to the conversation Neil and I shared before deciding to scan the graveyard of doom for clues. We believed it would give us answers and solutions to everything happening around us, but instead, it wrapped me up in my past. The past that I tried my best to avoid. "All right?" "Huh?" I looked up at Kai. He gave me a confused look. "You've been spacing off a lot. I was asking you if you were all right." "I am all right," I answered. He eyed me in disbelief, but didn't interrogate me about it any further. "I have been meaning to ask you." He started after a few minutes of silence. "Where did you find Zane?" My eyes nearly popped out of shock. "You don't know. You never told me," he questioned. "Graveyard of Doom." I breathed out. "He was there with Jace." "What were you doing there?" he asked, his eyes filled with curiosity. He was trying to extract information from me. I could tell he knew everything but was still pushing for more information from my end. I couldn't give out any confidential data. "Needed answers to the rogue attacks," I said, keeping it brief. "Makes sense." He nodded. "I am sorry for how it all turned out. You met our mate almost after 4 years and he got shot." My eyes glistened as a flashback of it replayed inside my mind. The memory of his body, lifeless on the ground, made shivers run down my spine. "He took the bullet for me," I croaked out. I could see the pity in his eyes. Kai's eyes softened as he looked at me. "He is your mate. No matter how much you deny the bond, you would have done the same for him if you were in his shoes." I gulped. I knew he was right. I almost lost Zane, and the feeling of losing him nearly wrecked me. My wolf was suffering from the pain caused by the mate bond, whereas I was terrified of the visuals of his unconscious body from my memory. But how could I possibly lose something that didn't even belong to me? Chapter 47. Aria. But how could I possibly lose something that didn't even belong to me? I pondered all the time. The visual of Zane wounded, unconscious in bed, never left my mind, not that I ever left his side either. It has been 15 days. 15 days since that incident. He took a bullet for me. The atrocious situation that currently envelopes us has no definite escape. The sudden disappearance of our pack members, specific packs being burned to the ground, the appearances of abandoned wolves infiltrating our territories, and most notably, the changes in the Book of Myths. It felt like we were stuck in a prism of dismay, with no proper exit or answer. You should stop stressing like that, I heard Kai state. You stressing like that won't matter unless he can sense your mate bond, which, considering his situation, seems rather vague. I looked at him. He was still sitting at the far end, eyeing me. I shrugged in response. I didn't have the words to comprehend a coherent sentence. We are all bothered, Kai started again, and vulnerable. There is something ahead, a danger, which we cannot foretell. Even our sorcerers warned us about the predicaments, yet there is no solution. I nodded. I really am curious about the bullet that pierced him, I said, looking at Zane. Zane had responded earlier today, and the first thing he said was my name. He was still in slumber and had not regained his whole consciousness, but the sudden movement of his closed eyelids as he moved a little restlessly while calling my name had shocked Kai and me equally. Luckily for us, Lila was not in the room while Zane called out for me. Frankly, I had reached a point where I no longer cared about her presence. It was all Zane that mattered to me. It has been 6 hours since then, and Zane is still unconscious. His movements came to a halt soon after the rapid flicking of his eyelids and raspy, short breaths as he called out my name. I missed the butterflies that I felt every time his honey-brown eyes looked at me. I yearned for him to call my name again, yearned to see his honey-brown orbs again. Just don't leave me this time. Our healer confirmed that it was indeed a silver bullet coated with wolfsbane. The healing herbs are slowly affecting him, Kai said, looking at Zane, who was still asleep. His wounds had already started to heal, and the bandage around his torso was removed earlier today. He lay in a t-shirt that Lila had gotten him after his bandages came off. The t-shirt, however, smelled like Lila, and I was ready to rip it off him. The smell of another woman on what belonged to me infuriated me. But it's Lila who bears his mark, I reminded myself. What are you beating yourself about? Kai asked. I looked at him for a second, bearing a blank expression on my face. I replied, I don't know what's happening anymore. I think I really should consult with Ron and Neil. He shook his head soon after. You can't mind-link your friends while you are in our territory. I nodded soon after. I know. I was suggesting a formal discussion between the packs. The door creaked open, and Jace walked in. He was holding a jar with green herbs inside. He placed the jar on the bedside table and eyed Zane. How's my brother? He asked. Heard he responded? Kai hummed. He sure is taking his time. Are we supposed to increase his dosage? Kai asked, looking at the jar himself. Jace nodded and looked at me soon after. So, Aria, tell me, he paused, how long are you planning to stay here? I sensed the mockery in his tone and avoided any external reactions. I knew he was testing me, trying to provoke me to spill information. As soon as he regains his consciousness. Ah, a firm answer from the late Alpha Bryn's daughter. He smiled. I expected nothing less from you. Can you tell me why you ran away from your original pack? I flinched at his tone. His question brought back many snippets from the past, the production of wolfsbane, Stacy, and my rejection. You knew something was wrong back then, didn't you? That's why you ran away. You ran away to protect yourself from something, Jace questioned. I gasped at his calculations and shook my head soon after. Oh, you did. You ran away because you sensed your misery and thought fleeing would help redeem it. I was not going to let him mess with my mind. I was not the one at fault here. The situation itself at that time had called for it. My own brother had no faith in me. Stacy's obsession with her greed and hatred towards me drove her to consume wolfsbane. But who produced the potion that day? Again, I had no answer. After your rejection, Zane searched for you. Do you know that? Kai added. He searched for you for years. Even though he was mated to Lila, he still longed for you, waited for you. The very first day you meet after the rejection, he gets shot. Kai ushered Jace to sit next to him, which Jace obliged. I sat there, blankly, absorbing every word they said. No one really cares about love or mate bonds when you yourself are in danger. The most instinct is to defend yourself first. Jace continued, my little brother here, he pointed at Zane, is foolish. I raised an eyebrow at him. I felt cornered with all their accusations. There was an awkward pause that lingered on, maybe for a minute too long. You do realize that bullet was originally meant for you? I lowered my head and gave them a simple nod. Yet again, I was left speechless. Chapter 48. Aria. You do realize that bullet was meant for you? Those words rang inside my head repetitively. Jace was right. To save me, Zane risked his own life. If only he had stood still next to Jace, nothing like this would have ever happened. He would have been his usual self. He did it to protect us. My wolf snarled. He is our mate after all. We have many questions yet still know a single answer. Kai sighed. Jace nodded and looked at me, as if trying to pierce through my mind. So tell me, Aria, why would anyone want to attack you? Jace asked rather curiously. He shifted slightly in his seat, leaning forward to listen from the far end of the room. Yeah, that's a good question to start with. Kai agreed and looked at me. I don't know, I answered truthfully. I honestly did not have an answer to that. Neil and I already had enough on our plates dealing with the missing cases and abandoned wolves. If it were not for Luke's sudden disappearance, we wouldn't have crossed paths with Zane in the graveyard of doom. We wouldn't have gone there in the first place. It has to be a coincidence? Kai asked, unconvinced. Jace shook his head ferociously. Coincidence. Jace chuckled. You do realize that Zane got shot in the graveyard of doom. Out of all the places, the graveyard of doom. Kai rolled his eyes. Yeah, why did you take him there? That place is fucking abandoned and out of the equation for us. Restricted. You are not getting the picture here. Jace continued, if that place is out of the equation, how did someone know that we were going in for a visit? It can't be a coincidence. There are two possible scenarios. Jace pointed. One, someone was there. The same time, the same place, someone happened to be there, doing their own thing and instinctively shot in the thin air for their own protection because they sensed our presence. Kai snickered at that assumption. He rolled his eyes and gagged. Jace squinted his eyes and continued, contrary to that, the second option is that someone followed you. Jace pointed at me, someone followed you and was keeping an eye on you. Found the chance to strike, shoot. He made gun-like gestures with his fingers. So, am I right? Or am I right? Kai and I gaped at him. How's that even possible? I broke my silence. I'd like to believe no one was following me. I folded my arms across my chest. That's absurd. I know, that's literally the only two options, Dash. Kai interrupted Jace and said, what if it was randomly shot to scare us off, distract us from our observations? Fuck. The possibility is slim. I feel the abandoned wolves have gone wild because they are looking for something. Something that will wipe us out from existence. Jace stated soon after. But what could it be? Kai and Jace looked at me. Do you happen to know anything? Kai asked. I shook my head. I do remember an abandoned wolf saying that we were blinded by the power and position. I recalled the incident back at the cell a while ago. We tortured her, and that was the very last thing she said to us. I got snippets from that day, her blood on the floor as I killed her myself. My palms are fully stained with her blood and many more that I have died in the past. And what bothered me was that I had no regrets. That sounds awful. Jace sighed. No wonder they have gone wild. They want the power of being in a pack. Still doesn't make any sense. Kai snorted, assuming that they want power. Why would they randomly shoot you while you guys were at the graveyard? I feel there is something that we are missing out on. They wouldn't dare steal the witch's remains, I added. Both men stopped their conversation and glared at me like I had grown a third eye. I mean, Dash. Fuck. Both of them shouted in unison. The remains themselves can wipe out the existence of all supernatural beings, including us. The abandoned wolves won't dare interfere with any of the extremities that lie behind the sacred shrine. Jace and Kai did have a point. The abandoned wolves had a clear intention to destroy and burn our packs. They were toying with our minds, killing our pack members and family right in front of our own eyes. We failed to protect our pack. We were unable to protect our family. The murder and disappearance of our pack members exposed all our vulnerabilities. Just in case, I was wondering if any of your pack members got murdered over the last few months? I asked Kai. Kai gasped and nodded, yes, I'm afraid. Looking at the situation, I'm afraid I don't understand how someone can enter our territory and let alone kill our members. Are you Dash? Kai started. We have faced similar predicaments. I continued. I feel the abandoned wolves are in touch with our internal resources, members in other words. That fucking traitor, fuck dash, Kai screeched. Zane just moved his fingers again. He announced and jumped from his seat. He rushed towards the bed and called out. Zane, bud, can you hear me? I grabbed my mate's palm and started rubbing it. He groaned soon after. His movements became prominent, and I heard my wolf call out to him. Jace hovered over and called out too. It didn't take much effort, just me holding my breath, anticipating seeing those honey-brown orbs again. My wish didn't take long to come true. A few minutes later, I was able to see his eyes while his fingers were intertwined with mine. My heart skipped a beat. Zane woke up. My mate. Chapter 49. Aria. I sat on Zane's bed and observed him talk. It has been an hour since he regained his consciousness, and he already looks like nothing had ever happened to him. Thanks to his werewolf genes. His honey-brown orbs glistened with excitement as he talked to his brother and Beta. I couldn't help but notice the light crease underneath his eyes as he smiled from ear to ear. He had dark circles underneath, somewhat faded. He looked a few years older than he was, but his intoxicating scent, which I had first sniffed when I was 17 years old, remained the same. Zane seemed astonished at first after seeing me, and soon jumped up asking if I was all right. My heart pained at his instinctive gestures. The way he put me first, even before himself, made me feel the warmth and love from my mate that I had always craved. For a moment, I found myself at peace. I'm so sorry for stressing you guys out. Zane apologized meekly, his cheeks tinted pink. Apologize all you want. Kai huffed, you stressed every single one of us. Zane nodded. Everything happened so quickly, at the blink of an eye, I didn't even know how or why it all happened. The last thing I know is that I saw a bullet approaching Aria, and I had to save her. His voice was thick, and he slurred slightly due to the healing herbs, which still seemed quite soothing to me. At least he was alive and sitting next to me. That's what mattered. You could have pulled her aside instead of facing it up front, Jace stated calmly. Yeah, like as if. I snorted mentally. Zane looked at me and smirked. I screeched mentally, hoping he didn't hear my words through the mind link. Technically, you can't mind link him. My wolf stared blankly. Oh, I do hear you, sweetheart. I heard Zane's voice in my mind. I gasped. It is the mate bond. Close your mouth. My brother and Beta are looking at you. He informed. Come to think of it, where is Lila? Zane asked soon after. His eyes wandered to the closed door. My face fell at his sudden question, and I stared at my palms. I knew I was overthinking. It was natural for him to think about Lila, his mate. Even though I have been by his side throughout his entire state of unconsciousness, it was entirely natural for him to miss her. After all, he was mated to her. Hales, she locked herself up after you got shot, and has been sobbing since, Kai started. Wait, what? Zane growled and jerked up. My heart raced as I saw his suddenly changed behavior. I kept reminding myself that I had no reason to feel jealous or insecure. Rest. We have been keeping her sedated. Oh, Zane slouched back on the bed, leaning against the headrest. I saw the pain in his eyes, and seeing him feel sad bothered me. Does anyone know about him? Zane started again after composing himself. No, Kai shook his head. We have not informed anyone that you have woken up yet. Not even your parents, but we will after you are fully rested. It's already 2 a.m. Zane hummed and closed his eyes. All of a sudden, I felt left out, like I didn't belong here. I found myself recalling everything that I had been through over the last few years. I felt accepted in the Red Blood Pack. Neil adored me like his own sister, whereas Luke treated me like I was the one for him. Ever since my rejection as Zane's mate and acceptance as a member of the Red Blood Pack, I had my share of ups and downs. Hell, who was I even kidding with? I definitely didn't belong here next to him. He had Lila. I could hear the 3 of them chatting while I tried my level best to keep a regular face. The turmoil that I was going through, I had to keep to myself. You missed out on a lot. I heard Kai say to Zane. I tried not to zone out and concentrated on their conversation. I could feel it was almost time for me to leave. Zane had woken up, and I had no unfinished business here. You know, most of our neighboring packs got burnt down while you were taking your time waking up? Zane and I gasped. What? We asked in unison and then looked at each other. I had no idea what Kai was talking about. I had spent the last 15 days completely locked away in Zane's room, sitting next to his bed, waiting for him to wake up. Even Kai was keeping me in the dark. He never once mentioned anything about new attacks. Yeah, I am sorry, Aria. We didn't inform you since you were already in pain because of your injured mate. Kai murmured, almost as if he did not want Zane to hear his words. I was baffled, unaware of what happened around me. I asked, how many packs? I am afraid we have to cut the conversation short. Jace interrupted. Your third in command just mind-linked me, Jace said, looking at Kai. He said he found an abandoned wolf inside the territory. Why would he mind-link you? Zane questioned, narrowing his eyes. Don't know. Jace rolled his eyes. Maybe because our big bad alpha was asleep and I was forced to take charge by our beloved father. I looked at them confused. I could sense the tension between Zane and his brother. You rest up. We'll let you know. Kai comforted Zane. Also, we are expecting guests tomorrow. Both men got up from their seats and walked out the door, leaving Zane and me alone in the room. Zane scowled and scrunched his nose, irritated. He looked so adorable when he scowled. A small chuckle escaped my mouth, gaining his attention. He looked at me and raised an eyebrow. A small smile soon appeared on his face. I am glad you are all right. Zane sighed. For a split second when I saw that bullet approaching, I feared I was going to lose you. His voice cracked towards the end of his sentence. I smiled at him. No, I am glad you are all right.